Hi there, welcome to Joshi'ing Around Weekly, a podcast in which we will discuss the most important shows, the best matches and the hottest topics in Japanese women's pro wrestling on a weekly basis. I'm Tim.
And I'm Eric.
And welcome to the show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 28 of Joshi'ing Around Weekly. This podcast is a part of the Social Suplex podcast network, a network dedicated to bring you the best coverage from all over the world, including Keeping It Strong Style, the Trish and Sarah Wrestling Podcast, One Nation Radio, Tunnel Talk, All Things Elite, Imps AEW Adventure, Wrestling Out with Chris Things, and the AEW Match Guide. We also release the Social Suplex newsletter around once a month that gives you in-depth coverage from promotions all over the world, the best coverage in all of wrestling media, and you can find it on socialsuplex.com. Just recently released a new issue, maybe our best one so far. Some people say it might be our best one so far, so please check it out. And while you're at it, please also check out our Discord, the Social Suplex Discord, where you can find the link in the description, and we have our dedicated channel there where you can ask questions for Eric and me. Today is April 21st, and we are going to talk about some news from our weekly Shupro recap. After that, we're going to have an exclusive insight we recorded earlier with our friend Chris Whitehead, who was at the WrestleMania week in Las Vegas, and we are going to talk about all the Joshi action that was going down over there with some exclusive live reports from shows that have not aired yet and will not air probably for a longer time. So this is going to be some exciting audio. We already recorded that one. After that, we're going to talk about STARDOM. We are going to preview the Korakuen Hall show in 3 days, and then we're also going to have our big All-Star Grand Queendom preview with our predictions. Then we're going to talk about Tokyo Joshi Pro, Marigold, before we enter the Indie Zone. Where Eric is going to lead us through the SEAdLINNG Korakuen show, the Ice Ribbon Kizuna tournament, and the Diana Korakuen show. After that, we're going to have our quick previews and the match of the week discussion. Hi, Eric. How are you doing?
Hey, hello, hi, Tim. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alive.
That's always a good start. I like when we start a podcast and you say you're alive.
Nah, I'm good. I'm better than the last couple of weeks. I'm still not 100% for some reason. I think my body just said this is the new normal for me.
Yeah.
So I just gotta live with this now. I guess this whatever. But it's whatever. I'm definitely feeling better overall. How are you?
I'm good. I was away this weekend because my wife was running a marathon and I was being a supportive husband, and she did great zoomies. She beat her personal best by 20 minutes just so could get back home in time to record the segment with Chris on Sunday. So it's very nice of her. It's very nice of her to run it that quickly. And this is my last episode before my trip, because I leave on Thursday. So
that's sick.
I was buying all of the rest. I've got all my tickets now, so I've bought every single ticket for every show because I'm that person. I'm that person that buys tickets even though I'm not sure if I'm going. And I have, I think, 3 shows that I'm not going to that I have tickets for. So you got to support the independent scene. Yeah. So there you go. I'm excited for that as well.
I'd be excited as hell for that.
Yeah, but I can't get excited until I land. That's kind of how I am. when I'm there, I'll be
that.
very excited. But until then, like, my plane could crash, you know, like anything could happen. So.
Don't even.
That's just how my brain thinks. I can't get excited. I might die before I land in Japan. How disappointing would that be? So
I mean, that is the most dreading thing, right? The fucking 15-hour flight or whatever.
Yeah, 14-hour direct flight is what I'm doing. Yeah, and also because I have to, only the direct ones are from Heathrow, so I have to travel a fucking long way to get to my flight. After working that day as well, so I'm waking up at 5 a.m. to start my work day, and then signing off at like 1 p.m. and then going to the airport hours away. And that's after I'm recording Omakase on Wednesday night. So that's probably going to end at like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So
that sounds
I'm just going to do an all-nighter, work, go to the airport, get on my plane, then sleep.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that sounds very exhausting.
I'm excited. I like doing shit like that, though. I'm one of those that gets a kick out of having weird sleep schedules and being up at weird times. So
yeah,
that's the exciting part to me. Doing weird shit like that. So yeah.
I also always feel like you're really dreading this long flight, but once you're on the plane, I always think like it's totally chill actually, like whatever. These couple hours.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna download some stuff. Like maybe some wrestling. Yeah, I'll watch wrestling on the plane to watch wrestling in person. That's just my life, to be honest. So I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I'm not looking. I don't dread the flight itself. Actually, what I did dread was coming back last time because it was a 6-hour flight into a 13-hour flight from Bangkok. And I was like, why the fuck didn't we just fly direct? And I was ill as well. That was honestly a really bad experience. But yeah.
Damn, yeah. I always I'm the kind of wrestling fan who like I feel very uncomfortable watching wrestling in public or doing like
oh yeah,
obviously no one on the plane will fucking know me, right? But yeah. I would never like watch a wrestling match on there in case like anyone could see what I'm watching. Like it's almost like I don't know. That's how bad my own
you've been institutionalized.
Yeah,
you've been mind fucked.
It's how bad my own opinion of wrestling fans, I guess, is. Yeah. That I don't want to be recognized as a wrestling fan so badly that even like totally total strangers, I don't want them to see that I'm watching a wrestling match. So I'm always just doing like, I think on my last flight I did like 10 hours of Sudoku. Like,
what? That's non-stop. Fucking psycho behavior.
Maybe not 10 hours. I slept for a couple hours, but
yeah.
You know, if you do the very hard Sudokus, where you got only like 10 starting numbers or whatever,
yeah,
that's gonna take you sometimes like 45 minutes to an hour to do one. So if you do like 5 of these, that's like almost 5 hours sometimes. So that's an easy waste of time, I guess. So that's cool.
I would rather just stare at the seat in front of me than do 45 minutes to do puzzle. But you do you.
Well, yeah, I do me. Yeah. Speaking of wrestling fans, right?
Oh fuck.
I think we both had like some similar.
Some similar thoughts, like wrestling fans are dumb fucks. Yeah.
I wanted to talk about something real quick. You know, I mentioned this in my rundown of the agenda for today. We're gonna talk about the WrestleMania week later with Chris. I'm gonna splicey that into the podcast.
Oh, can I go on? Wait, can I just give a note about that? Because in that recording, people are gonna hear me trying to avoid the West Coast Pro Show spoilers, because there's a match with Senka and someone else, if you don't know the spoilers. And I really want to watch that match so fucking badly, and it's getting released more than a week later on Friday morning UK time, so I'm going to be in the air. So I'm going to get spoiled before, because I'm recording Omikaze, I guess, today if you're listening this. And obviously, John's going to talk about the trip because they were at WrestleMania weekend. And I can't, it's not my place to tell them, hey, can you not recap that? Or can I, so I'm not going to be a dick and I'm just going to get spoiled on that podcast. But all that effort, and I'm going to get fucking spoiled anyway. Please. Okay. I know you're an independent company, okay? And sometimes you can't get it up quickly. But you're affecting your own product by not putting it up ASAP, right? Because you're going to get way more buzz the quicker you put it up. Now, I'm not going to be excited to check it out. Don't get mad at me. It's just because I'm going to be spoiled. So that's why I'm not as excited. Because that is a match you're supposed to consume unspoiled. Okay, I'm sorry it is. People... I don't know why people don't understand. You're going to get me started off. I'm not going to go down that. Okay, whatever. You go about fans, Tim.
It's not really completely about fans, right? Okay. So I ended up watching more of the WrestleMania fucking week than I intended to. Initially I said I don't want to watch anything, honestly. I'm not feeling the vibes this year. But then I ended up on the weekend just watching random shit. I even watched some matches from WrestleMania, from the WWE.
Jesus fucking Christ. Were you okay this weekend?
I just had less to do, I guess, than I anticipated, and more free time, I guess.
Yeah.
And I was away. I for some reason I couldn't sleep on Saturday, so I was up until 5 a.m. and just didn't have anything better to do than to watch fucking these last couple of WrestleMania matches, which was an interesting experience, I'd say. And I also ended up yesterday because everyone has been raving about the CM Punk Roman Reigns match, right?
Yeah, everyone.
So most people, a lot of people this is my rant for today, right? I feel like the entire coverage or not coverage, but maybe the discourse around US wrestling feels like a psyop to me in a way.
Yeah.
From all the tastemakers or whatever you want to call them, people who act like they're the authority in wrestling taste on Discords or whatever, or on their podcast, people with large podcast platforms. I'm watching these matches and I'm just not getting it, you know. It's just specifically the WWE product, right, is so fucking abysmal to me that anyone who can find anything redeeming. I will say the CM Punk Roman Reigns match, I ended up watching it yesterday, right? And it wasn't a terrible match in the grand confines of the WWE curve or whatever. But there's so many things about that irked me in a negative way that I cannot put myself into the position of someone who's honestly thinking that this was a match of the year contender. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I just thought it was a solid match, but maybe it wasn't made for me. That's what I think. Yeah. There's clearly something I don't get, which is fine. I wasn't sure if there was a deep storyline there that I was missing some context maybe, and if I knew the storyline, I really would have connected with CM Punk's really good selling of being an old guy. So yeah, I guess I was just missing a storyline.
It's not even necessarily about the story of the match. The story of the match was fine to me, I guess.
It was okay.
It's clearly,
I thought it was a solid match. That's what I thought.
What irks me the most is the way they do things, just the way CM Punk wrestles, for example. You know, it looks so incredibly bad and fake to me. The guy has zero athletic ability, right? And the way he's just doing little things selling chops or punches from Roman Reigns looks so goofy and fake that I don't know how you can really get into that at all, whatsoever. It's everything CM Punk, every sell CM Punk does. For example, they are on the outside, right? And they're fighting in front of the announce table. And Roman Reigns gives them chops or something, and CM Punk just does these little bunny hops for every chop, and it looks so goofy. And I think he's supposed to fly over the announce table, but he doesn't have the vertical leap to do that. So he needs like 3 tries to jump over the announce table, and it looks so fucking terrible. Like, I don't know how that doesn't take you out of the match entirely. Like, it's so phony and bad. Like, I don't know. The reason why I feel like this is a giant psyop is I watched another match from WrestleMania week, you know.
Was it? I already know what it is. I'm not going to spoil it.
It's one from Joey Janela's Spring Break.
Oh, no, I did not expect that. Okay.
I watched what many called the worst match, or one of the worst matches they ever saw. It's Effie vs. Alley Catch, you know?
Yeah, I have not seen this.
And, you know, I'm not gonna like, I'm I'm not gonna be that type of contrarian who will tell you that this was a good match or anything. It was not. It was a really bad match. It was a really, really bad match. But I thought I saw, and it wasn't, obviously, Roman Reigns versus fucking CM Punk was a better match overall. But I felt like in the entire spectrum of like Alley Catch versus Effie and some of the best matches I saw this year, Roman Reigns and CM Punk was way closer to Effie and Alley Catch than to some of my favorite matches this year. But like the way people talked about, the polar opposite way people talked about these two matches is crazy to me. Like, I felt like I have seen on this WrestleMania weekend, I have seen worse matches than Alley Catch and Effie. And people act like this was the worst match of all time. I don't really get that. Like, I'm confident in saying Becky Lynch vs. HLE was a worse match. I would go as far as to say Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes was a worse match. Because, obviously, neither Randy Orton nor Cody Rhodes is as bad of a wrestler as Alley Catch. But at least Alley Catch and Effie knew in their match what their alignments were supposed to be and how they had to work the match towards their alignments. Unlike Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes, who like were unable to do like the most basic thing of like staying consistent in their characters throughout the match. You know what I mean?
People don't care about the stories, Tim. It's just, do the moves look okay? Do they connect okay physically? Do the spots look okay? That's just all people, like, a lot of, well, I'm not saying people generally, just a lot of that group of people care about.
But that was so glaring. Like, they switched alignments like 4 times during the match.
It was fucking
Randy
awful.
Orton started as a heel, then Cody Rhodes was the heel, then...
I think it's one of my worst matches of the year because of that. Like,
yes, it was
I can't
worse.
tell you, it's so important to me that the story makes... If you just want fights, go watch MMA. It exists. Like, we don't have to pretend. This is a storytelling medium. I want the stories to make fucking sense. And if it doesn't, that automatically disqualifies it.
And I of course have to mention that I'm not generally against someone switching alignments during a match. That's a cool thing that can happen. That can be awesome. But it has to make sense. Like, in the end, it was very clear that Cody Rhodes was supposed to be the babyface you're sympathetic to, like, by the end of the match, by the last third even. Why was he fighting like 2/3 of the match as the heel then? Like, that just makes no sense. He's going into it as the face, then he turns into a heel, but in the end it is very clear that you're still supposed to be sympathetic for him. Like, that's so bad.
Well, and then he RKO'd Pat McAfee, who's the heel. Like, Pat is definitely a heel. So Randy RKO'd him, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then he just lost after that. So you're like, oh, okay, this is his babyface turn. And then after the match, he fucking punts Cody, who's like, and the commentary are putting Randy over as the heel.
Yeah,
it was actually mind-blowing. So I haven't watched Effie and Alley Catch, but what I heard is, like, you know, they were trying to go for like an emotional storyline. It was a loser leaves town. Like, that is a very basic storyline. Like, whether they executed it correctly or not, I would prefer a story that's executed worse than a well-executed match, I guess, moves match that doesn't make sense, like, narratively, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so the main problem with the Alley and Effie match were that they had like 3 major, what do you call it? Maybe melodramatic moments, you know? Not between the two, but where people came into the match, into the ring, to stop Effie from further like hurting Alley Catch. It was like, I think it was one called Mendes at some point tried to stop Effie, and then like I think the promoter of GCW came in and tried to stop him, and these were like
that's funny.
These were the very cringe moments. These were these were bad. Okay. The third one I kind of get. The third one was apparently their trios partner when they were trios. Like the story of the match is Alley Catch and Effie were like this team forever, and this was like their big blow off match, and loser leaves the promotion and whatever. And apparently at one point they were trios with this other lady. I forgot her name. And she came in as the third one. That one I kind of can see. If it's like the big blow off of the whole relationship, and like they had a trios partner at one point, that person would play a role in the final match, I can totally understand that one. Okay. I didn't find that one as egregious. The other two were just cringe. So there's no question about that. And that was terrible. That's the main thing that buries this match. And also, like, as some people mentioned, the crowd just wasn't really into it. Like, I think nobody really wanted this match.
Yeah, that's a match that needs a crowd.
I think people just wanted them to stay a team. That's what it felt like. Like the GCW crowd wasn't behind this match emotionally. Maybe they just don't like emotional wrestling either. I don't know. But that's clearly the bad things. But like the Orton Cody match had the McAfee run-in, right? That wasn't any less bad than any of the Effie and Alley Catch
when
run-ins.
The heel got stretchered out, so like did a stretcher job, which is fucking crazy, and then came back dressed as a referee and then did a count, and they kicked out of it as if he was an official referee. So apparently he just got, I don't know.
I have to take back what I just said. None of the Alley versus Effie run-ins was as dumb as the McAfee run-in. None of them tried to be a referee and counterpin for them. It just absolutely makes no sense.
Yeah.
And like from the wrestling perspective, I think Effie is a solid worker. I think Effie is a solid worker, and I think he's very good at being a heel. Like that's what this was one of my only Effie matches I ever watched. But I was kind of surprised by how solid he actually is and how good he was at portraying this heel. The crowd didn't really get into it, which maybe might tell you he's not that great of a heel, but I don't know. The crowd was just weird. I thought, to me, what he did worked for a heel wrestler. And they didn't like really blow any spots or anything. Like the work in the match was okay. They did like some cool power bombs, pile drivers, and all that shit looked pretty good actually. Ellie at one point did like a leap off the stage onto Effie, and she has like no athletic ability, so she came a bit short, and that was like the worst spot from a wrestling perspective in the entire match, I think. But I don't think like anything they did was as embarrassing as CM Punk trying to do a Superman punch.
That was pretty bad.
Like Effie wrestled with his bare ass out for like 5 minutes in the match, and I'd still say the CM Punk Superman punch was more embarrassing to watch.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of bare asses in wrestling. I definitely agree with
that. that was how, yeah. That's just, and like, I don't get it. Like, this whole discussion about like these two matches specifically just kind of like turned me off of this whole, yeah, that's kind of like my little rant that I wanted to go on.
We need like a Tim's corner.
How did you like the WrestleMania?
Oh, I mean, it's just not for me. There's not much to say about it. That type of wrestling is just not for me, and I do struggle to sort of think about people enjoying like a match like Cody. I don't think a lot of people did, thankfully. Like Cody, Randy Orton, I think even WWE.
To be fair, that
bad.
was one universally panned.
Yeah, I think it was universally panned. But even CM Punk, Roman Reigns, like I'm clearly the disconnect there, because there are so many different circles of fans that are praising that I have to think, okay, it's just not for me. So it is what it is.
I have to say the CM Punk Roman Reigns match overall wasn't as terrible as I may make it sound, but these couple of things CM Punk does, that they drive me up a wall. Like, I can't watch. They take me out of a match completely.
If you like WWE matches, you will think it's like one of the best matches ever. I think that's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, but like this was the last thing I watched yesterday before I went to bed, right? Today, the first thing I watched, like this Diana show we're gonna get to later, and like so many of these wrestlers have a so much more believable wrestling style fundamentally than like any of the WWE wrestlers that it's just insane to me. And like nobody covers Diana, right? That's so sad.
Literally no one. I don't know of any other podcast or written place that covers Diana. Like, yeah. I think even Mag, maybe that's out of there. I know they do Actress Girls, obviously, quite extensively, but I don't know if they do Diana. I don't know why. Just literally no one. And it's not like a small indie. It's they've got their own like dojo that they rent out a lot. Yeah, anyway. They draw like 800 at Korakuen Hall. I know, whatever. We'll get there.
Yes. Anyway, I guess that's all I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, listeners, enjoy your 2 hours of Las Vegas content on this episode.
Oh, are we gonna transition into this now?
No, we're gonna do. Well, we need to do. Actually, yeah, we might as well. Actually, that's a good transition.
Yeah, for more, you're gonna hear a lot more about Las Vegas now, I guess.
Right now.
Join
us back after.
Hell yeah. So as I've already mentioned, hopefully in the intro of the episode, we have a special guest for today in here to bring us exclusive coverage from the WrestleMania weekend shows. There was a lot of Joshi going around in Las Vegas this week, so Chris Whitehead here. He was already a guest for Joshi'ing around the classic version. I think episode 9, is that correct?
Sounds right.
That sounds about right.
Sounds about right. He was live in Vegas for the entire week for a couple of days. How long were you there, Chris?
Wednesday morning until Saturday morning.
Awesome.
Wait, you didn't stay for WrestleMania?
No.
Oh, not a true fan.
Yeah, fake fan.
Actually, episode 9 was Eric.
I think it was 11.
Yeah, it was 11. 11 was Chris, 9 was Eric. That's cool. Check out these episodes, they're awesome. You were not at WrestleMania. That's crazy. You missed a hell of a show, I heard.
Yeah, I heard it was really good. I heard the booking was flawless. I heard the tickets were very affordable.
You missed a sick Austin Hart level double turn in the main event.
Was it?
Double juice,
it was
too.
Like a quadruple turn, right?
A quadruple turn. It was like a 360 turn.
It was like they kept turning.
Yeah.
They were Tony Hawking.
They were Tony Hawking.
Yeah, basically.
Well, one other thing I wanted to mention is Chris also helps organize the amazing newsletter team, and we do have a new issue of that. And yeah, I guess, if I didn't talk about this in the intro, because I definitely didn't, because now I've spoken about it a day before recording, it is our best issue yet, I think, personally, and how it looks, the content, the exclusives scattered around, the reports from contributors, like Alice, the amazing front page article from Emmy, who writes like no one else we've ever met, seriously talented writer, and then we've got a bunch of features from Chris Gannon, and then you, Chris W, Sean, Micah, we've got reviews from our own beautiful German, Tim Hunter, and of course my own coverage in the Asia section. So
and some Trish Spears specials on the news.
Yeah. That's the exclusives. Yeah, scattered around. A lot of Trish specials everywhere, and I'm pretty sure like this issue will it will stand the test of time. Like no one can do what we did with this issue, and everyone should be proud of themselves. And so please read whatever promotions you guys are interested in. And yeah, Chris helps us organize all of that. So.
And read something that you don't think you're interested in, because you'll learn something and you'll read some great writing. And I think this is the issue with the single most different number of contributors yet.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. I mean, someone told me that they started watching Diana because of the newsletter. So that's just, I will always be happy because of that. Just that one person.
That's what we want.
That's great.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Tim. I just wanted to plug that.
No, that's great. Thank you, Chris, for all your hard work on the newsletter.
I really don't do as much as other people. And also, while we're talking about it, I have already spent this morning writing something for the next one based on some of the things we're going to talk about here. And then, later on, I'll mention something really special we're going to have soon. So we'll use that as a teaser to make sure people listen to the end of this segment.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. So how are we gonna?
Well, I was thinking
go through this. What's the best?
I'll give you a little bit of a general kind of overview, and then I'll go through the shows I was at in chronological order, and I'll go through some of them quicker than others because two of them are legitimate Japan import shows with Marvelous and Stardom, and then the others are just American indie shows that had guests on them. That sound like a good plan?
Yeah, hit us up.
Okay.
So, just for the listeners or in general, I watched some of the Despe Invitational or whatever, Invitational.
You did?
And I watched the Stardom show.
You did?
Great.
Why?
I didn't get to watch much else. So I mean the Marvelous show is not out yet, and the West Coast Pro show is gonna be out maybe by the time the show releases, but at the time of recording it is not out yet either. These are like the two main things we are missing. So Chris is just gonna have to take us through those entirely without any of our own input. But I can talk about some of the Stardom show. I when I prepared and ate dinner today, I just put Stardom on in the background, so I don't have the most thorough thoughts or notes on it, but I kind of have like a general overview of what happened, I guess. So yeah,
that's good. That might be the one thing all three of us have seen parts of. Yeah. So to your point, some of the shows I was not at the Despi show, so you can talk about that if you want to. Some of the shows I was at did not air live. I have spoken to the people that are responsible for producing those shows. The Pandemonium Pro Wrestling show that was on Friday, that I'll talk about in a minute, is supposed to be available by Wednesday. It'll be on their YouTube. The West Coast Pro show, that's going to be probably one of the main things we talk about here, will also be up on Wednesday on their YouTube. Both those shows will be free. The West Coast Pro show is the most essential show to watch from the whole week. And then the Marvelous show, the West Coast Pro production team is doing the production for that. They're going to provide it to the Marvelous team sometime next week, maybe Thursday or Friday. After that, they don't know when it will go up. It will go up on Wrestle Universe. It's not going to be on Zyko or anything like that. They just don't know how long that'll take, and they can't speak to what's in there. We know from the past, other Marvelous shows can take anywhere from weeks to months to go up there. Hopefully, they get this one up there sooner than later, but at this point, no one knows.
All right, Eric, what are you? Did you watch anything from WrestleMania week?
Yeah, unfortunately. A few Dragon Gate USA, TJPW, a few Despe matches, CMLL, WrestleCon, some of it WrestleCon actually, to be fair, and then Stardom and one match from Bloodsport. So I guess you start off, Chris, because you were the first shows.
Well, but actually,
I think we're just giving Chris the stage here and take us through.
Well, that's very dangerous. No, I'm kidding. I'll behave. So actually, to Eric's point, as you may have noticed, the slightly underwhelmed tone to Eric's point about the various things he watched on streaming there, I think that's been one of the most interesting things that I've observed. I was there in Vegas for 3 days, like I said. I was with, a good number of people, 5-6 people. We had a little mini kind of crew that we were mostly all at the same shows. Universally, all of us were just talking about how great it was, how most things were better than we saw last year, how we were having a great time, the shows were delivering, the wrestlers were doing great work, everything. everyone that's been watching online all weekend hasn't seen any of those shows, and it seems like a lot of the shows that were on were slop or hit and miss or just, garbage, which, Eric, I'm guessing from your tone is what you experienced. So I think it's really fascinating that all the best shows aren't available, but I really hope I just gave you the rundown of when they'll be available. People take the time to watch them afterwards because there's some things that are kind of must see for anybody that wants to have completed the year of wrestling in 2026.
Yeah, the CMLL show was good. The Blue Panther Hechicera match was actually awesome. I thought that was my match of WrestleMania weekend, without Marvelous and West Coast Pro. I've seen their other matches in the series, Blue Panther and why did I say Hechicera? Not Hechicera. Ultimate Guerrero. Yeah, I've seen the other matches in the series. I'm not like a Blue Panther Ultima Guerrero fanatic like some others. But I thought their matches were always really good, but like not match of the year contender. But this one I thought was like the best. Like the crowd, the vibes, they were just going fucking all out, like a 65-year-old doing like 4 suicide dives. It was honestly fucking crazy. So that was the best thing I watched. I didn't watch any of the GCW stuff, which is the stuff that's getting like universally panned. I saw one Bloodsport match and that's it. So I wouldn't say I had like a bad WrestleMania weekend. It just didn't like grip me. And I'm pretty sure the West Coast Pro show would have gripped me. So
yeah, for sure. Right. The other thing I was going to say is for 10 years or more, kind of one of the defining themes that comes out of WrestleMania is like, who was the breakout wrestler of the weekend? I guess breakout varies a little bit depending on the person's interpretation of how well known somebody was before. I think 2016 or 2017, I forget which one it was, one of the breakout people of WrestleMania weekend was Will Ospreay, but to many people, he was well known at that point. I would say the breakout wrestler of this week is undoubtedly Johnny Robbie from West Coast Pro and from other, American indies. She worked at Marvelous last summer, as you guys know. Johnny's fairly well known if you've been watching American indies or you pay attention to people.
Yeah, she was already good.
Exactly. She's been the West Coast Pro Women's Champion for a year, different things like that. But the people who are less exposed to U.S. indies or less exposed to U.S. West Coast indies, perhaps, and don't watch Joshi indies where she was on tour, I think it was a coming out moment for the people who were less exposed to her. So I think that's the clear. The other one, of course, is Senka Akatsuki. We'll talk about that. Second year in a row having a breakout at WrestleMania. I'm not hearing much buzz about anybody from any of the shows I didn't go to. So I think we should expect great things from Johnny this year. I expect to see her on TV before the year is out for sure.
I feel like the first time I saw Johnny Robbie pop up was actually on a New Japan show in the US. I have no idea when that was or how long ago. I'm guessing like around this time last year. She had like an opener. I think even an intergender match or something, but she already looked pretty good in this one. She's even like.
That was the first time I saw her. It was in It was in Long Beach, 2024 December. I think she wrestled Mina Shirakawa.
That sounds right. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. So that was the first time I saw her for sure. Yeah. No, she's excellent. So.
So I'm familiar with her from her Marvelous tour. In like May 2025. That was literally the first time I saw her, and I was kind of surprised that someone came over and was able to keep up with everyone. She was fucking great, and obviously that's when she had the initial match with Senka for the West Coast Pro Women's title, right? Which was an excellent match that Senka did awesome in. And so that's kind of when Robbie was on my radar after that Senka match in June 2025. And then after that, I started watching West Coast Pro stuff because I was like, oh, okay. Well, Titus wrestles there, who was obviously on Marvelous, touring with Marvelous too. I was like, he's fucking great. Johnny's great, so I might as well check out some more of this promotion. So,
yeah, and she's going back for the Buntai Marvelous 10th anniversary show.
She is in a match we previewed on our previous episode.
Yes.
All
right. So,
oh my god! Right.
Yeah, that match, the hardcore 8-person with Masha Slamovich.
Hell yeah! Oh hell no!
Sorry, go on, Chris.
However you.
No, that's fine. I was
Chris,
going to say that. So that's the big picture thoughts, right? The live experience was fantastic. Johnny's probably the breakout person, albeit the people who know they already knew, right? So yeah.
So just to make it clear on the how good is WrestleMania week. So obviously people have been talking about the concept of WrestleMania week dying, and I guess the one thing that I think is hard to argue against is the quality of shows as a whole probably has reduced considering since like 2019, because obviously like all of the elite talent on the independent scene, you know, from Ring of Honor back then or even like early AEW, right, they don't have any reason to do those shows anymore, like with AEW contracts getting bigger and bigger. So like all of the elite independent talent are under contract with the big two, right, compared to like many years ago, like so undoubtedly the quality overall will decrease, but that's not to say there's no quality. So like the what's it, do you know what it's called, the what's it called? The not Deadlock Pro anymore, but the West Coast Collective thing. It's not the collective.
Oh, the new initiative.
Pandemonium or whatever.
The initiative,
Paragon?
yeah, exactly.
The new initiative.
The new initiative, yeah. So the new initiative are like now the flag carriers for the weekend, would you say? But everything else is just cheeks. Whereas before, you probably had much better all-rounded experience at WrestleMania week. Now you need to go see the new initiative to see the good stuff. Would you say that's accurate?
I think more or less, yeah. So the new initiative was you know, West Coast Pro, New Texas Pro, St. Louis Anarchy was the core. You know, then they brought in Marvelous, Pandemonium Pro joined in, and then Pride Style, which is a local Las Vegas company. So they did all their shows together at the same location. That was definitely where you would see the cream of the independent crop. You know, there was a lot of foreign guests and independent workers, the GCW collective shows, or at the, you know, the Palms collective, the CML, Stardom,
sure,
House of Glory stuff. But yeah, you're correct. For the real, you know, kind of like for the sicko fan, for lack of the better expression, you know, the people that really know what's up, the people that post in forums and discords and want to see the best stuff. Absolutely. It was the shows.
The old school indie film, you know, the WrestleMania weekend vibes.
Yes.
Right. Outside of WrestleMania, you go to the new initiative for those kind of vibes, right?
Exactly. Like what WrestleCon used to be 8 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I wanted to ask you. Cool. Sorry, continue.
All right. So we'll start chronologically with the first show I went to, which was Wednesday, 3 p.m. at the Bazaar Bar, where all of the new initiative shows were, which was Pandemonium Pro Wrestling, their show Whatever Forever, which with that name should have had Orange Cassidy booked, but didn't. This was a fun way to kick off the weekend. I won't take you through all of the various matches with the indie wrestlers and the non-Japanese guests and all of the men, but
tell us about Poi, Chris.
Yeah, so the main reason I think most people came to this show was what ended up being the third from top match of Natsupoi from Stardom, of course, versus Johnny Robbie, who we just talked about, which was like essentially, if I was booking a show, would be one of the first matches I would write down. So I was pretty delighted to see that. That was what sold my ticket on this show. And then I reached further into my wallet and did a thing that I've only ever done once before, and did a meet and greet with a wrestler. So yes, I did in fact meet my Blorbo Natsupoi before this show. And
congrats.
Yeah, it was fun. I generally find meet and greets to be quite awkward and avoid them. But I just, you know, when else am I gonna get to meet Natsupoi? So I did it.
She seems like the type of person to make it, like she will go out of her way to make it as comfortable.
Oh no, she was really sweet.
One of those people.
I thought you were gonna say she's gonna make it extra awkward.
No, I think she's the opposite.
Yeah, she's been doing them, you know, so long. You know, when she was working at all the places before Stardom, the last, you know, stopped doing them the last few years, but she probably did them for years before that. No, so she was delightful. She was really nice. It's unbelievable how shredded she is in person. You know, it's like, yes, you know, she's 4'11" or whatever, but she's so jacked, it's crazy. It was very nice. The most important thing of, you know, the whole event was that we said bye poi to each other. That was really all I was looking to get out of the experience.
Hell yeah.
So that was great. And then, you know, just because life is strange, the person taking the picture of the two of us was Sumi Sakai. Sure, why not? And you know, I chatted up.
So she still works in the New Japan office.
She does, yeah. She helps out with all kinds of stuff for them, especially Mania Week. She's always running around everywhere. I saw her like 3 times all weekend. And then Taro Okada was just there hanging out, supervising, I guess. So I started trying to chat him up whilst I was in line. He was not He was not interested in getting to the deep nitty gritty details of Cosmic Angels with me. He told me just to keep watching the show. No, I didn't really ask him that, but I was trying to say hello to him. Been trying to work on that for a while. But yeah, so that was fun. Then the show itself. So like I said, I'll spare you the other matches. Natsupoi and Johnny Robbie went on third from the top. I'm told they should have had 15 minutes, but they ended up with 10 because some people went long and they had to finish the show on time to finish the meet and greets after the show.
Oh, wow. They cut this match?
Yeah, that's the match you cut?
Yeah,
Wow.
No judgment. But yeah.
So I guess it was just fun then.
Yes, they had to
next level. Or
they had to finish the show on time to make sure that people who paid for meet and greets could do their meet and greets. So, it was a sprint. They kind of worked like high speed for the most part because I had reasonable confidence that Johnny would be able to get in there and hang at that level because she is that good. But then immediately within the first minute when they were doing, like high speed rope running and stuff like that, I was like, yep, she's perfect in there. She's, she can coexist at that level. It was great. They mostly had, the first half of the match was Johnny bullying and beating up on Poi, which is perfect because, she is larger. And she knew that the crowd came to see Natsupoi, even though people love her too. So she bullied him. They built, that gave Poi the chance to do what she does best and sell, which in a small room when she was 6 feet away from me was remarkable to really see that selling up close. And then they turned that into building a big Natsupoi comeback where she, did a bunch of her signature stuff and then put her away with the Ferial gift. And
did you say this match was going on VOD? I don't remember about this show.
Yes, this will be up, I think, on Wednesday.
Oh, as well.
Should I not have spoiled the outcome?
Oh no, that's okay. I was actually just curious. I don't care about this one.
Okay.
In general, we should maybe say to our listeners, I mean, it's not too late for Poi and Johnny, but this is not gonna be a spoiler-free review. So for all the shows that are yet to come out on tape, you might want to skip ahead for some of this.
Yeah, sorry, I
depending on how
I didn't say that out loud when I was listing when all the shows were going to air. I was implying that we would be talking about the results and that this is when they would air, and I meant to say that more explicitly. But yeah.
Just making sure.
I think you're right, Eric.
Yeah, and also, this
one was never in doubt.
Did people expect Robbie to beat Poi? So that one's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then the main event of this match also featured someone guesting from Stardom. So for the Pandemonium Pro Women's Championship, a 3-way match with Saya Ida versus the champion Amira. That's the American indie worker Amira from Portland, not Michael Oku's second Amira. And Janai Kai was the third participant, the Kick Demon, seen on AEW Dark back in the day. So Amira was the champion. I think this was a 3-way for logistical reasons because I don't think they wanted to belt up Saya Ida. And so they needed a third person to take the fall. This was fine. This was also about 10 minutes. This also ended up getting time cut, as I understand it. It was at its best when Saya and Amira were in there together. If people don't know Amira, the American indie wrestler, she is like a powerhouse also. So her and Saya is, a pretty fun matchup. They're, Amira's a little taller than Saya, but they're, big, powerful, big, small, powerful women who were muscling each other around. That was really fun. They did the classic thing where everybody spent a few minutes, each person in turn spent a few minutes outside the ring and the other two people worked. And the finish, as expected, did not include Saya. So she, spoilers, did not become the Pandemonium Pro Women's World Champion.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
Yeah, damn it. We could have used another one of those American indie belts on Stardom shows all year. This was really fun. Again, it was great to see Saya in a small room. She is so jacked, it's untrue. The ceiling in this venue was quite low, so she threw her coat as high as she could, and of course it hit the ceiling immediately. But it was great. They both of them had giant meet and greet lines before and after the show. I hope they filled their pockets with American dollars because they deserve it. It was this was really fun. It's a great way to start off the weekend. There were some good matches on the undercard with the indie workers and the men. People can read about those in my feature when I write about it. But so it was
smooth plug.
Yeah, pretty remarkable to see the venue of this capacity is about 200 people. This show was probably more like 150. It was a small ring. It was one of those rings where because the ceiling is low, the whole bottom part of the ring isn't there, and the mat is like a shin high instead of like hip or waist high.
I saw pictures of that.
Yeah, I'm told that they're called low boys, or at least in the Texas scene, they're called low boys. So yeah, that was cool. It was, El Desperado was at this show unmasked, just hanging out watching.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck about kayfabe, I heard.
He did that all weekend. And he tweeted out that he didn't believe it was possible for them to have a match that good in a ring that crappy.
For Poi and Robbie?
Yeah.
Or?
Nice.
Oh,
to be fair, he's been unmasked plenty of times in his death matches and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he was literally unmasked this weekend, actually, on the Invitational.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was that. And then went to get some dinner with some people. And then we headed over to Dragon Gate USA. There's no women on that show, so there's nothing really Joshi'ing around relevant to talk about. But I need to address the rumors that I was caught shoving money into Hyo's crotch. All I'll say is that deepfakes are incredible these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm stealing that joke from Rich Grace from Voices of Wrestling, because he and I were both captured doing that. But it was definitely us.
You were on your phone while Rich Craich was.
I was taking pictures of this beautiful man stood right in front of me.
Okay.
For research, respectful research purposes.
Yeah, storing it in the bank. I get
Yeah,
it.
I mean, the people want to see the people who couldn't make it wanted to see pictures of Hyo's abs. They're quite remarkable.
He is ripped, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he won Best Body or something for some contest. That was the contest that Saida...
The annual New Japan bodybuilding contest they do in December.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
He won it. Cool.
Taichi should have won that.
Taichi? You think Taichi's got the best body?
He had the best application picture.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
I agree. All right. And then, so that wrapped up Wednesday. Thursday was a long day, 4 shows. The first of those shows was New Texas Pro Wrestling, 11 a.m. There was no Joshi wrestlers on the show.
Okay.
And
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have a question. No, sorry, it's not that one. I had a question about the St. Louis Anarchy one. That's the next one.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, so there's some women's matches on the New Texas show, but nobody I think that's relevant to talk about here, because nobody that's like been in Japan or is going to Japan as far as I know it. But it's a very enjoyable show. There was a great Dragon Gate style 6-man tag with Dragon Kid that opened the show. This one is available on VOD if people want to watch it. I would recommend that opening 6-man tag. There's a lot of just hard-hitting good wrestling up and down the card on this as well. But, let's not spend time on that.
No Joshi, skip.
Yeah, 3 p.m.
Awesome.
was the St. Louis Anarchy, Let Anarchy Be Anarchy show. I missed parts of this because I decided to go drop off my car and come back to the venue and get some lunch and a cocktail in the middle, because I figured I probably was going to have a few beers later that night, so I didn't need to have the car around. There were no Japanese wrestlers on this show either. There was a handful of women's matches. Billy Starks was on the show. Charlie Evans was on the show. But again, nobody that's really...
Yeah, but my question was, I heard that you missed like a really great match because you went to the balcony.
So, yeah, some of the folks who were there really enjoyed the 6-man tag match with 3 Australian guest workers, North Shore Wrestling. Yeah. Taking on 3 American guys, Camaro Jackson, Everett Connors, and Mike Outlaw. I got mixed reviews.
I need to watch that.
Some folks said this was great. Some folks said this was very good. I would generally think it's probably like in the my guess based on the people I talked to and smoothing out the star ratings is probably around a 3.75, maybe a low 4.
All right, fuck. Next.
I didn't see it, and I remain convinced Australian wrestling is a psyop because I didn't see it, so we'll never know. But yeah, I was trying to catch some downtime in between things here, and also talking to some people about some things that we can talk about a little bit more in a while. But yeah, nothing to report for the purposes of Joshi'ing Around Weekly on the St. Louis Anarchy show. Which means we can move on to absolutely the best show I saw the whole time I was in Vegas. One of the best shows I've ever been to in person. Absolutely the most rabid crowd I've ever been to in person. This is the West Coast Pro West Coast versus the World show, again from the Bazaar Bar. And
Wait. I think Eric's internet is cutting out.
Well, I mean, I'll stay until the Senka match comes up.
Yeah.
And for context, for people listening, I do not want to be spoiled on the Senka. Well, everyone knows it's Chris Hero, right? So that's not a spoiler. I'm pretty sure everyone knows that. I do not want to be spoiled for that, so I'll be stepping out on that match. But I assume that wasn't the opener.
no, it was not. So
Oh, I kind of thought it was actually, because it was like a 5-minute exhibition. I thought they would just do that as the opener.
no, the opener was a match. Even though it's 2 men, I'll recommend it because people should watch this match. LeBron Cozone and Alpha Zoe open the show with a really great, hard hitting, big
Cozone's awesome.
big boy match. Yeah, Zoe is great too. They're perfect for each other. The second match, I think this is the correct order. The second match was Miko Alano taking on Aja Kong. Miko Alano is, a graduate of the West Coast Pro Academy. She's been wrestling around 2 years, if I remember correctly. I don't think her age is listed, but I think she's probably in her early 20s, is my guess. She's going to Japan I think she said May 1st when I asked her. She's going to Marvelous along with another trainee from the West Coast Dojo.
Wait, she's on the Buntai show, right? I can't even remember now. We previewed it last week. I'm pretty sure
she is. She's got real potential. I'm excited to see. I don't know how long she's going to be there. I assume 3 months, like Johnny was last year. I think people are gonna like Miko. She's she's bigger than some of the other wrestlers, so she can bully people around. She bumps well, she sells well. She has she has like real babyface charisma to her. So I'm excited to see what she does in Japan. This match was the traditional Aja Kong rookie sacrifice match. So, Miko just got her ass kicked. I think Aja Kong took 1 bump for her, which is pretty good.
1?
Well, it's almost like 2.
What did she bump on?
Almost like 2 half bumps. And we added them together and called it 1. So, yeah.
Right.
So that was great. I think people, dedicated Marvelous watchers, will enjoy watching Miko later this summer. And then...
Awesome.
I'll do this out of order so that Eric can time out his timeout better. The main event of this show was, once again, Johnny Robbie against Mio Momono. This was for the West Coast Pro Women's Championship.
Spoilers.
Big spoilers. Mio Momono won the title from Johnny Robbie.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing she's going to do way more bookings in West Coast Pro, because otherwise why would you do
I would
that?
assume so, especially because Johnny had held that title for, I want to say about 390 days, and this was her 15th defense. She'd beaten everybody. It was one of the most definitive West Coast Pro titles runs of all time.
But she's not going back to Japan, right? Well, she hasn't been announced.
Is it? I was going to ask, is Johnny
So I don't think this is...
maybe not much longer for West Coast Pro or something?
That's what I think.
So, I mean, probably not, because she's so good, but she also won...
Yeah.
She won the Pride Style World title on Friday night.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
I think this is just,
Time for a change.
I think this is just West Coast
Okay.
are going to be
Just
working with
normal,
Marvelous
that
more,
makes sense.
maybe bringing people over. They have these visas, right? Why not make the use of them?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
They have access to a quality of wrestler that nobody else has through the Marvelous connection. So, why not leverage
Absolutely.
that?
I mean, they've done so in the past too.
Yeah.
I've seen Mio Momono a bunch of times, I think, in West Coast Pro matches randomly.
And also, it's fitting, right? Because like I said, Johnny had this title for over a year. She ran through everybody she could run through. Who better to lose to than somebody as good as Mio?
Yeah, if you're going to drop the title, one of the best wrestlers in the world is a pretty good shout.
Right. So yeah, this match was great. I would recommend this was the main. I'm doing this out of order, but this was the main event of the show. And there was enough time in between the middle of the show where big things happened and this match for the crowd to be back and be up for them. So this was and just like I said when that's point, Johnny was able to go in there and work at full pace with Mio, full effort. Not, quarter speed, half speed, whatever, like you see with American people, like we'll talk about on the Stardom show later. And she just looked like she belonged. She can hang with Miyamoto. She can hang with Natsupoi. There's nobody you can't hang with if you can do that, right? So this was great. Yeah. Big recommendation for this match. One of my favorite matches from the week. But
Awesome.
not my favorite. and we should talk about
All
that
right,
now.
bye. Have fun.
Okay.
Tim, poke me.
I ping you.
Okay.
All
So
right.
Eric has gone into his cone of silence here while I talk about Senka Akatsuki.
I have already read a written review of the match, so I can't be spoiled anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't have to mute myself. That's
Yeah,
cool. I can keep you company for
appreciate
this
that, Tim. So if you're listening and you don't want to know anything about this match, skip forward at least 5 minutes. Because I think
it is supposed to be the best match.
I have things to say. Okay, so Senka was supposed to wrestle Danny Luna on the show. Danny Luna had a family emergency that was announced a few days after the show as being her father died. So instead of coming to Vegas, she flew right back home to be with her family. That's awful. I feel terrible for her.
That is absolutely.
Yeah, that sucks.
Condolences to Danny Luna and her family.
Absolutely. It's hard to kind of pivot away from that and be excited. I'm afraid I'm going to have to do it. But yeah, nothing but condolences for Danny and her family. So 24 hours or so before the show was announced, after West Coast found out that Danny wasn't going to make it, they announced that Senka would wrestle a mystery opponent in a 5-minute exhibition match. Of course, there was all kinds of rumors and ideas floating around about who that might be. I was told that only 4 people knew who it would be: Senka, Chigusa, the promoter of West Coast, and the opponent. Nobody else was told until the match went to the ring.
What did you think?
I assumed it was going to be Chigusa. As I think many people did. I think there was other names I heard thrown around. I was later told that Chigusa is firmly retired in America, at least as far as anything to do with West Coast Pro goes. She had her American retirement match.
I saw a retirement match. That was a cool match, actually. The retirement match for Chigusa in West Coast.
They're insistent she won't have another one in the US, is what I was told. So I think I can say that. And then the person that we all found out who it was be when the match Senka came out to the ring. Music hits. Chris Hero's music hits. People are blown away. Chris Hero has not wrestled in, I think, about 2 years. I don't think anybody expected him to be the person that walked out in this situation. Now, he is, I think, loosely involved in the office of West Coast in some way or another. So he was around. He was available. Everybody started melting down. Chris Hero has an all-time great theme, so that's cool. And then he came out, and I was like, a couple people, we were like, well, he's not going to wrestle. He's going to introduce the person that's going to wrestle, because he was dressed like, he was wearing like sweatpants and a hoodie and like moccasins of some kind or something. I don't know, not even sneakers. And this is weird. Then he walked into the ring and he didn't have a microphone. And then, the referee starts making the motions to the timekeeper and okay, Chris Hero is going to wrestle Senka for 5 minutes. Let's go. The crowd.
Did he wrestle in those moccasins?
He did. Yeah, because I was like, asking, the folks I was with, like, what the hell are these shoes? Somebody was like, I think they're orthopedic shoes or something. I don't know. I'm not bagging on him. It just like, he wasn't expecting to wrestle. I'm sure he didn't bring gear. Because of the way he was dressed, people thought it was like a swerve or something. I don't know. So they wrestled for 5 minutes. In many ways, it was made me think of last year's Senka Aja Kong match, which, Senka was throwing everything she has at this brick wall of a person and getting knocked over, trying again, making no headway with her offense, right? Just getting her ass kicked. But the crowd was as loud as the crowd was for her last year in the Aja Kong match. It was in the room even crazier this year. She was over from the start, and it just got stronger and stronger and stronger. I wrote my preview in the issue that came out last week that I didn't think anybody all weekend would have a better crowd connection than she did, and that proved to be true. It was wild. So as they get through they're doing time calls every 1 minute. As we get to like past the 3 minute mark, Hero, who's been kind of playing an asshole, even though people like him and they were happy to see him, he was being kind of an asshole. He was just beating her up and beating her down. As the time starts to expire and we get past the 3 minute call and into the 4 minute call, he's almost like he's playing with his food. he wasn't even really trying to win. He was just like beating her up and getting some kind of like sick, pleasure out of it. He was trying to break her spirit, is what he was trying to do, which is foolish because you can't break her spirit, right? That's her whole thing. And then, as the most wild part of this was with about 4 seconds left, when there's no time to win, he hit her with a pile driver just for almost like for his own amusement. And then the time expired. He was getting booed like crazy. People were losing their minds. Senka is, as she recovers, then she walks up to him and is in like a deep, knees down on the floor, bowing to him deeply, and he's blowing her off, and he's, just being a real heel. And then, he starts to leave. Everyone's calling him an asshole. People are chanting for 5 more minutes. He's walking around just doing nothing, Somebody in the crowd, I'm not sure who, yelled at him that he was a fucking coward and to get back in there. And then Chris Hero came and cussed out that person. Oh, no, wait, that was me. And then he goes over to the timekeeper and talks to the timekeeper for a few minutes and then a few seconds. And then they agree to do 5 more minutes, to the eruption of the crowd once again. And then they wrestled for about another 3.5, less than 4 minutes. And then this time she started to get some offense in and it started to have some effect. At no point during the first 5 minutes did he get more than a 1 count on her. There was multiple one kickouts at 1. It was incredible. In the second go round, he got some 2s. He did eventually beat her. It took a series of moves ending with a package pile driver to get the win over her. And then this time, after she recovered from being pinned, when she offered her respect to him, he repaid it, and they were both on their knees bowing to each other. It was wonderful, and then he, shook her hand and gave her all of the crowd's adoration as he left. That will play into some of what we saw on the Marvelous show later as well. It was remarkable. This was as magical a 10 minutes as wrestling can be. The crowd was just absolutely rabid. I really hope it comes over on tape, on film, how loud it was and how just visceral it felt. I was like, my body was like filled with adrenaline. Like I was my whole being was literally vibrating. I'm not exaggerating. Like I just like my entire body was shaking by the end of this from all the adrenaline. And I think a few of us felt the same way. And then, I felt horrible for the match that followed them because they had no chance. And everybody was getting like a crash come down from the adrenaline, and a bunch of people peeled out into the bar to, go relax, get some fresh air, do whatever. We can bring Eric back now, I guess.
Yeah, it's great. It's amazing what great wrestling can do.
I can't wait for you guys to see it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Can't wait either. I'm just gonna.
I've been lucky to, be in a lot of famous buildings and see a lot of some of the great wrestlers of all time, but nothing has ever made me feel like that. Nothing.
Yeah, that was an awesome match. Thanks for the recap, Chris.
Yeah. So then there was a couple matches in between that and the Johnny Wabi Miyamoto main event. We talked about those people. Sadly, didn't stand a chance because everybody was coming down from what they'd just seen. But yeah, they existed, and like I said, the crowd was back for the main event for Johnny and Mio. So yeah, that was the West Coast Pro show. Best show of the week, hands down. One of the best shows I've ever been to. Just great stuff. A+ review.
And it is going to be on their YouTube on Wednesday.
Wednesday, I was told directly. Wednesday, April 22nd, West Coast Pro YouTube page. I don't know what time of day.
What are we talking? Yeah, we talking Pacific morning or Pacific afternoon?
I don't know what time of day. I would assume afternoon, evening, Pacific time. Yeah.
Fuck. God fucking damn it.
But if everyone go to the West Coast Pro YouTube right now, smash the subscribe button, and you'll get the notification when it drops.
I might have gone through all this effort and then got spoiled anyway.
Probably.
Oh no, what happened?
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you off air.
Oh, okay.
Right, what we got next?
We got next a few hours later, so 11 p.m. Actually, they started a little bit late. Maybe it was more like 11:15, 11:30. Was the Marvelous show. I don't think the show had a name. I think it was just Marvelous Women's Pro Wrestling from the Bizarre Bar, once again in Las Vegas, Nevada.
One of 3 Joshi shows. Okay, 4 if you include Spark Joshi, but I kind of don't.
I don't.
I mean, maybe I should.
I don't.
Yeah. So 4 Joshi shows. It was TJPW, Stardom, Marvelous, and Spark Joshi. So yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah. So this was great. So last year, Marvelous kind of stole the show with the Aja Kong Senka match last year. It was also an 11:30 show. So they came right back, different venue to last year, slightly different card. So John Carroll from Wrestling Omikaze, Eric's side hustle podcast, was sat
Well, there we go.
was sat almost behind me during this show. And one of the things we remarked about to each other was that I said to him, John, am I crazy? Or is this building like a little baby tiny version of Shinjinku face? And he was like, no, I can see that because it's little. It's got the crowd is really close in. The ceiling is low. There's, a lot of drinking happening. So it was just...
This was still the Swan Dive, right?
Yeah, it recently rebadged from the Swan Dive to the Bizarre Bar, but it's the same location.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Swan Dive neon
You were
sign is
sitting-
still outside.
You were sitting in front of them, or?
I was sat in the front row. John was sat
Oh, okay.
second or third row.
Okay, cool.
More or less right behind me, over my shoulder. Yes, this was the only show I had first row tickets for, and what a gift that was. All right, so this show opened with the traditional lineup introductions. So everybody that was on the show was called out to the ring by the ring announcer one by one. Starting with some of the men who were on the show, because there was an 8-man men's tag team match where 7 of the people I think had worked in Marvelous at some point or another. And so that was cool. Ending with Spark Rush. So Sari made it from Korakuen Hall to the Bizarre Bar via 3 Los Angeles Airport, Tokyo Airport, Las Vegas Airport. She flew all night after wrestling on the Fortune Dream Kanakabashi show and made it here to perform for the 250 sickos in the absolutely standing room only. What do they say the ultra sold out shows are in Japan? Super no vacancy.
Super no
Super no
vacancy.
This was super no vacancy
also-
for sure. There was the amount of people stood in the areas was they actually before the show started. I've never heard this at a show before. Somebody got on the PA and said, anybody who is a wrestler or crew who is not working on the show, get out of the arena and please go to the backstage area. We need to make room for paying fans.
That's awesome.
And at that point, a bunch of people
The Marvelous are doing pretty well.
This was the only show at the Bizarre Bar, I believe, that sold out. Although the West Coast Pro show, I think, was pretty close. Yeah. So after we had the parade of wrestlers on the show, we had the 8-man tag team match with all the men that I talked about. I won't get into that here. I think the second match, I'm a little fuzzy on the match order because it was late and I was high on adrenaline still. But I believe the second match was Amira, who I mentioned earlier on the Pandemonium show, wrestling Echika Miyabi, who was a very pleasant addition to the show. Like, you guys have talked about this. Like, is she part of Marvelous or is she just a freelancer that works there a lot? Whatever it is, they got her booked on this show.
I think she's signed to your favorite promotion.
PPP Tokyo?
Yeah, she's signed with PPP Tokyo, but she works like every Marvelous show, even the ones in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was really cool to see her in person. I haven't even seen her on tape that many times. It was great. She's tall. I mean, that's not a surprise. She's probably 5'9" is my guess. She wrestled Amira, who I said before is like small but mighty. She chopped the shit out of her.
She does that.
Yeah, it was great. This was I don't have a lot of like moves and match by match recap notes and stuff like that, but this was really fun. And she gave her a beating. I think the next match was Sora Ayame against Maya World. So Maya World is another I guess she's signed now. I was going to say she's another
sounds
American
interesting.
indie worker, but Maya's signed to ROH AEW, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but, you know,
I like
Maya a
think
lot
Maya is
too.
good.
I sort of wrestled pretty seriously here for the most part. You know, it was a good matchup. Are we good with spoilers
Shin
on
kicks?
this one? There were some shin kicks. Are we good with
Yeah,
spoilers
fuck it.
on this?
Yeah, I don't care about any of this.
Okay.
I mean, I care about it. I just don't care. About
Yeah, this might be months till you see this. So
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to avoid.
Sora kicked her in the shins a bunch, used a bunch of roll-ups, and then pinned her for the win.
What?
Okay,
Sora
wait,
pinned
was
Maya?
Correct. Sora Yame pinned Maya World after a series of roll-ups and shin kicks.
Was it
Yeah.
the pro? Okay, you know there's a pin she does, Sorayama, where she like sits on the other person. That's like her signature pin. Was it that? Do you remember what type of pin it was?
I don't. There were so many roll-ups towards the end.
Okay, it's got to be that one because that pin is
I'm sure.
really fucking cool
Yeah.
the way she does it.
We were told
Did it
afterwards.
get a huge pop?
It did, or you know, a pop at least. We were told afterwards that this was her first ever win, but I'm not 100% sure that's right.
That is not true. Yeah.
I don't think that's right.
She beat she pinned either Maria or Rico at Korakuen Hall in 5th of May.
Right.
Because that's what made them turn heel.
Right.
Yes, and there was somebody.
I remember
somebody sat near me that said that. But yeah,
Was it Tim Dog?
it was
No,
Tim Dog.
that's not
yeah.
I remember something recently where she pinned someone with.
Did she?
I don't know. I think was that on Sendai Girls actually? I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, did she
was
pin
that Yura
Yuna?
Suzuki maybe?
Oh, you're
Or Yuna? I was thinking Yuna, but I think Yuna.
Yeah, maybe.
Something like that. There was some random Sendai Girls Open, I think, where Sora randomly won. That stands out in my memory at least. Maybe I made that up.
We'll find out.
Well, we can say it was her first win in America. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean for sure.
Yeah.
And also she doesn't win a lot, so either way the points.
Yeah. So it was really cool. I certainly thought that Maya was going to win, right? So I was.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
As an AEW signed wrestler, they don't
She's
lose too often.
AEW contracted. Yeah.
Yeah, to Soraya.
That's
incredible.
Crazy, actually. That's actually kind of
That is
sick.
fucking crazy. How did Scott pull that one off?
Yeah. Okay. I think the next match out
good, though.
was a four-way match with some local wrestlers. So last year on the Marvelous Show, they opened the match with a six-way with a bunch of local wrestlers, and then
Yeah.
I think somebody else that was in that got more bookings out of it. So this year we had Charity King, who I was not familiar with, although I think I'd seen her earlier in the day on a different show. Mighty Myra, who I was also not familiar with. Gabby Forzer, who I saw a bunch of times all weekend, who has like a gnome-based gimmick, the world's strongest gnome or something.
I think she's pretty popular in Canada.
Yeah.
Like C4 wrestling. And stuff
When
like
she's
that,
not
so.
doing gnome nonsense, she's a good hard-hitting wrestler. And then the fourth competitor was Sweet Caroline, another West Coast Pro Academy wrestler who was, I think, 19 or 20 and about a year in. She's the other West Coast wrestler that's going to Japan, along with Miko Alana next month. So
Who won this?
that is, Eric, is a fantastic question.
Okay, the only reason I ask related to Joshing Around is because normally whoever wins this gets like a tour.
I was going to say,
they did that.
I'm
last year.
99% sure it was Caroline, which makes sense because she's going.
Yeah,
she's
okay.
going.
Sure, okay.
She's a real prospect. She has great babyface energy. She has Tim told me she has a martial arts background, so she has some good kicks. She's tall.
Wait, what?
Such a dumb
Tim
name.
Dog?
Yeah, sorry, Tim Dog. Yeah.
Oh, I was like, wait, Tim Hunt has been scouting the U.S. independent scene.
My bad.
Oh God.
Yeah. So this was fine. It was really there. I think just to if anybody in Japan watches this show on Wrestle Universe, they'll see Caroline before she shows up in Japan, most likely. So it was very fun. Pretty fast. The next.
Wait, Eric, real quick. I have to interrupt you real quick. Cage Match is always missing a bunch of Marvelous shows, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one's on there,
Because
but it doesn't have the
Korakuen is not
results
on
yet
here.
because the show didn't air.
Nah, I mean her win earlier in the year isn't on Cage Match, and I'm losing my mind. Like, what's going
Who's
on?
win?
Because I'm sure Sora Ayame. Sorry, I was checking her profile, but
Yeah, I don't think she's won in Marvelous except for that tag match last year. Maybe.
there's so few matches of her. Did she have only 10 matches this year so far?
Well, Marvelous don't run that often, so yeah, that sounds reasonable. Marvelous have like 3 shows a month.
I feel like I've seen her get a pin recently, and it's not on here, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe Tim Dog is right.
Gotta check the Shupro.
Who knows? Yes.
Okay, so up next, if I have my order correct, was Aja Kong against Senka Akatsuki 2, rematch from their big match last year. It was really good and really fun. It was not at the level of what we saw from Senka earlier in the evening, but it was still fantastic. She got in, plenty of offense. Aja Kong took multiple real bumps in this match. Multiple.
Damn.
If I remember correctly, it was in this match she gave a top rope superplex. Aja Kong delivered one of those.
Holy shit.
I think that's true. I don't think I hallucinated that. And most importantly, Senka won.
That is kind of crazy.
That's
yeah. Which makes sense.
That is. I need to look it up later. I wonder how much Aja Kong's lost. I don't think it's that much at all.
I mean, it does make sense, but Aja never loses. That's very.
We were shown a tweet
after
the show that somebody said it was her first loss in a singles match for 6 years.
That kind of makes sense. Yeah.
That seems very plausible.
That seems plausible. Yeah.
Which again is remarkable.
Maybe Aja Kong doesn't give a fuck because it's America. I don't know. I mean, you'd still think she cares.
Maybe
just pride.
Maybe she is just willing to put somebody over like Senka, because it was absolutely the right thing to do in the room. It exploded when she won. Playing into the match earlier, Chris Hero came out to cheer Senka on along the way as well, and then celebrated with her afterwards. I think I got a couple really good photos that we can run of her celebrating afterwards. And then Aja Kong was being seconded by Magenta during this match. And then after she lost, the Magenta came in the ring and started talking shit to Aja Kong and trying to beat up on her and basically, asking her what the fuck is she doing losing to Senka Akatsuki. So then Aja Kong decided that they should have a tag match, Aja and Senka against Magenta, following right along from that match. So they had a little tag match. Maybe they went 5 to 10 minutes. They did the only chair bowling that was done all weekend in that venue. They did it directly into the chairs where we were sat. They brawled around a bunch. They did some stuff. And then Aja pinned one of the Magenta members. I forget which one. I did not have good notes at this point. I was too excited. Yeah. So as John Carroll pointed out to me, Aja Kong did a job and then 10 minutes later left with her music playing.
Hell yeah.
I mean, her music is awesome. Last year they had different music for Aja, I think. Did they have?
I'm pretty sure they had the right music, but who knows what will be on tape. In the room they did. But yeah, so she did do a job, and it was a real job. It was not a fake job. It was a real job. But she did leave 10 minutes later with her hand raised and her music playing, which was a pretty sly observation by John. Yeah, he made a good point there. But in many ways, it was also a smart cooldown move because that tag match gave people time to recover from Senka and Aja and, the shock of her winning and all of that. So, it was kind of didn't hurt the next people out too much. It was just really cool. It was great to see Magenta. It makes sense why their match wasn't announced in advance now. It was really cool. I recommend people see this when it comes out.
Awesome.
Then,
awesome.
In between that match and the main event, we had Miko Alana returning to wrestle Ai Hosan. This did not go very long. They didn't do.
Did Miko win, Chris? Just give it to me.
So here's the thing: the finish on this got blown. So they had some kind of a problem with the referee and the cradle and the counting, and it seemed like it was a 2 count, and the referee was saying 2, and the wrestlers seemed to think it was 3, and then whoever was in charge of running the show just rang the bell and played the music.
Whose music?
I believe it was Miko's music. I'm a little bit confused as well about what happened. I think Miko won, but I'm not sure if she was supposed to, or maybe she was supposed to win at a different time, or what. It would make sense storyline for Ai to keep losing, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Maybe she'll get her win back on Miko later in the in the tour or something. But yeah, something went wrong here. But I think they were just like, you know what, let's wrap it up. Keep moving because we got a main event match to get out here next. And that main event was Spark Rush, Suri and Takumi Iroha taking on Miyamoto and Johnny Robbie. They did not do any can they coexist stuff. Don't worry about that. They just wrestled as a team. They were actually a cool team together. Spark Rush came out second, of course. You've never seen somebody be so over as Suri was in this room, and you've never seen a human being not stop smiling for as long as Suri did. She smiled from the moment she came out, all the way through the match, all the way through the post-match, and then all the way through her 90-minute long merch line and beyond. She did not stop smiling.
Just to say, to put it into context, she finished wrestling against Saya Kamitani and Chihiro Hashimoto at Korakuen Hall. She immediately went to the airport, because there was some tweets from Shupro about someone dropping her off, whatever. And then she got on the flight, she landed, and then she just went to the venue.
She had to
maybe some.
I think she had to. I assume she flew to Los Angeles, and then she had to change terminals and take a plane to fly to Las Vegas, which is like a 45 to an hour minute flight, and then get to the venue because there's no. John and I looked into this. There's no direct flight from Tokyo to Las Vegas anymore. There used to be at some point.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that is like a
insane,
legit.
yeah.
That's the most crazy. I mean, that's the most crazy thing a wrestler can do, right? Travel wise.
She lived a 37-hour day, if my math is correct, and she wrestled twice.
She only had time. Yeah, she only had time to sleep on the plane. That's it.
Yeah.
So if she got bad sleep on the plane, that was it.
Yeah, and she seemed well rested. I was told that she brought one carry-on item with her, and that was it. So I don't know if how you fit that giant robe in there. She only had 8x10s at the merch line and like 3 t-shirts, which kind of makes sense. But when I say the merch line was 90 minutes long, I'm not exaggerating. I firmly believe 95% of the people in that building got in line to take a picture with her or buy an 8x10. It was crazy. I was there all the way until the end of the show, and there was a second line that developed downstairs at the ATM because they were doing cash only. It was remarkable. She must have made so much
People
money.
don't know the Joshis.
Yeah. Well,
it's a Japanese thing. It's not
but also in America, at this point, almost nobody carries cash anywhere. I mean, I'm like the weird exception. Actually, that's a little bit unusual because in Vegas, you almost always need cash for gambling or different things. But yeah, anyway, gratefully for those people, the building had an ATM downstairs. So they were able to get cash and come back in line. Yeah, so Suri was...
How much did she take for a mark picture?
It was $20 for a signed 8x10, and it was $20 to take a picture with her. And as far as I could tell, most people did both.
So let's say 200 people.
Yeah, she made
like
her money
$8,000
back for the flight, I think. Yeah,
like
about that.
$8,000 in merch.
I mean, even if you want to go on the low end
fee?
and say it was half the people, right? It's $4,000.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Good for you.
But also, the Takumi, Mio, Senka, Sora were all in the merch line. They all also had like a lot of people. That's part of the reason the merch line lasted 90 minutes because people were going up the line, talking to everybody, getting stuff signed, getting pictures, taking pictures. Yeah, it was an incredible income stream for them, I'm sure. The match itself was really fun. They only went about 12 minutes, which is, I guess they could have gone 20 minutes and done more of an epic, but, I think Johnny had wrestled 3 times that day already. Mio had wrestled, they wrestled each other like 2 hours earlier. Like you said, Suri had been on a plane for 14 hours. So I'm not going to give him a hard time for it to go in 10 minutes. It was 10 great minutes. It was stiff. It was fast. It was crisp. It was so good. Again, Johnny did not look out of place in there with Takumi and Suri. It's crazy. It was everything you would want to see out of them having that match. They got some great pictures. the venue was so small. I was sat in the front row. There was 6 inches between my feet and the edge of the ring. And the ring was small. It was probably like a 10 or a 12-foot ring. So they were 6 feet away from me, wrestling right in front of me, stiffing each other, putting on holds, doing everything you would expect. Takumi just kicking the crap out of people. It was incredible. It's one of my favorite experiences I've ever seen. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Takumi didn't do more. Like she wasn't on the West Coast Pro Show, right?
Right. Yeah. I think this was her only match on the whole tour.
Yeah. I mean, you would think she would have been there to do a West Coast Pro match. But
yeah. Well,
interesting.
I think May Sarah only had one booking all weekend too, but yeah, it's fine. So that was the Marvelous show. I'd recommend it. It's a really fun show. Had a good crowd. Main event is fun. Aja and Senker is fun. Everything else is, perfectly watchable. You get a wild moment with Sora winning. Yeah, and then I guess this is where I will tease the upcoming big exclusive for the newsletter, which we did hope to have some previews of here, but we weren't able to get some of the stuff in time. With some help from Eric, we got some questions together, and we were going to do in-person interviews with Senka and Chigusa or Takumi and Mio on the day at the venue. Unfortunately, Marvelous's translator was not able to make the trip. So instead, I was able to talk with Senka and Chigusa for maybe 15 minutes or so and do a little bit of chat, with some limited English, and then using the translation apps to go back and forth. But the Marvelous translator has sat down with them and gotten all of our questions answered. So he translated the questions into Japanese, sat down with them, got the answers, and translated them back into English. So in person by their person and no machine translation. So that's fantastic. I want to really, really thank Scott, the promoter of West Coast Pro, for helping us arrange this. I had an out-of-body experience when I was stood in front of Chigusa Nagayo talking to her. I started to...
Did she speak English?
Crazy, yeah.
I mean, well, we know she does.
Yeah,
how good does she speak?
She spoke a little English. Like, he told her that I was, with the press, and that I was the person that had given them the interview questions and all of that stuff. And she was extremely grateful. She was thanking me, which is fucking bizarre.
Chigusa Nagayo, thank you, Chris.
Yeah, it's just like one of the most insane fucking things that's ever happened. And then I was explaining through the apps that we really support them, and that we want them to we love that they're coming to America and doing so well, and we want to help facilitate that. I told them my colleague Eric's going to be at the Buntai show. She was very excited to hear that. So make sure you meet the wrestlers and hand out the cards and let them know we were there. I talked to Senker a little while. I told her that the three of us were all at Korakuen Hall when she wrestled Sarah Yumoka in December. She seemed extremely surprised to hear that. She seemed happy to hear that, but she looked at me like, oh, wow, kind of a thing. So that was cool. I talked to her a little bit about, how she feels about coming to America, and, is it how it feels for her to be so popular in the United States when she's, an 18-month rookie in Japan. She basically just said she was very excited. I'm sure we'll have better info on that when I get the translations back. But yeah, and then after the show, again, thank you to Scott. I was able to talk briefly to Takumi and Suri. I thank Suri for doing her crazy flight. And then I took pictures with them and Mio as well. We don't have any quotes from Suri. Just I'll level set people's expectations on that. I think we'd get murdered by Scott e-wrestling if we tried.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, I briefly spoke to Magenta as well. So that was great. We'll have more on that in something on the newsletter site when we get that figured out. But really exciting. And hopefully the first of many kind of things we can do in that space if this goes well. So look forward to that. And it was one of the most bizarre experiences of my life. I simply did not, I could not, I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience when I was stood talking to Chigusa Nagayo. It's just like, what the fuck is happening right now? And I think I probably looked like a strange man because I may have melted into a puddle of human goo. But she's a fucking legend.
You've got a good poker face.
I hope so.
I'm sure you played it off.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it sounds absolutely amazing.
Yeah, but so yeah, that was cool. I did not get out of there between all the waiting to get through the line and do everything and talk to them and all that stuff. I didn't get out of the venue until basically 3 a.m. And the show finished. The show finished around 1:20. That's how long the merch line was. I had to wait for the merch line to be finished. And I, of course, did participate in the merch line because I got my Senka Akatsuki first anniversary shirt signed by Senka. Because you can both be an interviewer and a mark, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully Senka becomes every bit as big as Hiroshi Tanahashi. I can sell his shirt and retire. And then I got back to the hotel. There was a crazy windstorm in Las Vegas. That's a thing that happens there. There was like 50, 60 mile an hour gusting winds all night. It kept blowing open one of the windows in my hotel room. I got awful sleep. I woke up around 4 a.m. Having slept poorly. What's funny about this, why I bring it up, is the exact same thing happened to me last year. I went to the Marvelous show. Senka destroyed everybody's brains. I went back to the hotel. For reasons outside of my control, I got no sleep. And then I woke up feeling like crap, but also being like, I don't care. I'm filled with life. This crazy Japanese rookie has made me feel so alive that I don't care. I got no sleep. The exact same thing happened this year. I woke up at 7 a.m. and I was like, God damn it. Then I was like, no, but I feel so good. Like, there's something about wrestling that when it's this good, nothing else in the world makes me feel that way.
Wow, there's good wrestling out there. We would have never have thought that, to be honest.
I mean, but you guys both know what I mean, right?
No, I know exactly what you mean. You're on a high.
Yeah.
Right. Adrenaline's pumping.
It's such a visceral, like, exciting feeling. It's just like no other art kind of brings me to that place. It's really fascinating.
No, I mean, it's the same with me and Tim probably. That's why we do this, right?
Right.
No, absolutely. I said something very similar to Chris earlier while you were deafened. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I did take my sweet time that morning, doing very little. I'm trying to speed it up because I know we're going longer than we talked about.
Yeah, what's the next show?
So
it's
yeah,
good.
I did not.
Now these informations are great and very valuable.
I did. And if people listen to this show on Wednesday, this will be the first they can hear about any of this. So hopefully it's worth it. Yeah. So I did nothing all morning. I was tired. I wanted to relax. The first show I went to on the Friday was the Stardom show, which was 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So I truly did nothing in the morning. I skipped the action wrestling show. I skipped the World on Lucha Gringo Loco show. I skipped everything and I just hung out. And then I went to the Stardom show, which fortunately you guys have both seen because I don't have the best notes in the world on this show. So you can jump in and correct me if I get anything wrong. I was with John Carroll, who we've talked about a few times at this show. That was great, and a couple of his friends. We had very nice seats. This was a bigger house than we expected in the end because, a lot of these shows as part of this did not sell well at all. So there was more people here than I expected.
I thought from like pictures I saw of other shows, this looked by far the best attended, I guess.
I didn't see any others, so I can't say.
Stream.
No, it definitely was. Like out the TJPW, even the CMLL show, I think Stardom did more. I actually don't know I'm sure they announced the attendance, but it seemed like it did better than even the CMLL show. Like I was surprised because I heard that the getting price was like $70. I think Angel told us in our Discord channel.
I also heard like the pre-sale didn't go well at all. Like from everything I heard all the time, everyone was saying they're not selling any tickets, but it looked pretty full in the end. So,
how much did you pay for yours, Chris?
If you want to,
I don't remember. I think it was over $100.
Damn, yeah, that's
God damn.
We were 4 rows off of the floor. They were great seats, but yeah, they were expensive. Yeah, so. But yeah,
cool.
The first thing that was really funny is the show starts and they show the video like they do at most Stardom shows of here's the match order and what the matches are, right, with the Stardom theme music and all of that. As soon as the video was finished, the ring announcer, who's the ring announcer that does New Japan American shows, the guy with the bleach hair, immediately gets on the mic and says, we're sorry, the match order has changed. We'll show you the match order as we go through the card. And then I think they only changed the order of the first 2 matches. It's just like, okay.
Japanese company.
Yeah, they're so interested in being accurate. The crowd here was interesting. There was definitely a bunch of hardcore Stardom, Western American-based fans, because people were doing like, bell calls and knew the wrestlers and knew their stuff and were cheering them on. Then there was also just like a smattering, maybe it was like 50-50 of just like American fans who came to the show, who were saying all kinds of dumb stuff and, being weird and not understanding things. Some guy complained that the wrestlers were hitting each other too hard. Yep, that's a strange one. A different guy yelled out, some kind of creepy stuff when Willow Nightingale came out. So yeah, it was.
Did he get reprimanded?
I don't know. It was. I don't know. Probably not.
I think the best thing to do is call these fans out. Like, why are you being weird? Ask them why they're being weird, and let them give a response.
Yeah, it was someone behind me, so I don't know who it was. Yeah. If it had been something next to me, I would have had some things to say to them. But yeah. So then the show was fine. Somebody asked me afterwards how the show was, and I said it was a perfectly cromulent Stardom house show, which is not necessarily negative. It was at the lower level of some of their house shows out in the regional towns. Except those shows probably don't have $100 tickets. I guess is the only difference.
Yes, exactly.
The worst wrestler I saw all week was in the opening match of the show. That was Isaka and Natsupoi against Saki from Colors and American wrestler Brittany Brooks, who
Saki's pretty bad. Yeah.
It wasn't Saki.
I knew you were going to say that.
With apologies to Brittany Brooks, I know nothing about her. She might be 6 months in. I have no idea. She blew multiple spots, and she was making Natsupoi work at 1/8 speed. It's fine.
Just to be clear, also, this was gonna be Maki Ito.
This was
it Saki?
This was the Maki Ito replacement. Was an American independent worker. So yeah, this wasn't what they had planned. They were in a tough spot. So it is what it is.
This match made me realize I do not need to buy the Spark Joshi pay-per-view.
Definitely not.
Oh, wow.
Which I think is happening as we record. Yeah, definitely not. So this was fine. Poi was really over. Sakura was really over. I think it was Sakura's first time working in the US because she didn't work any indie shows. She seemed really happy that people were calling for her and, was kind of smiling and, all the rest of it. It was cool.
She has a new blog out talking about her trip in America.
Oh, great! I look forward to hearing about that.
She loved the experience.
Yeah. So, of course, it was Poi's first trip to America, but she wrestled earlier in the week at the Pandemonium show, so it wasn't her first match there. Yep. So that was fine. The second match was somehow still EXV versus My Vida Loca. With bonus
the original
the OG
EXV reunited after they disbanded.
The Venus actually showed up months after the faction ended. Mina Shirakawa was here with Maika and Hanako against Rina Yamashita, Suzu Suzuki, and Hazuki, who I guess is not part of My Vida Loca, or at least isn't yet, but she sure seemed to be happy to be with them. Suzu was really over. Hazuki was really over. Maika was really over. Mina was TV over.
Over.
The 50% of people who don't follow Stardom who just showed up, of course, all know Mina.
Yeah.
So that was cool. This was fine. This is theoretically this is a preview tag for the match. Next weekend.
Okay, you say that, but Maika kicked out of the tequila shot.
Yes, and then pinned Suzu. Yes.
I was like, what are we doing here?
I thought that was cool.
Yeah, it was cool. I was just like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, the tequila shot is not the ultimate Suzu finish.
No, but she finishes a lot of matches with it. Like, what
she does. Yeah, the regular, whatever matches, but like...
Okay, what do you think's her ultimate one? That's the Spiral Tap or whatever it is? Phoenix Splash?
Yeah, that one. Or like the Locomotive Germans. are like above the tequila shot too. I
Oh,
think.
really?
I
Okay.
don't know. It's one of those three. I need to
Yeah.
add, but like I think the ultimate one is like the spinal tap. I don't know if she still does that.
She
but-
hasn't hit that since the Mace Sarah match, I believe.
Yeah, well, you got to save your ultimate death moves
Yes.
for when they're important, right?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I like it a lot.
Um,
Because whenever she goes up, I'm like, oh, fuck. Here we go.
I mean, Suzu kicked out of the Michinoku driver
Yeah.
too, right? Out
Yeah.
of the first one. At
Yeah.
least.
So,
And they were fighting Spirit German suplexes.
Yeah.
It was
They
kind
went
of
hard
funny.
in this match. I actually liked this quite a
Yeah,
bit. so.
it was.
yeah,
decent.
I wrote down that this was a real effort match where they seemed committed to being like, hey, this is an actual preview tag for our show next weekend. Even though
Yes.
we're not in Japan, we're going to do a real effort match. So I appreciated that.
Exactly.
And also, it doesn't matter what finishers they use in this match because they're going to be bloodied come All-Star Grand Queendom, and that'll be
yeah.
part of the finish, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So the next up was Athena wrestling Rena. So I am, I'm probably one of the low people on Athena. I understand that she's a good wrestler. I never see her have great matches. There's a gap there between her talent and her output for me. So I was interested to see how this one went. I think generally the consensus is this was the best match on the show. I would agree with that. I think it was also the longest match on the show.
I would say that.
I thought Rena was great. Rena was so over. It was crazy. Like she was over, and she seemed delighted because she loves being a babyface, even though she's a heel.
Mhm.
Yeah, she is a top lady.
Yeah. So, this was good. I joked. I mean, I was only half joking. Athena was able to wrestle up to the level of Rena. She never wrestles anybody at this quality, so I wasn't sure if she could actually still go at this level, because the last time I saw her have a truly great match was against WWE Asuka Kana, which was like probably 2018 or something.
Okay, she's had some really good matches since
I
then.
haven't seen them.
Yeah, but Chris hates Amoresu, you know?
That's not true. I went to a million indie shows. I had a great time. Talk to me about the tag team New Fever later. But yeah, no, I just hadn't seen her have a really good match in a long time. This is the best match I've seen Athena have in a long time. The last match I saw her have was Billy Starks. It wasn't very good. So I guess there was a Mercedes match at some point. Maybe I saw that.
The Mercedes matches were good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Was good. Was it one? No, they faced each other twice, right? Tim?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, the
Not
first
sure.
one was very
They
good.
had this weird little tag run also, but that I did. I think that was when I already stopped watching.
But this,
I remember like she had some really good ones for the Ring of Honor title at the start of her like reign. I think she's had that belt for like 4 years now, and like in the first 2 years, there were a couple of really good matches. Like,
I also really liked her Persephone match recently for the belt. I thought that was
Okay.
a really underrated match.
I didn't see that one.
so like I said, I haven't seen everything, so I might be wrong. But this was the best Athena singles match I've seen in a long time. It was not the best Rena match I've seen in a long time. Rena had multiple great singles matches last year and this year already. So,
Yes. Even in the Cinderella.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would have to think hard if there was a better Athena match than the Rena vs Hanan match in the Cinderella finals.
in her whole career, you mean?
Athena match?
Yeah,
The one with Asuka will probably
in
clear.
her whole career. Maybe. I don't know. That
I
was a
remember the
fantastic
Asuka one.
match.
I remember it being great, but maybe my memory's wrong. But
Yeah, because I think her best match is the Mercedes one at Spring. What was it, Spring Breakthrough? Whatever it is. And for sure, Rena Hanan was better. So
Yeah, for sure, it's better than that.
okay, I'll go with your guys' gut on this.
And we're not even let like Rena's top match there.
yeah,
Hanan's
Rena
maybe,
Hanan
but
is not Rena's
No,
best
that's
match.
her and
No.
SLK, right?
Yeah, exactly.
just
Yeah.
yes.
So anyway, it'd be
Anyway.
interesting to see if Rena ends up back in the US for Forbidden Door or for ROH shows or something, because she definitely got really over here, and Athena, I'm sure, is scouting for AEW as well. So
Well, that's why I was thinking this is a weird match to book. I was just surprised. Like, the only reason you book this match, I think, is because Athena asked for it. Like, why would you book
Yeah.
Athena Rena if one of them, like, how do you even come to it? You would just put them in a tag or something, right?
I don't know.
Maybe. Maybe they just wanted a cool match. I don't think it's like that big of a deal that Rena took a pin here, honestly.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about the pin. I'm just talking about the fact it was booked. It feels like Athena might have requested it. That's all I was thinking. Well,
That's
I mean, if
pretty
you,
cool. I think Athena knows her shit. Like she's
exactly.
probably very interested in Rena
Yeah.
or whatever.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Maybe when Athena was over there last year, she had a good time with Rina and just wanted
maybe they partied. Yeah,
maybe Rina has good English and is able to talk to people and network. Who knows?
Yep.
Yeah, so because if you're Athena, there's bigger shots you can call for people to wrestle on the show. So maybe she's just a sicko like the rest of us that really enjoys Rina. Good for her. So
yeah.
Then there was an intermission, even though the show was only lasted 2 hours 15 minutes. They did an intermission.
This was
on a 5-match show.
Hilarious.
I thought this was fucking amazing as well.
I thought, by hilarious, right? I mean, it's incredible they did this.
Yes. Yeah, it was.
I loved it.
It was wow. I needed to go to the bathroom, so I wasn't upset.
I don't know. I don't know if I love. I thought it was so hilarious that they all they did was show promos, right? They only showed in-ring promos. And my thought was just they really scouted the American market, right? They probably watched an episode of Dynamite or WWE and realized, wait, these people only want to see in-ring promos. Let's only show them in-ring promos during the intermission.
It's even worse. On the fucking Cinderella match, they fucking didn't show the violet screwdriver. They literally showed the 1, 2, 3 count after the screwdriver and not the move itself. I was watching this with Kaze,
so
shout out to
funny.
Kaze, and we just burst out laughing that they skipped out the violet screwdriver.
Yeah.
This is the first I'm learning of any of this, because as soon as they went to intermission, I got up and went to the bathroom, and then I started talking to somebody I met from the internet that I'd never met before, and by the time we were finished talking, they were bringing the next match to the ring. Or so we thought.
So, for context, they basically showed a whole recap of the Sayaka feud.
Yes.
All their matches. Well, they didn't show the matches. They
None
showed
of
the
their
finishes.
matches.
Yeah, the finishes and the in-ring promos, and they subtitled it as well. And the cool thing about that is you could actually see what the commentators were saying, which you don't normally get to do. So they also showed Hanan's winning the Cinderella, her speech, right, to accept the crown. Or
Yes.
Oh, they were showing that when I arrived.
Post-match.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they subtitles the commentators, and it was so hilarious. When Konami was spray painting Hanan,
Oh,
they were like, even Rina wouldn't do something like that, which I thought was hilarious. And then one of the commentators is like, she won't even be able to do photo shoots or backstage comments now. And then obviously straight after that, Hanan gets on the front cover of Shupro. So I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
They need to do. I love subtitles. I wish. Obviously, they don't care about the international audience, but it enhanced all of these promos for me, seeing their subtitles.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I missed all of that. Yeah, okay, so after the intermission, I thought they were calling a match of the ring. It turns out Taro Kato came out there to say hi and get terrorized by Thekla. Or Tekla, I guess. They're basically trying to, book something to make me personally very mad. So I guess congratulations, job done.
Forbidden Door.
I assume some kind of Taro Okada stand-in will wrestle Tekla at Forbidden Door. Tekla threatened true terrorism when she said that she might bring, quote, her girls, end quote, to Japan, which I assume means Julia Hart and Sky Blue, which I hope that doesn't happen.
Julia Hart in the 5-star. I don't even.
Eric,
that would generate so much heat from me. I could build a nuclear bomb. For sure.
I think we all could.
They could do a Goddesses of Stardom Tag League run with the Sisters of Sin now. Put the belts on them for a couple of months.
We should stop. We should stop talking about this because it might actually happen.
Yeah, let's not speak any nightmares into existence. So anyway, after that ended, we got into the New Japan Strong Women's Title match. Alex Windsor defending against Saya Ida. This was really fun. It was not too long. They wrestled the exact match you'd think the two of them would wrestle. As I was explaining to somebody that was unfamiliar with Saya Ida, she's like 4'10" Tomohiro Ishii to me. I think that's a good way to explain it to people who've never seen her. And who wouldn't want to see, somebody like that wrestle Alex Windsor, who wrestles, in a pretty fun, similar kind of brawling, powerful way. This was fun. Windsor retained the title, which is fine. I don't think anybody's craving for that title to be back in Japan.
I thought there was actually some sloppy spots in this match. They had less chemistry than I expected them to have. Because I think Alex Windsor is really good, obviously. I just thought there was a lot of different stuff where it just weren't on the same page.
Oh, maybe I missed that because I was, in the room. And
Yeah, I mean, being there
yeah.
live is, yeah.
I was honestly attending to my dinner during most of this match.
Yeah.
But from what I saw, I saw the finishing stretch. I thought was pretty fine. Was pretty.
Yeah, I'm talking early
fun.
on. Yeah,
Entertaining.
It didn't clear
okay.
Athena Arena as the
speak
best
on that.
match, that's for sure.
No.
Yep. And then the main event was a 6-person tag with Neo Genesis team of Starlight Kid, Azumi, and May Sarah, taking on the AEW team of Chris Statlander, Willow Nightingale, and Harley Cameron. This was fine.
All right.
They mostly left Harley out of the match. She was not in there very much at all, which helped a lot.
You know what? I mean, Chris, I think you're underselling Harley here. As in,
I'm trying to be fair.
She kept up surprisingly well. As in, I thought she was going to.
She didn't embarrass herself. I'll give her that.
Chris has always been underrating.
Yeah, exactly. He hates Harley Cameron. That's the
She's my
context.
least favorite Major League
I was-
wrestler by some distance.
Yes, I thought she did way better than I was expecting her to be honest.
I mean, she was barely in the match, is my memory.
No, she started off with May Sarah, and she did, like, to not look bad in the ring with May Sarah is kind of, you know, that's something to point out.
She looked better than Brittany Brooks. That's for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
The main part of this match that I thought was good was Azumi and Chris Statlander being in there together, and Stat just muscling her around and doing power moves.
Canadian Destroyer.
Yeah, I mean, I think Stat held her up for like a suplex for like 45 seconds or something. It was really cool. They did the Destroyer. I think Willow and SLK had kind of a similar section that was fun too. I really like Willow. Statlander crept up on me. I guess she's improved a bunch, and I didn't notice because I haven't been watching AEW.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah. I already liked her, but she definitely got better. Willow is always a great time. Willow tossed, I think it was May, onto everybody on the outside. That was pretty fun. And then, if I remember correctly, Azumi pinned Harley Cameron for the win.
Harley, I think.
With the sushi.
She took the Azumi sushi too, so yeah.
Yeah, so that was cool. And then they did a very brief promo in the ring after the match. I don't know if that was on the show or not.
The La Mystica, I mean, she took. Yeah.
So yeah, we got a little.
Wait, Harley took the Azumi Mystica?
It was an Azumi Mystica into Azumi Sushi finish.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
There was a little promo afterwards. Did that make air?
Yeah, it did.
Yes, Azumi was very over.
Yeah.
Like, the crowd cheered. For her, She was very.
They got a lot of crowd calls at the start of this match before the bell rang for her and for SLK. SLK, of course, was trying to get more, as she always does. Azumi's came a little bit more organically. And then afterwards
Azumi's the most. I think she's the most over Stardom person in America.
She had the most exposure for sure.
Azumi?
Yeah.
Azumi or SLK? Yeah.
Azumi.
Yeah.
I was watching the Despe Invitational, right? And from what I saw, I think SLK got the biggest pop on that entire show almost.
Oh, really?
Like,
I missed that match. Okay.
Like, that was crazy, the pop her entrance got. So I think Starlight Kid is also very over in the US, apparently.
Yeah. Interesting. Because what has she done in the US? I don't even... It's just Spark Joshi and D Stardom shows, right?
Yeah, but I don't know.
So it looks like she might be breaking containment a bit, I guess.
Yeah, I think people know who she is for sure. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, that was that show. It was fun. Like I said, nothing to write home about, nothing to complain about. Other than the price of the tickets. Yeah. This was not their best foot forward, but they made the best of what they could do especially after they lost 3 people. Fua-chan was there, hanging out, taking pictures, not wrestling, as I guess she just came on a tourist visa. So she seemed very.
Maki was Maki in the? I know Maki was, I think, on the Despe Invitational on commentary. Was
what?
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes.
Was
she on Stardom too?
No, she was in a.
She was on the Japanese. Apparently, they had a Japanese feed, like New Japan. This was a New Japan show, essentially, right? The Despe Invitational.
Yeah, but Maki didn't go to the US,
well,
right?
They can do the commentary from Japan.
Yes, she did. Didn't she?
No, she was one of the ones with the visa issues, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was supposed.
Yeah, she couldn't work. But
Well, you can't. I don't think you can come and
I
do
see.
commentary either without a visa, honestly. So maybe she did it from Japan.
I had the English feed, and the English announcer said that Maki Ito was on the Japanese feed on commentary, but I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe they
but they don't have to do the Japanese commentary from the venue.
Right.
Oh, maybe she did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did
that's
remote,
true. Yeah. Okay.
Because when they do
gotcha.
New Japan US shows, they do Japanese commentary from.
Yeah,
Japan.
she made it low. Okay. Yeah, I'm stupid. True.
So, yeah. So this ended up being, I won't go too deep into this. This ended up being the only show I went to that day because the night I got to a Lucha Libre show in a warehouse in an industrial part of Las Vegas. I went with Rich Craich from Voices of Wrestling. We waited in line for 90 minutes to go to this Lucha show. And then as soon as we got in there and we sat down and apparently some children had wrestled a pre-show match while we were in line. And it's basically 2 minutes after we sat down to watch the show, a bunch of cops came into this warehouse, started talking to a luchador in a gold mask and the promoter of the show for a few minutes. And then somebody, presumably the promoter, got on the mic and started talking in Spanish. And neither Rich nor I speak Spanish. And yet, once the crowd started booing, we knew what was up. Of course, everybody around us, for the most part, most of the people around us were, it seemed like this was a show for locals, not WrestleMania tourists like us. Some people gave us translations. There was some kind of issue between the promoter, the landlord, and the building owner or something. Nobody really seemed to know. The show was canceled. Everybody had to go home. Why they waited till the entire 90-minute line was seated to do this and didn't do it sooner, who knows? We did manage to get refunds because we paid cash, but people that bought tickets online were not getting refunds. Maybe they wanted to keep the money to pay the wrestlers. I don't know. It turned out to be a great story. I'm going to write about this more in my piece in the newsletter. It was a really fun experience. We didn't see any matches. It looked like it was going to be a great show. There was some cool people booked. LA Park was booked. It looked like it was going to be suitably grimy. It was. Yeah, so more about that in the written version, but what a perfect way to end WrestleMania week with a show that gets shut down by the cops for unknown reasons. I actually asked one of the cops very politely, it's like, I don't speak Spanish. Can you explain to me what's going on and why we're being asked to leave? And he was like, I don't really know either.
Oh, awesome.
And I was like...
The way you started that almost thought it had something to do with labor laws and children wrestling or whatever. When you said two kids were
exactly.
No, I don't think so. No, I should stress this was not any modern American problems with ICE or the cops or anything weird like that. It seemed like the cops were asked to come and mediate this dispute more than anything. They were not a very rare thing to come out of my mouth. The cops did not appear to be the problem.
All right.
So yeah, very very strange week. Great week. The West Coast Pro show from Thursday is absolutely a show of the year contender. It has a match of the year contender on it. Anybody that wants to kind of, complete, quote unquote, complete their year of wrestling has to see that show and that match.
That's me.
Yeah, I'm sure other people too. I cannot give you a bigger recommendation for that show and the Senka match. It's in the god tier of things I've seen.
That's amazing. Yeah, I totally believe you too. I think the overall talking points about how shitty everything was is it's kind of overblown, but also it's this dichotomy in a way, right? Between the really awful stuff and which is more out there obviously than the great stuff, which is on the tape delay and everything.
It's just fucking GCW. I mean, just don't watch any GCW and you'll be fine.
I do kind of want to watch this Effie match for some reason.
Oh, I'm never watching that. I'm just never doing it. Hey, maybe you can watch it and review it for this. Wait, maybe you already have watched it and reviewed it.
Maybe.
We will find out. Well, I will find out. You guys will already know. Yes. All right. Chris, you got anything else?
No. Thank you for letting me come on the show and talk for almost twice as long as we agreed to. I'm sorry.
That's just the Joshi'ing around weekly class.
Yeah.
That's a badge of honor right there.
Yeah. Well, I just enjoy hanging out with you guys. So it's very fun for me.
And you too.
Thank you both for doing the show. As you know, I'm an avid listener of the show. This show needed to exist, and now it does. And if you guys weren't doing it, there would still be a huge gap. So it's really important that you do it. I appreciate it. Thank you both for crushing it on the newsletter front every time. And yeah, I look forward to hearing your takes on some of the things I talked about that you all haven't seen yet.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. And hope to hang out in person sometime again in the future.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you for coming.
Stardom Tokyo Dome.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's locked in, I guess. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for giving us your insights and taking the notes and doing all the stuff with the interviews and whatever else information you could get. That's
as soon as we get more info on that, we'll tell people how and when they'll be able to read it, hopefully. So just wait to get those translations back.
Yes. And now it's back to the regular scheduled Joshi'ing Around weekly. I guess we're gonna go into
Stardom.
What?
Right? I don't know where this is
into
going.
Into the indie zone. I don't know where this is going.
Stardom, TJPW, Marigold.
Is there any Stardom? What shows do we have?
Don't follow my segment with Marigold.
This is gonna go right into the All-Star Great Queendom review.
Yes.
Back to you, Tim from the future.
Back to you.
Probably Eric is going to lead us through the previews anyway, so back to you, Eric.
We're so shit at this. Okay, bye.
Oh my god, it's so bad. I'm going to cut everything.
Alright, cool.
Anyway.
Alright, thanks Tim and Eric, whoever handed off to me, or Tim. So, we are back with our usual agenda, away from Nevada, back to our oasis.
Yes.
Our oasis in the desert, Joshi Wrestling, our love, the one and only. Well, Joshi Wrestling in Japan, because obviously we spoke about a lot of Joshi Wrestling in Nevada, but we're back in Japan. So, Shupro issue 2408 came out a few hours before this recording, and the front cover was, do you know what it was, Tim?
I actually don't.
I know, no one posted it, and that's because it was Brock Lesnar and Obafemi.
What? Oh my god.
They are big Fed heads in Japan, and they had huge spreads of covering WrestleMania. They might do it for SummerSlam as well, and Survivor Series. They do it for the big pay-per-views basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So WrestleMania obviously there to do it for. So stuff like Saya's column and all that was pushed back quite far into the issue. I noticed it was on pages I'd never seen it before, and it was page 70. I was like, oh okay. So. First of all, we've got, and there's a reason for this. So there are some important stuff, like Sayaka interview, Sayaka Kamitani's column, but we're going to cover those in the All-Star Grand Queendom preview shortly. So the non-All-Star Grand Queendom stuff, we had a I column with Chi-Chi, and she's basically talking about life as a free... yeah. Speaking of Fed heads, so she's talking about her life as a freelancer and going abroad. So the author of the column, so this is the weekly I column, so it's written by, one of their writers, so it's not like a direct interview. They normally get quotes from people they're writing about, though. So the author of the column said that he was absolutely shocked at the news that Chi-Chi left Evo because he knew how much she loved Evo. But he also knew of her strong desire to go abroad. So when she named going overseas as her primary reason for leaving, it made sense to him. And we get some more context for Chi-Chi's... Isn't there a word for this? A Japanese person who loves the West.
Oh, I heard the term Ameriboo before, weeaboo just for America.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, she's a huge Ameriboo, and we got some more context for that. So she watched WWE as a kid with her parents, and Trish Stratus was her idol. She wanted Trish to beat Victoria's ass during their feud, and that's why she kind of wears a cowboy hat-ish, whatever she wears sometimes. Whatever hat Trish used to wear. It's inspired by her. Chi-Chi said that Japanese wrestling is more sports-like, and overseas they focus more on stories. We've just done 2 hours on Las Vegas. So I wish they did, Chi-Chi. I wish they did. She says that she has no connection overseas, but if she goes, things will somehow work out for themselves. So I think she's literally just planning on traveling to America and hoping she gets bookings. And pat ourselves on the back moment. They say her contract expired on the 31st of March. And I don't know why we don't get paid for our analysis, Tim. In the news update, when we covered this, we said that they probably left EVA because of contract negotiations with new owners coming in. And the reason why I said that was because it was exactly 3 years since their debut. And that just seemed very coincidental. And, if everyone's saying, oh, that was obvious, well, no one said it except us on the pod. So whatever, we're allowed to do that. She was already thinking of leaving the promotion at the end of January, as in thinking about her upcoming contract expiry, but she didn't expect Zones to leave as well. I think that's been consistent with what she's been saying. And she thinks that by talking about going abroad, people will start connecting with her, and it may just happen. So, obviously, she's not here for the long term. We all know that. This is no new news.
Same.
But it's still, we've got to support her. We've got to support her achieving her dreams. So,
if she's going to get that back, good for her.
Yeah. What do you think they'll change her name to in WWE when she gets the $30K a year US NXT contract?
I have no idea.
Barbie.
Barbie,
because she grew up in New Zealand, right? So she's got to have that Kiwi accent. Barbie. All right, let's move on from that.
To be honest, though, about the thing of her just going over there, I would think that should be extraordinarily easy for her to find bookings, right?
Yeah, but I mean, maybe visa issues or something.
Yeah, that's the issue. But I don't think like I think promoters who like to book Joshi wrestlers should be very keen on booking someone like her.
Maybe
Usually.
They don't know about it because they don't read Shupro. So,
but I mean, if she just reached out to like someone like West Coast Pro or whatever, or like maybe the Texas Indies or whatever.
Stop it. We have listeners who know those promoters. Do not tell the West Coast Pro or New Texas Pro promoters about Chi-Chi's availability for bookings.
I actually wanted to. Shit, I forgot.
What?
I wanted to tell everyone who has like any connections to any promotion or scouts for someone to turn the podcast off immediately because before we went into this.
What? Too late now?
Too late now. Shit. They're already like writing their mails.
Yeah, she's gone. All right, let's get into Stardom. And obviously we had no shows, so we're going to do our obligatory 2-hour Stardom talk with just filling it with previews. So sit tight. On the 23rd of April, we have a Korakuen preview. Do you have the card, or should I just go for it?
I don't even have to. Wait, you go for
Amazing.
it. I'm trying to find this
So,
card real quick.
23rd of April, they're at Korakuen Hall. This is 3 days before All-Star Grand Queendom, so I'm just going to fly through this. They got a pre-show match, which is Anna Kanaya and Momokogo versus Kyoka Katatsu and Motoi Hamabe. That's kind of a preview, because Anna and Motoi will be facing off against each other on the pay-per-view, and also Kyoka and Motoi will be teaming together on the pay-per-view as well. So kind of a preview, just with Komomo thrown in there. We have Fukin Death, Natsukatora, and Waka, that's Hate, against Neo Genesis, Mei Sarami, Amasaki, and Starlight Kid. Again, that's just a preview for the tag titles with no Azumi. Oh, because she's in the Saki match later. We got Aya Sakura, Emi Maeshima, and Rianne. Emma Maeshima.
Emi.
Wow. Did I say Emi? Hey, Emi.
Emmy on your mind.
Yeah, always. Emma Maeshima and Rianne versus Hina, Rana Yagami, and Tabata. We got a 4-way tag battle, which is Azusa Inaba and Rina versus FWC, Hazuki and Koguma versus Lady C and Tomoka Inaba, and Waka Tsukiyama and Xena. 8-woman tag. We got Mivini Loka, Akira Kurogane, Itsuki Oki, Rina Yamashita, and Suzu Suzuki versus half of EXV. So we got Hanako and Maika, and also B. Priestley and Saida.
Cool.
Fuwa-chan, Kikyo Furusawa, and Maki Ito versus Natsupoi, Saori Ano, and Yuna Mizumori. That's obviously a preview for Maki and Natsupoi. We got Saki Kashima's last ever match. She is not having a match on All-Star Grand Kingdom. It's Azumi and Momo Watanabe versus Saki Kashima and Suri. And we did talk about this last episode and why she picked those people. And it is a one-off for Momo. Just wanted to say that. She might be nearing a return soon, maybe. I think she's starting to second. I think she was a second for Saya at Fortune Dream, I believe. So.
Okay.
maybe we'll see her more after this. And finally, the main event is Hanan and Saya Kurara versus the champions. So challengers versus champions against Konami and Saya Kamitani. So that should be fun. What do you think is going to happen in that match? Who do you think is getting the pin?
I could actually see Hanan pinning Konami here.
I think, yeah, that makes sense. Hasn't she been eating shit like all previous?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Right, let's get into All-Star Grand Queendom preview, 26th of April at Yokohama Arena. The downfall of hate. So this is our first All-Star Grand Queendom of the podcast since we started, and it's my third since watching Stardom. My first ever show that I watched of Stardom when it was current, so not historical stuff. I think it was an April Korakuen before All-Star Grand Queendom 2024. So I was very fresh for that 2024 All-Star Grand Queendom.
That was a weird time.
Because, they were leaving.
After the split. And,
and that
were they still on there? Oh,
yes, so I remember it was Utami Hayashishita and Sai Kamitani against Maika and Saida in their last ever match.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I was like, what the fuck's going on? I literally had no idea. But that was the gateway, and
that was the show with the last Julia Tar match, though, right? I think that was somewhere else.
Did that also have Julia? I don't remember that. Yeah, I just remember that Utami tag. Yeah,
I think that was in Osaka or something. Don't know.
Yeah. So that was the gateway, and now we have a lot of the Asia page of the newsletter, this podcast. We're covering stuff like Actress Girls 01, and it's all because of Stardom All-Star Grand Queendom 2024. So if you're a casual listener and you like listening, but somehow haven't watched Stardom yet, or you just parachute in, we're telling you now is a time to parachute in again. You should watch All-Star Grand Queendom 2026. It is your introduction to Joshi wrestling. Like it was for me. I think it's like the perfect example of will you like Joshi wrestling? That's kind of what I think. Obviously, there's so many styles of Joshi wrestling. We talk about it all the time. Don't get on my back for calling it that. I just think it's the easiest to get into, to dip your toes into. That's kind of what I think.
I think, top to bottom, pound for pound, it's probably the most solid roster in the world. So if you don't like Stardom, it's just not going to be for you, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I'm not disparaging all the other styles out there that I watch, but I think it's the easiest for a casual listener or a casual fan. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. So, I kind of said it at the start of this preview. I called it the downfall of hate, and I have said it in a previous episode, but just for new listeners who just want to check out the preview, Stardom's creative vision for how big of a company they are, I think, is the best in the world. I think there's no other company on the planet that would have weaving multiple different company-wide storylines heading into their biggest show. So I think we've spoken about the Death Riders for All In, maybe, but really that was all about Hangman and Mox. So that was central. But here we got it up and down the card. And almost every faction has their own storyline and even culminating storyline. And it's all centered around toppling the top heel faction. So obviously the Tam Saya build is never going to be matched or compared to. But as a whole, for a show-wide build, I feel like this has been the best for any major show that I've watched for any promotion in the world. And I haven't heard people talking about the build. So
I've heard people say the opposite even. I've heard people be disappointed with the build, and I'm always I don't know.
It is insane. This has been building for so long. It has a perfect narrative up and down the card. So let's talk about the factions. So Stars, they have Hanan going off to the white belt, right? EXV and Movida Loca. All right, so they've been feuding for 5 months. Okay, it's been a while, but I like the fact we know the storyline going into that match, right? Cosmic Angels, obviously with Sayaka in the red belt, which we'll get to. Neo Genesis, they've got O2 Line, which is Azumi and Miyamasaki going after the Goddess belt. God's Eye have Rana defending the Future belt, right? That's not a small match. She's defending against MMI Ishima. God's Eye, sorry, I just mentioned that. Maki, Gundam, they've got the Poi feud, right? So, every unit is represented in a big match on the card. I think that's fucking beautiful. And it's also the ultra babyface factions that are leading the charge against hate, right? Neo Genesis, Stars, and Cosmic Angels, right? You can say God's Eye, Movida Loca, and EXV. Sometimes they're not the ultra babyfaces, I would say. No. So the most babyish, it's just so they're also the most aggrieved by hate, right? In terms of like what hate have done to them, except with Micah. But Micah developed amnesia, so we don't talk about that. So except Micah, I think these 3 factions are the most aggrieved, so it kind of makes sense. So I just wanted to put that out. I love this build. I thought it was awesome. So
no, I agree. Absolutely. I think like if you like very logical, linear storytelling, the Hanan and Konami feud is like the best booked storyline in wrestling, probably.
Yeah, in all of wrestling. Yeah, I was hoping you'd say that. Yeah, we don't need to beat around the bush. It just is.
Yeah, they built that brilliantly, like since
flawlessly
for like 8 months now or whatever. I didn't count. No,
flawlessly.
Like 6.
Since September,
I think so,
for
September,
sure.
yeah. So about 7 months, I guess.
Yeah.
And if you like just like interweaving storylines or like just deep lore shit, then the Sayaka Kurara, Sayaka Mitani thing is incredible too. And then you have like
you got goofy stuff if you want, like the Makito Poi stuff, right? Like goofy in a good way.
Absolutely, yeah. And even like Azumi and Miya Masaki, they have challenged for the tag belts before, like unsuccessfully, and even they have like their history with Ruaka and Natsuko like definitely enough to make this a very anticipated match as well. So
Fuchan and Saori have had it's just a special singles match and it has its own build.
Yeah.
That's been going on since the 6th or maybe 7th of February, whenever their Cinderella match was, right? Exactly. So that's been months in the making for a singles match. Emma Maeshima, who won the Rookie of the Year tournament, like the only ones that maybe don't have much build, obviously the Megan Bane and Suri, which is just going to be a banger, and then the pre-show matches, awesome. Yeah, and then the pre-show matches, and then the tag gauntlet as well. Sorry, so pre-show, tag gauntlet, and the banger. That's it. Everything else has a storyline, which we'll go through it. But yeah, awesome build.
I feel like I'm gonna get to it. Yeah.
Okay. First match. So this is the pre-show, match 0.
Oh, we're going there. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't want to go
there.
It'll be quick.
I was wondering if we start with the main event or if we start with the.
Yeah.
We talked about it, but I don't know if we came to a conclusion. Really.
No, you're right. We did talk about it, and we agreed to start with the main event, and then I forgot. So let's jump to the. Let's just talk about the main event, guys. I mean, everyone wants to. Okay. And the reason for that also.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I was going to say the reason is also because it was in Shupro as well, so it kind of ties into that.
Yes. And I also think if I explain my feelings on the main event first, maybe my other predictions will make more sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Right, so in the main event, we have the World of Stardom title. Sayaka Mitani will be defending against Sayaka Kurara. And they built up more in Shupro 2408. Again, just released a few hours ago. So there was 2 things that were built here. So Sayaka Mitani has a weekly column, which we've recapped every single time except maybe last week because I thought the issue was boring. And so she starts off by saying she wanted to hit the 10K on attendance. That's obviously not happening. I think you agree it's not happening, right?
Obviously. I don't know.
Really?
I looked at it at that page the other day and there was so much sold out.
Yeah, but that's all the floor. I don't know how much the floor is.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening, but it would be cool.
I mean, I'll be over the moon, obviously. But I don't think it's happening. But she said that she has to say it out loud, and she obviously wants to surpass the 7,503 that they drew on the 27th of April 2025, the largest attendance for a Joshi wrestling show for decades. I repeat, that was 7,503, if anyone forgot that. She also says, spoilers, mute if you care about spoilers for All-Star Grand Queendom. Alright. She did also say she's going to have a new gown and costume for Yokohama Arena. And when they use the word costume, they normally mean the whole gear. Obviously, we had Senka Akatsuki and Sorayame kind of do a heel turn on us. But I think she kind of means... I mean, I assume it will be black, but just different. So you can look forward to that, I guess.
Do you know about the old cliche about new gear and Stardom?
Is it that they lose or something?
Yes. If you debut new gear, you lose. That's a classic. I don't think it's been as prevalent under Taro Okada, but it was a very, very much a rule in previous years.
How much are you paying per gallon of that copium that you got? So she also said that her red belt reign has gone by in a flash, and that when she held the white belt, she was too obsessed with the number of defenses and couldn't add enough depth to the match content or story of each defense. So for the red belt, she wanted to have matches that remain deeply etched in the viewer's memory, and she did speak about this in her book as well. So, Tim,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
let's do this. No looking up. Let's take it in turn to remember every red belt match of her reign. And you have to recall one detail from the match. So let's see if what she's saying is true. You can go first with the match she won in.
Well, that was Tam Nakano.
When?
December 29, 2024.
And one detail?
Goku Kokugikan. Well, I was there in front row.
Bit cheating.
And
Okay.
well, first she fucking hung Tam Nakano, which should have been a disqualification in the first place. I don't know what. I think the ref forgot everything in this match. Then she fucking faked an injury, which shouldn't be allowed either. I think either you're injured or either you get out of here and blow off the match or you continue. And through that she what do you call it?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
She insidiously, she treacherously defeated Tam Nakano with her fake injury, which should not be allowed. And it was one of the worst days of my life. No, it wasn't. It was actually a really great show. Anyway, what was...
all right. Thank you
Do you
for that
wanna go
one
next?
detail. And the next match, I believe, so it was against Suzu Suzuki, Korakuen Hall. It was their record that they set for so it was like the highest Korakuen Hall attendance out of like all promotions post-COVID.
Yeah.
Like 1639. You can see if I was right, or maybe I wasn't. 2nd of February, I think. And one detail from the match, I just remember they were doing some pretty stiff German suplexes. I think that's one of the main things I remember. I have not watched it back, but that is the main thing I remember because I was popping for those German suplexes.
Yeah, there was one fucked up Poison Rana that I remember vividly.
Yeah.
That was like, it was basically a botch, but it was such a weird botch that it looked almost more insane than a normal Poison Rana to me. I liked the way that one looked, but others hated it. I don't know.
We're 2 for 2. Two for 2 on memorable ones. Okay, what's the third one?
Well, I hope I'm not missing one now. Wait. Now the next one should be... Oh, fuck. Am I stupid?
Uh-oh.
Was the March 3rd one for the title? It was, right?
Wasn't that just Loser Leaves Town? I knew you were going to say that, but I'll give you that one off because...
Was
I'm
that
pretty sure it was
a non-title Loser Leaves Town match?
That's what I think, but I could be wrong. Because I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, because Tom said after it, like, if you put the belt on the line next time,
it was part of the
put my
storyline.
entire career off the line. Oh,
but you know what? I'll give you that one because it was an important match in her reign. Okay, how about that?
All right. I mean, the next one then was the Tam Nakano match at Osaka and Queendom anyway, right? She didn't have anything between that.
Yeah, I'm not looking it up, so I'm just assuming we're right, and then someone can tell us if we're wrong.
Okay, yeah.
That sounds right to me. I think that's correct. So one detail.
Well, it was the best match of all time, and it had the best closing match, best closing moment to a show of all time, and there were a lot of details that make me very sad to think about, so I won't.
All right. Then I think it's is it Sayaka Kurara at Korakuen Hall? That sounds right to me. In May?
Yes.
I don't remember the exact date in May.
I think about May 20th, May 18th, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking 16th, so around there, mid-May or something. And one detail, I think I just remember in my head, I just have a picture of Sayaka just getting forearm down to the ground and she's like trying to fight against it. I have not rewatched that match either. I think I just have that memory of she's getting beat down and keeps trying to stand up and forearm Saya, and Saya's kind of like no-selling it a bit. You've watched that more recently. Did I get one detail correct?
Yeah, I mean that it was just like, yeah, big struggle, big sleep holes.
Cool.
Sayaka had a bloody lip, or like bloody teeth for some reason, which made it very dramatic. I don't know.
All right, next.
Next should be the Natsupoi match, right? In that weird venue.
Did they do nothing at Conversion? I just realized.
Was that not Conversion?
No,
The Natsupoi match?
that was Sapporo.
Yeah.
Conversion was the Suri match. So maybe she didn't do anything.
No. Yo, Suri Shuri was like, that was like the one match show. Well, it was just basically all these Suri.
Yeah. So I think you're right. That is point next. Yeah.
Yes.
One detail.
I remember how they like brawled through the entire crowd, like to the back of the venue. That was kind of cool.
Cool. I think that was what, 20th, 21st July, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Where
was
are
it
we
June?
now?
Was it July?
It was July for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Sapporo Rendezvous is always in July. Then we skip because of 5-star, and I think her first defense after was B Priestley. After the 5-star.
Wasn't that even before the 5-star that B Priestley on?
Was it before the 5-star?
Yeah.
No, it can't have been, because Sapporo was just before the... Oh, maybe. Wait, what pay-per-view was that at? Wasn't it at To The World? In September? Early September?
I thought the first after the 5-star was Azumi. But maybe B Priestley was in between.
Azumi was...
Sure.
No, end of September. Azumi was 27th of September, which I just spoiled, but that's okay. So I think B Priestley was on the 6th of September at To The World, but I could be wrong.
I do agree that B Priestley was before Azumi, but I don't know if it was before or after the 5-star.
Okay, I'm gonna look this one up without spoiling the rest for myself, because I'm pretty sure that's right. Otherwise, we lost. Okay, I got it here. Titles. Okay, so yes, it was B Priestley at To The World on 6th September. And then I guess we've just spoiled the one after, because that was Azumi on the 27th of September at Korakuen Hall. B Priestley detail. Didn't B Priestley do like the Japanese Ocean Suplex or something? Like the Cyclone one, the electric chair one?
Yeah, she did that one.
Yeah, because I remember that was our first pay-per-view we recorded on the podcast ever.
I remember yeah, that's right. I remember they did that insane suplex over the ropes to the outside.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
That looked impressive as hell.
All right, you want to do one detail for Azumi?
All the fucking destroyers. Destroyer of the top rope. That's my thing.
Okay, then September. You want to do the next one?
Oh. Wait.
We're in October 2025. There wasn't any pay-per-view in October. I don't remember a title defense at Korakuen.
Wait, let me think about that. What was the next? She didn't do much during the tag league. She wasn't even in the tag league. She had all these undercard matches during the tag league. Did she have any defense until Dream Queendom? Oh, Momo.
When?
Momo was... Oh god, was that November? No, October?
Do you want me to tell you the answer? Because I know it. I haven't looked it up. I know it.
I don't have the exact date in my...
Yeah, it was 3rd of November at Crimson Night.
3rd November. Okay, yeah. Something like that.
One detail?
One detail.
This one would be... Okay, no, I know one. Yeah.
I mean, I loved that match. I thought Momo's kicks were incredible in that match. Was there anything specific? I thought Saya sold very well in that match too. Like she sold her leg, if I remember correctly. A fuck ton. So.
Yeah, my detail was kind of going to be like that. She played to the crowd a lot in that match, and she was like the babyface. Yeah, I remember us discussing it with David. So yeah. okay, then it's obviously Dream Queendom with Saori Anno, and the detail is CTE, concussion, slaps, brawling about the crowd. That is one of the most memorable to me, I guess, because I was
right
in the venue.
behind us.
Yeah. And then what?
And then what? Then what
what's the
should
next
be... Then she was out with a concussion. She had... Well, the Shuri match wasn't for the red belt.
No.
So the next one would be Starlight Kiddo on...
Yeah, okay.
February 6th?
7th.
7th in Osaka.
And you know the detail for this already.
Well, yeah, she fucking dislocated 2 fingers, I think. And it was an insane fucking match after that.
Yeah, absolutely incredible match. Still in my top 3 for match of the year.
Yes, probably the same, yeah.
Miyu, Suzume, and for me, and Miya Momono as well. So those are my top 3 right now.
Something like that, yeah. If I think about most memorable, it would be these 3, I think, pretty easily.
Exactly. Right, we're February. She hasn't defended yet. That's it, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So
Cinderella was next. She was not in.
She's right. We just did, off the top of our head, every match, almost exact dates, and also a detail in that match. There were like no fillers. It feels like, right?
Right.
Like there may be fillers in the sense that you weren't expecting her to lose, but every match she kind of tried her best to make special. I kind of agree with that. Now that we got
but
through.
It was also a pretty sick lineup. If you look at like the star power, if you look at
for
like
sure.
Natsupoi, fucking Momo Watanabe, Suzu Suzuki, Tam Nakano,
for sure.
Starlight Kid, those are all the biggest stars in Stardom. The only one she didn't do is Maika, basically, who is a big star. And
exactly.
she did Shuri, but not for the red belt.
Yeah. All right, cool. So she said she has a new goal to pass Io Shirai's record of 14 successful defenses set 10 years ago. Saya obviously still admires Io and says that she's thriving in WWE because she wasn't aware that Io got left off of WrestleMania. I mean, she's got a prominent storyline, but not prominent enough for WrestleMania, apparently. So there you go. Saya Kamitani also name-dropped her next opponents, which I thought was interesting. So she's kind of assuming she's going to beat Sayaka, which I like that confidence. She named Maika, who's a classmate. She named Saya Ida because of Oniren-chan. And she also named a rematch with Starlight Kid. She went on to name-drop Rina Yamashita and Takumi Iroha, which was very interesting to me that she name-dropped Takumi as well.
Mm-hmm.
She also said she has a special opponent in mind for her 15th defense, but does not say who. I wonder if that's Momo.
Oh. I thought Suri immediately.
Oh, both work, I think. Yeah.
Because of the Takumi shout. Thought maybe in her mind she thinks she's gonna do Takumi first and then Suri.
No, that kind of makes, because of also the Fortune Dream 3-way that they had. Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense. Yep, cool. All right, so that was...
I interpreted that differently, though.
What?
I think that's hubris, that she's already thinking about the next opponent.
Oh, no, that's what I said,
that's going to be her downfall.
Yeah, it was interesting. She assumed she was going to beat Sayaka. Yeah, I think that was deliberate.
I understood you understood it as a spoiler, but I think it's...
Oh, no, not a spoiler. I think it was a deliberate narrative thing she did that. She in character... Yeah. She was like, yeah, of course I'm going to beat Sayaka. Yeah, no, I interpret it that way as well.
Okay, that's cool.
All right, let's move on to the Sayaka interview. So this is when we get into the meat and potatoes. I'm going to be talking quite a bit about the background stuff, just in case no one's been following and says the build's been bad. So, strap in. So here's my own quick refresher before we get into the interview. So obviously we all know the Tam and Saya storyline. If you don't, go and listen to our 2-hour book recap on whatever episode it is. Just scroll through the feed and find Saya Kamitani autobiography. So if Saya Kamitani is Tam's wrestling daughter, which I do like that phrase, thank you, Velke, then I think Sayaka is Saya's wrestling daughter. And I think Tim is maybe sitting there, and you're maybe thinking, hey, she's Tam's daughter. But Sayaka said she got into wrestling because of Saya, and that's acknowledged law. And I think Tam is like the grandma of Sayaka. She's like the wrestling grandma. So that's how they all relate to each other.
Yes, that's a good way to say it, yeah.
So recently...
Episode 20, by the way.
Wait,
the
what?
autobiography, episode 20. Continue.
Okay, episode 20 is when we broke down all the Tam Sayaka stuff. But this is like the new stuff now. So Sayaka's recently been using the same tactics that were employed in the Tam Saya feud. She's been building shrines, she's been stalking Saya Kamitani, just like Saya stalked Tam, all that good stuff. And the reason for that, in storyline, is because Sayaka believed that Saya would recognize those tactics as her own and be more willing to give Sayaka the red belt match. And Sayaka really wanted that red belt match more than anything else. So eventually, Saya got annoyed and she offered Sayaka the tag match on 15th of March at the Cinderella Finals, Yokohama Budokan. Sayaka pinned Saya Kamitani using Tam's move, the Violet Screwdriver. And it was fucking insane. Mm-hmm. And I've had some time to reflect about it, and I'm pretty sure it's one of the most memorable finishes since I've been watching wrestling again in the past few years.
Damn.
I would just never forget the feeling I had when I saw her pull that off and actually get the pin. It was insane. So immediately after, she puts her unit on the line. So Tam's old unit when she was alive, but Tam's now dead. Cosmic Angels. She put it on the line for a red belt match, and Saya Kamitani accepts. So she finally got her red belt match. Since then, Sayaka has been cutting interesting promos, backstage segments, where honestly, I think, Tim, you kind of agree with this, she could go either way, alignment-wise, after the match, and we'll get into those details after. But she could go either way. I'm not saying she will, she could. So, for example, Tim, you explained like a few episodes ago in a video where Sayaka was talking about how interested in the color black was, and that people don't use it right. And obviously, Saya Kamitani's main color is black. So, final subtext is that Aya Sakura, who's obviously Sayaka Kurara's tag team partner and Cosmic Angel's teammate, she has been the most unhappy, maybe quietly unhappy about Sayaka putting Cosmic Angels on the line. She's been quiet during a lot of the backstage promos, so people are also looking out for that story. Alright, let's get into the interview. So, this is a brand new interview. Again, just released today. Sayaka says she felt guilty about staking Cosmic Angels in the red belt match. For the red belt match, and there was a lot of pressure and it felt painful. She said that she received a lot of criticism on social media, and she iterates again that because Cosmic Angels are so supportive, she was able to push through. She says that, I was going to mention that has been the theme of like all their backstage promos, right? Like that's kind of like a consistent part of the story, that she did it in a rush. And Cosmic Angels initially were kind of like, what? And then they did support around her after she explained it. And they've been supportive of her. Yeah.
She confirmed basically that she did it without ever consulting anyone.
Yes.
Beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. She repeats the booing accusations from the Osaka 7th February show. And I never heard those, but hey, maybe it was different in the building. But that's kind of interesting. She provides some context for putting Cosmic Angels online as well, because my criticism on the Cinderella final show for that promo was I was confused why she would put the unit on the line after she just destroyed Saya. And I got some explanation here. That's what I was asking for. So she said that she was like in a state of semi-panic, and she was thinking about it. She knew it wasn't correct to put them up in a stipulation without consulting, but she kind of like blurted it out because, in the shock of what she had done. This is how I interpret it. Like in the shock of what she had just been able to do and pin Saya Kamitani and badly wanting that red belt, that combination of things put her in her words now, in a semi-panic. Make sense?
I read it the same way.
Yeah, cool. She immediately felt guilty and ashamed after doing it, like post-promo clarity, and she didn't want to face them for a while. But in a backstage promo, they all confronted her to hear her reasoning, and they accepted it, and they've been supportive ever since. She also said that her mindset has started to change, which is why she's been able to beat Saya twice now. She acknowledges that Saya gets more applause from the audience, especially at the press conference, and she says that she regularly gets a reaction that's like silence or like, who is that person? And she feels that she is slowly converting people, and people are supporting her more and more. So the interesting part I thought was the interviewer now interestingly points out that that's the same path that Tam Nakano walked.
Yes.
And Sayaka agrees. Sayaka agrees. And she wants to turn any criticism into cheers, just like Tam did. And she thinks it's a natural thing she thinks it's natural to like receive criticism when you do something unexpected, and she'd rather have that than people not watch her at all. She finally repeats that she does not give a fuck about career lengths, and she wants to shatter those preconceptions when it comes to like getting main event spots early in careers. And she said it will be absolutely fine, and Cosmic Angels won't disband because she will absolutely win, which has almost been a catchphrase of hers like this entire build.
Yes.
You got any thoughts on this new interview?
I actually thought I didn't get that much new stuff out of it. I think her confirming that she never consulted anyone in Cosmic Angels before, that's always what I assumed, or what we assumed. Turned out to be true, obviously. I mean, you could read it just of the reactions from the rest of the Cosmic Angels that was the case. Yeah, but other than that, I didn't get too much new stuff out of it, honestly. I don't know about you.
If you've been following the storyline, you don't get much more. It's just like slightly extra context, I guess. So,
exactly.
But if you've been following the storyline, all of this will kind of make sense immediately once you hear it. Mm-hmm. Right, let's get
also
into...
about her, what you said earlier about the video, right, where she mentioned the color black.
The color black, yeah.
What she said more specifically, which I just thought back to, was she said she didn't necessarily say people use it wrong. She just said it's very hard to use. She never used it because she was afraid to use it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But she recently like picked up like she started using it or started learning how to use it correctly or whatever, and she now
even
thinks
better.
It's very it can actually have a very beautiful effect like on paintings and stuff. So
there you go.
That's even more intriguing, I think.
That is way more intriguing. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's get into predictions. So, what do you have? Who do you have?
Well, I'm just gonna say it. I think it's time for Saya to say goodbye to her belt. I think they're gonna do it. You know why? You know why I think they're gonna do it?
Mm-hmm.
I think I figured that out, right? I think I figured out. So I think they got this little group chat, you know. I think Tanahashi, Tony Khan, and Taro Kada, maybe even Lutheroth or whatever, the third in Mexico. I think they have their own little group chat on WhatsApp or Signal or whatever, where they like just exchange like booking ideas and whatever. And like, I think at some point in maybe March, maybe February, Taro Kada was like in the group chat, you know, he was like, hey guys, I think I got like the new breakout idea. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to fucking put my belt short term on a really young star that I'm currently building. And I'm just going to put the big belt on him. And, they've never been on that level before on like the red belt level. But I think, I think I finished booking my fantasy booking for Ostergang Queendom, and that's just what I'm going to do on the big show. And Tony and Tanahashi, right? They consulted each other. They said that they are sick of Taro Kada being a better booker than them. They're sick of him drawing better than them. Like, I guess, in perspective, or what you call it, relatively to them, they don't want Taro to overtake them in the end. So they said, we should just take his ideas and do it before he can do it, you know? So that's why they put the belt on Callum. That's why Darby Allin got the belt out of nowhere in AEW. It's all just sprung from Taro Kada putting this idea out there of putting the belt on Sayaka Kurara. And that's why I'm convinced he had decided to put the belt on Kurara like months ago, weeks ago at least. And that's why I'm convinced Sayaka Kurara is going to win. I also think just from a narrative perspective, did you see the video they put out the other day where Saya crashed Sayaka's like
the shrine
art
thing?
gallery?
Oh, the art gallery. I didn't see the video. No.
You didn't see the video?
No.
So Sayaka had this like beautiful painting that she was introducing to like people at an art gallery, and Sayaka Mitani just fucking destroyed it with black paint. You know, she just painted over it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that. That's like a fucked up move. I don't think a heel can do such a fucked up thing and get away with it. That would just be narratively terrible storytelling. So I don't think they're that bad at storytelling in STARDOM, you know? Like, just narratively, it makes no sense for Saya to beat Sayaka after doing such a terrible thing. That's why I think Sayaka is definitely winning the red belt, and the Cosmic Angels will definitely live on forever in STARDOM and never disband.
Well, all right then. You heard it there first. I got nothing for that. Great job. I think Sayaka Kurara is going to lose.
What?
Yeah.
How could you?
I think she's going to lose. I think she's going to drop down the card again, to be honest. I know this is the most boring, and I think it's going to happen. I think this was mainly to establish her for something more long-term and like sort of elevate her up the card. I just find it really hard to believe that they put the belt on her. But I will say, I think she can win. And I need to give them props for increasing her chances of winning, in my head, from like 0.1% to like 10%. It might be the same proportions as I had for Tam against Saya last year. And in the sense that I genuinely think it's a possibility, and they might be insane enough to do it. If you're insane enough to put her in the main event, which is insane, it just is, then why not just go the whole fucking way at this point, right? So my prediction is she'll lose, but I think they've done really well in making her more credible winner, and I think she could possibly win. But I'm not predicting that. I'm not going to have my cake and eat it. I do think if she does win, by the way, I think they should turn her heel. I just want to put that out there.
What?
Yeah. Because I think she might be if she wins, because I think she might start getting booed or some rejection, and you don't want to get Shota Umanode. So I think they should want to use that heat, and it would be smart to do something like that with her.
Yes. Can I add to my explanation?
Yeah.
Like, spoiler for the rest of my predictions, but I think while everyone expects Cosmic Angels to go boom after this pay-per-view, I think every single member of Hate will lose here, including Saya Kamitani. And instead of Cosmic Angels splitting, I think there will be a Hate split. And I think Saya will then feud with Momo Watanabe. Maybe. You said Momo won't be back yet, right?
No, I mean, essentially, it looks like she's nearing a return.
Yeah. That was maybe my theory, that they will split in like two groups. One is Momo's and one is Saya Kamitani's, and they're going to have their big blow-off without a red belt. And then I think Saya Kamitani will win the belt back relatively quickly from Kurara. I don't think Kurara will have a lengthy reign or anything. But she's going to have it for a month or two and then lose it back.
Okay.
Or maybe lose it to Momo Watanabe and then Saya Kamitani fights Momo for the belt. Something like that, I think.
And you're not like fucking about. This is like your actual prediction, not just your cope, right?
You gotta believe, man. I can't bet against the Cosmic Angels.
Okay.
Stupid.
All right. So,
Cosmic Angels have never lost.
Yeah. All right. I think they're going boom boom, I guess. Okay. Anything else on this match, or should we just start back at the start of the card?
I think it's gonna over-deliver people's expectations.
Oh, the match itself?
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people are selling this short for.
Yeah, Look, we just went through Saya Kamitani's entire reign. Okay, like she will deliver a great red belt match because that's what she does. And if you've been watching her for the last 16 months and you somehow think she's still going to underdeliver in a red belt match, then I think you just don't know what you're looking at. She's done it every time. We just went through every match, and they were all like, even the B Priestley one actually over delivered. I remember saying that in our review.
I thought so too. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was like the one she had the most trouble with, and I thought she did great in that. And where it all clicked for me, Starlight Kid. That was the one I was like, she fucking carried that fucking match against a world-class talent. That was when she arrived on my personal list. Like, okay, she's just it. She is her. So yeah, of course they're going to over-deliver. No, not over-deliver. For me, they're just going to deliver.
For us, it's going to be deliver, I think. But for the general public who's like really downtrodden on this match or whatever and thinks it's going to be whatever. It's going to be the same as last May or whatever. That's not going to be the case.
All right, let's go back to the start of the card. So in the first match on the pre-show, we have Ai Sakura versus Kikyo Furusawa. And I really like this match. I think they can have a fun 10-minute match.
I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and it's an extension of the Poi Maki feud, right? Cosmic Angels versus Maki Gundam. I'm having Sakura winning this match just because Sakura, we know, is doing a storyline where she wants to face rookies. She mentioned it in her blog, right? So I think this is the first. She said she was going to face the runner-up of the rookie tournament because the winner would be occupied with the future belt, and that's exactly what's happened. So I don't think she can lose to the first rookie she's facing, so she has to win.
That does sound kind of stupid, but I think...
What, did you have her as losing?
I think Kikyo Furusawa is winning.
I will literally... I don't know. I would put anything on... That's crazy. There's no way Kikyo's winning this. Anyway,
I think it's gonna be a real downer for Sakura to start the show.
All right, that is a bold fucking take. Let's see. We have Akira Kurigano and Anakinaya versus Kyoko Katatsu and Motoi Hamabe. I'm not much storyline here, obviously. I guess Akira and Motoi face each other in the Rookie of the Year tournament. They're pretty great chemistry, and Anakinaya and Motoi Hamabe are kind of like close, like they train together regularly and stuff like that. I'm going to go with Ane pinning Motoi.
Ooh. Okay.
It would be her first win, right? I believe.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
I kind of have the exact opposite. I'm kind of at Akira pinning Kyoka.
Yeah, that's the safe one though, right?
Yeah, that's the safe one. I mean, I've gone out there so far, so for this one, I picked the safe one, I guess.
All right, yeah. We got a high-speed 6-woman, so not tag, sorry, just 6-way. It's Lady C versus Momokogo versus Tabata. Versus Tabata versus Tomoka Inaba versus Xena versus Yuna Mizumori. I don't even know. Is the title on a line? I actually don't know. I assume it is.
I don't think so. It doesn't say so in the thing. And this is kind of the same deal they did in Osaka. I think it's just to get the next challenger, basically.
Why would you do that on All-Star Grand Prix? Okay, whatever. I guess they need something for Korakuen or something. Oh, for Golden Week.
They need to get the people on the card too. I don't know.
No, yeah, it is for Golden Week because...
Yeah.
Yes. Is Yuna... She's from there, right? Did I just make that up?
What? Yuna?
Yeah, she's from Fukuoka. She is.
It's very possible.
I'm pretty sure she's from Fukuoka. So she probably wants a high-speed defense for like a main event in Fukuoka or wherever she's actually from on Kyushu. One of those states.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that actually makes more sense. Yeah, Kumamoto. Yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah. And they do have a show there, I believe. I've got the calendar up literally right now. Anyway, who do you think's winning that? Well, I looked that up.
I pick Xena. Because Xena has recently pinned her before in some random match. Yeah. I remember that. And I think they're building towards a Xena high-speed challenge. So she's going to pin her again on this show, and then they're going to have the title match after. Or maybe she's going to pin Momo or whatever. She's going to pin someone, but I think she's winning.
No, I think I agree with you. I think Xena's pinning Mizumori to... Mm-hmm. So they're in Kumamoto on the 4th of May. So that kind of makes total sense.
Yes. You're not there, right?
No, I can't bother going all the way to Kyushu. I
don't know exactly what Kumamoto is.
On the other side of the country. Cause that's where all the Golden Week celebrations are. So if you want to experience like all those festivals and stuff, you have to go there. I'm doing a wrestling trip, but I will do a Golden Week actual spiritual, cultural trip one year, just not this year.
I want to do that one year too,
Yeah, exactly. So I think the same. So then we have the start of the card. So those were the pre-show matches. Maki Ito versus Natsupoi. So this is kicking off the main show. So obviously they've done some great stuff with this feud. There's been cinematics where Poi is destroying Maki's kawaii obsession, which makes it grow even bigger. So I wonder how big the kawaii obsession is going to be here, to be honest. The last thing we saw was her Poi setting it on fire. Mm-hmm. I think Poi is losing here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Maki is clearly the babyface, and it gives Maki a nice moment after being terrorized by Poi. And I also think Poi is kind of winding down. I'm sorry, it just looks like it from her booking. Just from her booking, it just feels that way. So,
Well, yeah, I agree she's going to lose here, but I don't think it has anything to do with her being a heel. I think Maki is clearly the heel. You can't you can't be in Stardom and call yourself the top kawaii. That's like sacrilege, you know?
Yeah.
So not surprised, clearly your face, but she's gonna fail here. And yeah, Maki's gonna cheat in some way to beat her. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't think she's gonna retire either. So
yeah. All right. Then we have a tag team gauntlet. So we got Ami Sourei and Hina versus Azusa Inaba and Rina versus B Priestley and Saida versus Hazuki and Koguma versus Mei Seira and Starlight Kid versus Rian and Waka Tsukiyama. So I assume, you know, the gauntlet, so one team starts and then teams keep coming out, I guess. And then, yeah, whoever stays on last and eliminates everyone else is the winner.
yeah,
I'm going with Neo Genesis for this.
Oh, same, yeah.
Yeah. Starlight Kid should... This is my main criticism of the card, I guess. She should never be this far down on the card.
Yeah, that's like the main... I was going to talk about like overall thoughts after we went through the singular matches, but yeah, that's one big minus, I guess, for the card.
Yeah,
sure.
Ever. Like, she's too... ever. I mean, we don't need to expand on that. Everyone knows why. Future title, we have Emma Mayashima versus Rana Yagami, who's defending. So obviously Emma won the Rookie of the Year tournament, which we covered last episode. It was really well booked. Great matches. Taro Kard is doing his signature mini push thing for people to keep them hot, and it's Emma's time to shine. But I think Rana is still kind of figuring out how she wants to wrestle. You know, in February she debuted that Beatbuster? I don't fucking remember the name. A new finisher.
Yeah, I think Beatbuster's right.
Yeah, so she's still a work in progress. You can see bits of excellence, I guess, when she wrestles, but I don't think she's put it all together. That's why I think she should retain and kind of use this future belt reign to establish herself, figure things out, and I don't think she's ready to push beyond it, unlike like Hina and Rina when they dropped and stuff like that. So I'm going with Rana.
Same. I think you said everything too. Rana is going to win, and that's going to be that.
Saki Kashima's retirement. It will be ceremony. We don't know anything about what's going on, but you can imagine a retirement ceremony. Fuwa-chan versus Saori Anou. You want to go first on this one?
Well, this is going to be the other big upset of the day, I think. I think Fuwa-chan is going to beat Saori Anou.
Fuck.
Because maybe you've caught on to this. What?
You're taking some big swings on this card.
Well, what I'm saying is that every single Cosmic Angel on the card is going to lose until the main event. And everyone's going to be fucking depressed and in tears, and everyone has lost their match, and everyone is going to think that's it for the Cosmic Angels, and then fucking Sayaka Kurara is going to be there to save the day and save the Cosmic Angels, and they're going to be it's going to be all a happy ending after so much sadness and depression throughout the undercard of the show, you know.
I mean, you could just do a Tony Khan and just have them lose every single match, including the main event. That'd be funny. Fuck you, get the fuck out.
On the other hand, I believe they want to push Fuwa-chan towards a higher level.
Yeah.
Because I think they want to fill the Tokyo Dome relatively, like, in a year or so. And they want to have Fuwa-chan as a big star for that. So I think her push to, like, an upper card is going to start with an upset win against Saori Anou here. Saori Anou told her a secret, how to beat her. And I think that's no coincidence. I think it's going to be obviously an upset, and it's going to maybe be a fluke even. But I think Saori Anou is also going to lose.
All right. I think Saori Anou is going to win. I don't think it's nailed on. So I do think there is a large possibility they do give Fuwa-chan a win. The storyline, obviously, is Fuwa-chan was being an annoying fuck, right, to Saori in Cinderella, since they knocked each other out on like the 6th or 7th of March. And then Fuwa-chan was fucking about, and Hazuki and Starlight Kid had to intervene and get her wrestling serious again. And this is the match where she's meant to be showing that she can wrestle seriously. So if she does win, it ties in perfectly with the storyline.
That's the other thing I forgot to mention just now.
when she wrestles seriously, she can beat a big opponent like Sariano. So I think they absolutely can do it. I just don't think they will, just because it's a huge win over one of their biggest stars. That's the only reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's too big of a star. I think that basically that's my entire reason.
No,
but Sariano has lost a lot, so maybe they just don't.
I changed my mind on that like fucking an hour ago. So I was sure Sariano was as well until very recently.
Yeah, but that's the most 50-50 one for me, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, hardcore tag match. Hanako and Maika, so EXV versus Maybe Loco. You've heard this before. Rini Yamashita and Suzu Suzuki. Feud's gone on ages ago. It was meant to end with a disbandment match, but this match is still going to be awesome. Okay, I think Maika's had the weirdest arc out of anyone in this promotion since returning on 30th of November. It's kind of the weird shit that kind of makes you think she either got injured or something creative happened, because it's been very un-Stardom-like booking, in my opinion, like Maika. Yes. So, but these two teams are going to beat the hell out of each other, and I hope we get blood. The Mei Suzu match last year was just no disqualification. Sure. It wasn't just a death match, and they bladed anyway, and it was incredible. Yeah. So, if Suzu's calling card is to just have death matches or like every All-Star Grand Queendom, then I'm fucking all for it. So,
hell yeah.
Who do you think's getting pinned? I think Hanako's getting pinned.
Well, I think after all this time that they weren't together, I think Maika and Hanako are gonna defeat Suzu Suzuki and Rina Yamashita, and Waka Tsukiyama and Rian are gonna come to the ring, and they're gonna reform Empress Nexus Venus right then and there. And I'm just kidding. Nah.
That'd be so funny.
Nah, I think Suzuki's probably gonna pin Hanako, and I hope EXV is forever gone. Finally, like the fucking zombie undead version of it that's just crawling around right now.
I think this match could lead to an angle where Hanako joins Movie Loca. That just makes too much sense.
That would be cool, yeah.
The only thing is Bazilla, but I think that's kind of interesting storyline for when Bazilla's back. Like, hey, who the fuck's this?
And it's gonna be a while until she's back. They need a giant.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they can do that, and it would also make the 6th year feud feel a bit better, right? That it had that outcome.
Yeah.
So let's see. Right, then we have the IWGP title match, which is Megan Bayne versus Syuri, and I mean, there's no storyline here, but obviously it's an easy Syuri win, but this is just going to be a banger. Like we are the Megan Bayne enjoyers, so our queen.
Yes, totally agree. That's going to rule, and Syuri's going to win, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, we have the Goddess of Stardom title, so this is one of the kind of important storyline matches in terms of like the downfall of hate. So this is going to be the first of the titles that they drop on the night, and sort of like build up hope that they can take all three, and then Saya Kamitani will crush everyone. So it's O2 line, which is Azumi and Miya Misaki versus BMI 2000, Natsukatora and Raka, who have held it. They've held it for so long, I don't even remember the previous champions. Who was it? I've literally got no idea.
Didn't they win it from Hanan and Ida?
Hanan and Ida sounds about right. How fucking
long
ago was
that? Before? I feel like there was someone in between.
No, because no.
That was forever ago, if that's the case, because Hanan and Ida...
They had it All-Star Grand Queendom for sure, because they defended against FWC, right?
They had it for like 2 months longer or something.
Wait, did they beat... I actually need to look this up, because that would be kind of fitting for the Hanan storyline. Something else that I didn't even notice.
True.
So, let's see. Oh, they did! They beat Hanan and Saida on the 24th of July. So that is an extra thing in the Hanan storyline, which I'll get to after.
Forever ago. That is crazy. For a while.
Yes. So they held it for a while, and Azumi pinned Natsuko at the Cinderella finals on the 15th of March, so that's where this feud kind of restarted. They faced each other on the 10th of January, so that's the defense that O2 line failed at, so BMI 2000 retained there. I think there is zero chance that they are retaining again. This is the O2 line win. They already failed once, and they also defeated Sakurara twice. So you don't do all that if you're then retaining here. That would be honestly in fucking sanity.
Well, you have to keep in mind they are the best drawing tag team in Stardom history. So
don't know about that. Maybe, but yeah, it would be
the best drawing tag team champions. Let's say.
Yeah.
Well, that's fact according to like the Korakuen Halls they main evented. Nah, they're gonna lose for sure. Two-line is winning.
Yeah, exactly. You don't beat Sakuraba twice for that, and it's because they probably knew that Sayaka was going in the main event, right?
They beat them twice.
Goddess of no.
Well, they won this Goddesses of Stardom final, Sakuraba, right? They just lost the challenge after that.
Did I fucking make that up?
Maybe. Or did they face them twice after the finals? Because in the finals, Sakuraba won.
Yeah. Oh, they beat them in the finals. Yeah, I think they beat them in the finals and then lost in Dream Queendom. You're right. They didn't beat them twice. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Absolutely. Good correction. Right, so then we got that. And then we have the Wonder of Stardom title, which is Hanan versus Konami.
Yes.
It's in the semi-main event. So Konami has been my favorite champion in Stardom, even though we spoke about Sai Kamitani, since I've been watching, I'm pretty sure. I can't think of one that I've enjoyed more.
Wow.
Even Tam. Yep, sorry. It's finally coming to the end, as she likes to say, because Hanan is winning. 100% Hanan is winning. Similar to BMI 2000, it just makes too much sense. So I wouldn't, but in this case, I would not mind Konami retaining, but I think Hanan's winning, and she should win. There should be zero criticisms for this run of Konami's, the Pokemon Gym Leader run. It's been literally flawless, a home run, an all-timer, legendary from start to finish. The setup for this match has been perfect as well. So, quick refresh. This is how it happened. So, we just found out, I guess, that BMI 2000 did beat Hanan for the Goddess of Stardom Championship in July 2025. So, it kind of starts even earlier than I thought. So, it's almost been going on for like 9 months or whatever. So, then Konami chokes out Starlight Kid to win the artist title on the 10th of September. And that's kind of what kickstarts this specific Konami run. Yes. She already punted Starlight Kid earlier in the year, in March, right? Where she had the bloody mask. So just a really good start to her reign by choking out Starlight Kid, I thought.
That's actually where her run kind of started, I think.
With the March Starlight Kid match. That's when she was like on a fucking tear since that match, basically.
Right, exactly.
And it kind of like, it basically, I don't know, dusted off all of the kind of rust or stink from the Siri feud. Remember all that? Yeah. So this is like, so it's been an excellent 12 months. But anyway, she chokes out Hanan to defend the artist title in Osaka on the 23rd of September. And then Konami and Hate beat the fuck out of Hanan 4 days later at Korakuen Hall. And that's when Hanan gets written off in storyline. Konami goes on to beat Starlight Kid for the white belt at Crimson Nightmare on the 3rd of November in an underrated match. Incredibly underrated. I think.
Not by me.
Yeah, not by us. We were very high on it. That has some of the best interference spots of 2025. I'm just going to say it. Like, the interference in that match was done perfectly. Konami then defends against Hanan's tag partner, Saida, in one of the best Stardom matches of the year at Dream Queendom. She then defends against Hanan's younger sister, Rina, in January in an excellent match. She defends against Ami Suri, in one of Ami's, I guess, best matches since her injury return, like that in the Saida match. Before finally beating Konami's other younger sister, Hina. So she collected all of these in her Pokédex. And then Hanan won the Cinderella tournament. And her wish was to challenge Konami for the white belt and get revenge. Because it's been going on since July when she lost the titles to Hate. Konami then surprised Hanan after her Hanan's speech, like a total fucking anime villain, spray painting her. And now Hanan is going to win for revenge. So, amazingly booked storyline, like perfect over the course of a year, I guess, if we're going back that far to the Goddess loss. It is also the perfect Hanan elevation, because she's been getting a lot of criticism, I guess, for being overpushed, maybe more from the Western crowd, but this has been literally perfect. She did great in the Cinderella final against Rina, right? She has a storyline now, a really juicy, amazing storyline. She can now go, show us a kick-ass singles white belt reign, like the floor is hers. Amazing booking of this title, 10 out of 10.
Yes, I agree with everything you said. This was like the revelation of like the past, I guess. 8 months or so was Konami's title reign. I think she proved everyone wrong. I think every single fucking doubter who called her washed back then and was angry about her winning the white belt reign. I think it's either now turn around on her or just doesn't talk anymore, because
I mean, if you're not turning around now, there's nothing that will turn you around. It's just that simple.
Like even the like fiercest haters I've seen like coming around on her since then.
I think everyone's turned around on her. Yeah.
Yes, I mean that was she's been brilliant as this white belt champion. I completely ate shit on that too. Like I remember my prediction back then was that she was going to be a transitional champion of like a month or two.
I thought that
giving it to but I'm glad that I was wrong, because that was a fucking amazing title reign. But everything's good has got to end at some point, and this is going to be the point where this ends, because hate is going to lose.
And that's her catchphrase, the end. It's like so fitting on so many levels. Honestly, just love that. And all of that, by the way, is absolutely going to elevate that match for me. Like, I don't know, if you want to talk star ratings, like an extra half or an extra one, literally just because I love this storyline so much that I'm going to be watching. Like, yeah, if they land a plane, that match can end up really high for me, to be honest. So,
for sure.
All right, that's the card. That's, I guess, I only want to talk about like one surprise, I guess, and you can talk about what you think is missing. For me, it's no Spark Rush. I know there's a Marvelous show at 12 p.m., 3 hours before, but they could have made arrangements to do both shows, because, you know, they're crazy people and they have done that before. So the fact there's no Spark Rush match, or no Suri match, no major Starlight Kid match, that is unexpected for me. Spark Rush were everywhere in Q1, like literally everywhere, all the sorts of promotions, putting on banger after banger. So you'd think they'd want to be on Stardom's biggest show, right?
Yes.
So the fact they're not, I feel like it's a Stardom choice probably. Like they didn't care that much to book them on it, because they wanted... The problem is they've got a huge roster, right? They obviously want everyone on the card, and on top of that, you don't want to just throw everyone on the card on your biggest show of the year. They don't want those 14-person tags, right? So if you want to make meaningful matches, like the singles match between Aya Sakura and Kikiya Furusawa, right? Meaningful matches for all of your roster, you have to cut some people out. And I think... Sorry, I hit my mic. Sorry if that was loud. I think Spark Rush did not make the cut.
So, yes, I have the same overall thoughts. Exactly, basically. I was expecting we got, as an outsider, we got Megan Bain.
Yeah.
I would have expected Ace rematch, probably Spark Rush, and also Hashimoto on the card. Both of those things did not come true. I would have also expected another singles match, including Starlight Kid, maybe against Suzuki, because they kind of set that up on the Korakuen in a way.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm sort of disappointed that both of my predictions did not come true, or all three, I guess. But also, I'm really not that disappointed, because it's still a fucking banger card with everything like it's so high end already that it's not really like that much of a downer for me overall. I can live with it. I can live with the card as it is.
I mean, if they added those cards, this would be almost like, last year we looked at the card on paper before the show, and we were like, this is one of the best cards of all time.
Yes. And
it delivered. So I think we would be thinking about it in that way if those matches when we had like Hazuki Starlight Kid, a Spark Rush match, they would be like, okay, this is another one, an all-timer. So you can't have all-timer cards all the time. But they've done really fucking well with this card still. It is a great card.
I also kind of feel like there's this talking point, right? That this is too bloated, too many people on the card, too many people on the roster, too many people, employed or whatever. And I always kind of hate these discussions. I don't know. I can never really get into that. I don't want to talk about people losing their income or whatever, getting fired or being pushed into retirement. I think that's always a very tacky conversation, and I don't want to participate in that. But like in general, these are 12 matches. I think some of them, especially on the pre-show, are going to be kept pretty short. And 12 matches is not that... previous All-Star Grand Queendoms always had at least 11 matches. So this is not like this crazy outlier this year that they have to react to by cutting like 11 people from the roster or whatever. I never like these kind of discussions, and I'm just going to keep out of it.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I'm gonna keep out of a lot of discourse in the future, I think, about wrestling. So
yeah, like I said, like, would I want Spark Rush on the card? Yeah, but I also respect Stardom's decision to prioritize their talent and to put them in meaningful matches. I think that is an important thing,
absolutely.
an important decision for them to make. Like, if you were to add people like Spark Rush, then you would have had to stuff more people onto the same match, and the match just gets diluted, right? So this feels like except obviously the Megan Bain one, I think this feels like a truly Stardom card. I mean, you've got a fucking pure law match in the main event, right? An amazingly booked white belt match, right? Like, this feels like Stardom, basically.
yes, that's cool with me.
Cool. All right, well, that was your mandatory Stardom talk, even despite there being no Stardom shows. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. But obviously, like, Stardom is one of the reasons this podcast exists. It's one of my favorite promotions, and Tim, it's your favorite promotion, right? I think it is.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, we had to do it justice. It's our first ever All-Star Grand Queendom, so.
And you're gonna be there.
Oh, yeah. So, I don't actually like saying it because I don't want to make people jealous. Because I know, like, people are kind of like, fuck you, Eric. And I get it. That's why I don't like talking about it that much. But I am very excited to be there. I will be second row. I think, like... So I won't be opposite the hard camera or anything. I'll be on one of those sides. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Though.
Second row last time was completely fine at, like, Dream Queen. Like, it's good. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It feels like front row. I think if I would go more than second row, I would just move to, like, the arena seats. I think back of floor is not good.
Yeah. No, that's true. I wouldn't go past row 3, I think, is the rule.
Exactly.
After row 3, it starts to suck really bad.
Yeah. And it's just insane, like, what you pay for that as well. Like, it was £200, or maybe three. It was like $250 or something. And that sounds like a lot, but it's second row at the biggest show of the year for Stardom. If you compare that to, like, biggest show of the year at, like, AEW or WrestleMania, like, second row seats to All In, or even All In, right, which is meant to be the cheap promotion, I'm pretty sure that's like several £100, like 500 plus easily.
I mean, I can tell you my 200 euro seat at All In 2020 free?
Yeah.
Yes, free. Was nothing to write home about. Like, my side was fucking terrible. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, amazing value delivered by the Japanese promotions, as always.
Absolutely.
Let's get into TJPW, and we are going to, blitz through a bit, because we spent like 2 hours on Las Vegas, but the reason we're doing this one separately is because there were title matches, so it just feels relevant to the promotion to discuss them separately.
I didn't watch the show. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So they were in Las Vegas on the 16th of April, and I kind of found something interesting. So me and you, we didn't really care much for these shows, and you know, we were going to decide not to cover it, but just do it very briefly. We find the overseas shows. Well, I don't know, maybe you do, but I find it less endurable. It just feels different, and maybe we're just weebs.
No, absolutely.
But it was a lot different to me, and what I found interesting was that it even felt more house showy than the Texas tours in 2025 and 2026. I think people that are there live probably felt it was kind of the authentic TJPW, but watching from home, it didn't even feel similar to the Texas tours, which I think were much better. I think out of the overseas ones, this was the worst one for me for TJPW. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Even the Vancouver ones had like a bunch of pretty good matches.
I just feel like, and I'm saying this on a weekly basis, basically. Sometimes commentary just has a big effect on me. And
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
When it's English commentary for Japanese promotions, I just have a worse time watching, honestly. It's nothing against like the commentators specifically necessarily, but I just don't like to hear commentary in general, I guess. And if I get commentary that I can't understand, I'm it's more easy for me to blend it out unless it's Chigusa Nagayo. And
yeah.
Since when it's two English people blabbering over the action, that's just too it's distracting to me, and I don't like it, and that's automatically makes the show worse for me to watch. And that's been the case for all these Vegas shows, obviously Dallas 2 and Vancouver. So that's automatically ranking them down for me below the Japanese house shows, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looked kind of light in terms of crowd. I think the get-in prices for the promotions at this venue were quite high. I mean, I think we spoke about it on Las Vegas segment, so I'm not going to go too much into it. So in the opener, we had Toga and Uta Takami versus Wakana, Uhara, and Yuki Kamifuku. Just got one spot noted down here. Like, Kami did such a sick dropkick on Uta Takami. It was one of those that I think made it on social media and was being shared a lot. That was a sick dropkick. Kami, yeah.
Look for that one.
Huh. Yeah, Kami onto Uta. She fucking destroyed her. It was pretty sick. Then we had Alexis Lee, Himawari, and Shino Suzuki versus Pom Harajuku, Raku, and Yuki Aino. I mean, you can already guess what this was. There was a lot of comedy involving a dice because they're in Vegas. It's Pom. We know she's funny. It was mildly entertaining, but, I wasn't really feeling this show, so it's fine if you were there. Then we had a three-way, which is Miyu Watanabe, Miyu Yamashita versus Mizuki. So, three-way between Miyu, Mizuki. So this match...
That sounds sick as hell, though.
Yes. So it started out not interesting to me. For all the reasons we just spoke about. But then I did get into it, because these three are awesome.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of what they do, right? Like, it doesn't matter what type of vibes there are, or like, when you have talent like them, you just have talent. And these three are some of the best wrestlers in the world, and the crowd that was there got loud for a lot of it, and I ended up thinking this was pretty good. Miyu Yamashita did what the commentators called an attitude adjustment, which I knew would pop you. That's your favorite thing. Mizuki's Whirling Candy always gets the biggest pop on all of these international shows, and it should, because it's a fucking sick move. Like, it still pops me, to be honest, every time I see it. Miyu Yamashita pinned Mizuki with the running knee, which I thought was kind of interesting. I wonder if Miyu Yamashita is maybe going to go for like a defense of one of the international princess or pop, because she hasn't had like a title defense in ages, so as in not challenged for one in a while, so would be nice. Let's see. International Princess title. So it was Suzume defending against Sakura Hattori. Suzume was super popular, and what we love about Suzume is she tries to be inventive with like her title matches, her big matches. And it's inventive with really simple moves. So like her offense is what? A cutter and a bulldog. That's like most of her offense. But she gets the most out of them. Like she did a bulldog here from the apron to the outside of the ring, and it got a massive pop. So
for sure.
That's one of my favorite things about her. But this was kind of like the type of match you'd see at like Shinjuku Face or something, like that type of arena. So it was better than like a house show in the middle of nowhere. But it wasn't like crazy. It was pretty good though. And I do think it was Sakura Hattori's best performance so far, probably. So she went for like her twist and senton from the old gimmick, the springboard one.
From the middle of the rope.
Yeah, exactly. But Suzume dodged it and then hit the ringer bell. So I thought that was quite cool. Obviously Sakura kicked out of that because Suzume was kind of slow to cover her, but I thought that spot was kind of cool. So there you go. So Suzume did end up defending in the end.
That's good.
Tag team title. The Inspiration versus Kyoraku Kyome. So Hyper Misao and Shika Nakajima. I just didn't really watch this match. So I think I watched like the ending of it. So Rio versus Vert Vixen. So I'm talking about English Rio. They were on my other screen in progress at Las Vegas, and that was more interesting to me. So I just watched that instead. But I did watch kind of like the end of this match. The end of the match seemed okay. I don't think like the Inspiration are terrible workers. I know that like we kind of shit on them a lot, but to me they're like inoffensive. I thought they were inoffensive and boring this match. Basically, it was okay.
They retained, right?
They did retain. Yes, sorry.
That's crazy.
So I think they're just dropping it on the 4th of May Korakuen Hall show.
Sure.
Did I make that up? I think they're on that show. I'm pretty sure they're on that show. They're on some Korakuen Hall show coming up. Wait, aren't they defending against Daydream? They are, against Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, that should be it then.
Yeah, I think they're just going to drop to Daydream. That's what I think. The main event was the Princess title. It was J-Rod versus Yuki Arai. And yeah, I like J-Rod a lot, but I heard that she called herself a WWE girly.
Oh, right.
And it ruined her for me. It ruined her for me, but I thought she was good in this match. I thought she was really good. So
okay.
I just think she hasn't hit her potential, it feels like. Because she was wrestling in OVW, for fuck's sake. So it feels like with more Japan tours, she can get really, really good. And so that's kind of why I would want her more often, but, it is what it is. Yuki Arai is obviously no Miyu Watanabe, but I do like her as Princess Champion. It kind of just feels right to me, and I guess I have Miyu to thank for that. She won with the X kick, which is obviously going to be protected forward, given she beat Miyu Watanabe with it. But yeah, whatever. It is what it is.
Whatever.
Next shows upcoming, we have a VOD that came out on Tuesday. It was a 4-match card at Tokyo Square. I have not seen it yet because it came out today and I was busy. But Mei Suruga is on that card against Ren Kanatsu, which I guess is an interesting match. Then they also have a show on the 24th of...
that sounds cool, actually,
Yeah, I'll probably watch that. And then they have another show on 24th of April at Shinjuku Face, which will just have previews for the 4th of May Korakuen Hall show, which we can preview next week.
All right.
On to Marigold. So, just a quick note for Marigold before we get into the Korakuen Hall preview for the 25th of April. There was a match on Shinya Aoki's new produce show, which he started on Monday. What day is it? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday we were recording. At Shinjuku Face. Shinya Aoki is a well-known MMA fighter, and he wrestles in DDT. He's like a scrawny-looking shooter guy. And the match was Chihiro Hashimoto and Manami versus Seri Yamaoka and Yuka Yamazaki, which is obviously notable because Marigold don't really let their talent do independent shows. The link is Seri uses the Aoki clutch, and I think there must be a deeper connection between the two because it's a rare indie appearance, but I just know that she uses his move, so there must be something more there as well. Like maybe she looks up to him or something like that. But
yeah.
So before the match, or like at the start of the show actually, Super Sasadango Machine, so who you might remember from Grand Princess 26, he did a PowerPoint and he basically called Seri Yamaoka the ace of Marigold, who's disguised as a rookie, which I just thought was funny, I guess. Because that just shows you what they're thinking about her, right? That's kind of why I like translating these things, just to see. And then he also called Yuki Yamazaki someone with 10 months experience, but an extreme amount of confidence and poise. And that's kind of what I've been saying for like, since she's been debuting. So I felt vindicated that, they're saying that in Japan as well. Because I always say Yuki Yamazaki took really quickly to wrestling, and I was like mind blown when I found out she was 18. So I just thought that was interesting notes. And then the last note was, if anyone was wondering, Hashimoto is not an unknown quantity in Japan. So by that I mean the presentation called her the strongest active women's wrestler in the world. So I don't remember what kanji was used. I don't know if they meant best or strongest. It doesn't really matter. But the point is, she does get her recognition in Japan, if you guys were curious.
Yes. Didn't she have a really great match against Aoki once on a DDT show?
That's probably before my time, and that sounds incredible.
Yes, that was like 2022 or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds incredible. That's probably on my watch list but I don't remember. But it's probably on my watch list, yeah.
That may have been the first time I actually saw Shibota, and I was immediately like blown away. Yeah,
that sounds awesome. So the match itself, so Hashimoto Manami versus Seri Yamaoka and Yuki Yamazaki, really awesome. Like, it was really good, to be honest. It was really, really good. Like, recommendation level, for sure. I loved seeing Seri and Hashimoto grapple. Oh, so where you can see it, I guess I didn't say, it's free on Abema TV, but you need a VPN. So it's one of those, I guess. So I can put the link if anyone asks, but you do need a VPN. Yeah, it was awesome seeing Seri and Hashimoto grapple. I wasn't actually going to do this review. I think why I haven't put it in gender because it just came out recently and I just thought about it. They face off against each other on Grand Destiny, if you remember that, Hashimoto and Seri. That was obviously a great match.
Yeah.
There was like a funny moment in this match where Hashimoto is like gut wrench suplexing Seri, and then Seri wraps her arms around Hashimoto's thighs because she's trying to block the move, right? Because that's what you do in a shoot. So Seri is thinking with her shoot brain because she's wrestling Hashi, and then Seri just realizes, oh, she's going to suplex me anyway. So Seri just lets go, which I just thought was kind of funny that she is thinking that way, and then she's like, oh wait, this is fake, and then she kind of accepts her fate and then lets go so she doesn't cause an injury. I kind of love details like that. It kind of made me, like, Seri's legit, like her wrestling is legit. So. Like, she was kind of destroying Manami on the mat when they were grappling, which was kind of funny. There was a funny moment where Seri went for a spear and Hashimoto like totally blocked it, which was, you know, kind of interesting. We spoke about the Suri spear counter on the Suri match. So
Yeah.
Seri was like sandbagging the German suplex, like Suri style, and then Hashimoto just launched her with a wheelbarrow German suplex, and then Hashimoto just like stared at Seri like, "Oh, you want to block my German?" She was like so disappointed in her, basically. Seri was trying the Aoki clutch, obviously, which is even cooler on his produce show. Hashimoto no-sold completely a Yuka dropkick, which was hilarious, and then basically just threw clubbing forearms at her. So before winning with the running lariat. So this was like Hashimoto being a monster, this match. It's like another match in her Wrestler of the Year list, is what this is.
Yes.
Like, she is going crazy nuclear in 2026. If people don't talk about her like in Wrestler of the Year by the end of the year, they just don't watch, basically. She is, without a doubt, in that conversation. Well, I would have her number one, obviously, right now. So.
Yeah, same. And just to confirm, it was December 29th, 2022 against Aoki.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, cool. All right, so yeah, that's free on Abema TV, but you need a VPN. Right, now to this Korakuen Hall preview, 25th of April. So I'm... Where should I skip to? Momoka Hanazono is on the card in a six-woman tag. If you that's kind of funny. It's kind of interesting they are booking more independent talent. Remember, we've spoken about that quite a few times. Yeah, Azaki was there before, and apparently, like, Jaguar Yokota will be on an upcoming show. That is interesting to me, that they're kind of changing it up a bit. We've got Chika Goto versus Kuki Amare. That's obviously because, you know, they were tag team partners, and Chika Goto is kind of like, she's like, I'm thriving, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. I love wrestling, do you love wrestling? So, they're having a singles match. Maddie Morgan versus Victoria Yuzuki. I just wanted to mention, like, I need Yuzuki to have a meaty storyline. It's like, the last time I was invested in a Yuzuki singles match was like in January, I think, when she defended, like, no, I wasn't even invested in that, like, Shoko Koshino match. I don't even know. The last time I was invested in her was the Rhea Seto match, actually, in like November or whatever. That's crazy. And then she defended against Misa Matsui, which I knew she was gonna win. Shoko, Chika, Goto as well, which was 2 months ago. So anyway, Maddie Morgan I have spoken about. She's pretty good. Scouted out of nowhere, literally nowhere in the UK independent scene, and she's pretty good. And she did get WWE tryout.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, you do hear about that.
So what do you think that means? That they're watching Marigold? Because there's no fucking way they knew about her before Marigold.
Maybe.
There's zero chance they knew about her. So they must be watching Marigold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because also Angel Hayes got a WWE tryout as well, who's been touring with Marigold.
They do have a couple of scouts.
Yeah,
who
exactly.
may be watching like all the Wrestle Universe stuff, you know, because they're more involved. They're a lot involved with Noah and all that jazz, you know.
Yeah, some people probably think it's Rossi calling up Triple H. I don't think that's what's happening. This is just they are watching Marigold in some capacity. It's Angel Hayes versus Seri Yamaoka for the BEW title. We spoke about this last week. And the main event, Miku Aono defending her Marigold World Championship against Utami Hayashishita. It's like, it feels like the first big match since the 3rd of January, since Mayu Takumi, probably.
Okay.
I think this is the first big match in Marigold since then, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So obviously this continues their 26th of October 2025 clash against at Sumo Hall, where Miku won the title from Utami using her own move. Utami described it as humiliating in the press conference. Obviously we spoke about it a lot at the time. That it was quite shocking to me. Like, I even thought that there might be something going on there. You can't blame me thinking that. It was like so shocking to me.
No, that whole thing, like, after the show too, how Utami behaved, like, that was sending such weird signals. So
it was just weird vibes. Like, you had to kind of watch it to believe us. We weren't just like recklessly speculating. That was kind of weird. Turns out, I guess it was nothing. Utami stayed, and yeah, she's challenging again. So I'm guessing Miku wins this. I actually don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
So then she beats her twice?
Yeah, I think Utami's just still like,
chilling,
relaxing.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that changed much, but they needed a strong match, I think, and that is one.
Well, finally, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
The match is going to be awesome. We all know that. It's going to absolutely slap. So, all right, should we get into the indie zone?
Let's do it. Indie zone. Hell yeah.
Indie zone.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to Tim. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as Tony Storm. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and whatever AJ Styles believes in. And it lies behind the pit of man's fears and the summit of Eric's knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area we call the Indie Zone.
All right, we kick this off. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. On the 17th...
don't have many shows, but they're all big ones, I guess.
They're all big ones from the three big indies. So we're going to talk about SEAdLINNG, Ice Ribbon, and Diana. SEAdLINNG on the 17th of April at Korakuen Hall. SEAdLINNG
yes,
is my favorite promotion right now. It just is. Doesn't mean I don't love Stardom. We spoke about it for an hour and a half. You all know I love Stardom. You all know I love DDT. You all know I love Ice Ribbon, Actress Girls. But if I had to take one promotion with me on a desert island, it is current day SEAdLINNG. Mm-hmm. They've undergone a huge transformation in the past 12 months, and kind of since Arisa Nakajima's retirement, they've moved away from top freelancers, and they've basically become like a rookie promotion. And that's my fucking shit. I want to see the development and the growth. They've handled their youngsters booking-wise perfectly. Like, pretty much perfectly. It's not like they're the best wrestlers, but what SEAdLINNG does better than almost anyone else, except maybe Stardom, is give their rookies hooks, storylines, things they can work with that aren't just in-ring. Stardom does that, obviously, right? With, like, Emma, Kiki, like, they give them storylines. Like, look at what Kiki is doing,
for sure.
right?
Yeah.
And not a lot of promotions do that. SEAdLINNG is one other that does that. Like, developing rivalries, connections with each other, building stories for, like, 5 or 10 years down the line. And it's not easy to do that with rookies. And I think SEAdLINNG have done well with it. Specifically, obviously, you all know, my current feud of the year, which is Hinori Hana versus Celine Mizora, which we'll get to later. So, yes. Do you want to talk about your overall thoughts on the show? Or do you just want to get into the first match?
I don't know. I thought it was a really, really good show. The three top matches were all good or awesome, or very, very good to awesome, maybe very good to great. And I thought, I don't know. I know you don't want to talk about it really, but
wait, talk about what? Oh, the match.
No. I'm thinking about the look of it, attendance wise. It actually looks solid in cage match, but like it looked kind of depressing on tape with how empty some of the benches were. But I guess it actually came out alright. But like I just think it's sometimes I think it's sad, like the quality of matches on these cards that don't find the deserved
praise and attention.
Attention exactly. That was like my first impression of the show was, well, that looks kind of sad.
You're
like the right side was completely empty, right, off the benches, and on the left side there were a couple of people. I guess the orange seats were more filled if there were over 400 people there, but
they did just over 400, which is very low, obviously. When I did my wave run about low attendances and people talking about them, it was people that don't watch your product.
Okay.
I prefer like the product analysis, but you watch your product and you're correctly saying it's not a product issue, right?
Yes.
like their product is amazing, so it's something else. And I guess with the wave stuff, people were blaming things that I that I think it was the product in Wave's case. I just think they have a stinky product. And just the way they actually book. But I don't think we can say that in SEAdLINNG's case, and probably in Ice Ribbon's case as well. And you watched them, so you're allowed to say that.
Do you think it's because of La Pidita and La Quedita?
Yeah, they're an anti-draw. Yeah.
To me, they are.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. All right, I mean, let's get into the show, and then we can discuss it. Oh, or do you have any other overall thoughts?
No, let's discuss the matches, I think.
Hanako Nakamori versus Lana Hisaki. So, obviously, Hanako Nakamori, we've spoken about being the Pure J champion, which I'm hoping Korea is going to beat her ass on the 4th of May. And Lana Hisaki is the interesting rookie we talk about who does torture racks and shit like that. So,
yes,
I thought this was a good performance for someone in their 4th match.
Absolutely.
She's got a good intensity to her. I thought Hanako, I have been saying Hanako just doesn't move well or just doesn't have like interesting matches anymore. I thought she worked well in this match as the vet, actually. Like all you need is like a working kick, right? And she can still throw those. So that looked good. I thought it was kind of funny how Lana is like so green that you could see she braced so early for some kicks. Like she was running the ropes while bracing. It's just kind of funny. But, no, I thought this was good.
Like a mini MJF. Huh?
Exactly. Yeah. Got to roll over to the other corner for this coffin drop. Fucking ridiculous.
I was also thinking about how he braced for those like half an hour before Darby Allin jumped.
Yeah.
Let's not get into that. I think Lana is really solid, actually. I think she's a very solid rookie, especially. I didn't know it was only her 4th match. I thought she had a couple more than that. That's insane, actually. I think she's very, very promising.
Debuted 2 months ago. 2 months ago.
Yeah. I don't like her gear very much, but that's a completely different
I don't like the slick back hair.
Yeah, the overall presentation is a bit weird, but as soon as she's working, she's really promising, I think. I just don't like the pleather. I think you call it pleather, right? Or the latex-esque thing, the latex baggy stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Latex baggies are always kind of weird.
Is it like Itsuki's gear?
It's exactly, yeah. I never say it because I know you like it, but I'm really not a fan of Itsuki's gear either. So
yeah, because Akira sort of adopted it as well now, right?
Yeah, true. It's just not my style. It's if they like it, I'm not saying anything against it. It's just not my personal preference, I guess, to look at.
Yep. Then we had a high-speed 7-way. So this is, they do the fast counts and all that stuff. That's Katai is the referee. If you're listening to the Indie Zone, you probably know. It was Kakadita, Lepidita, which is Kakeru Sakaguchi and Kao Kobayashi. The other way around, can't bother to change that. Madison Marley, Mio Shirai, Natsu Sumire, and Yuki Funa. Madison Marley got a WWE tryout as well. She's obviously a Danish wrestler. So.
Okay.
There you go. I mean, they fucking sent WWE tryouts to fucking everyone. So there you go. This was... I kind of liked this... Well, like is a strong word. I thought this match was solid. It was fun. And I think one of the best parts was Natsu Sumire getting eliminated by Yuki Funa.
I have that.
That was... I loved that.
That was really great, yeah.
Yeah, Natsu Sumire is a recent tag champ, so it's not like she's nobody in seed, and that's why the crowd popped for it. The crowd that was there. It was a big elimination for Yuki, and she hasn't even won a singles match yet, so a really good moment.
Yeah, both were really shocked by it too. Like, I really liked the reactions too. That was kind of really good. Sorry?
No, I was just going to say Yuki Funa is good. I like her a lot.
Yes, that was what I was going to say as well. Yuki Funa looked really good in this match, I thought, overall. And I think good on SEAdLINNG to put like all of them in one match. Like I know they do that a lot, but they got rid of Mio, Natsu, Lapadita, and Kakedita immediately on the second match of the card. Like
quadra kill.
It's pretty much all of them out of the way that I can't stand. So rest of the card is fucking
great booking. Arisa Nakajima, good stuff.
Hell yeah.
Then we had a 6-woman tag, Chanyota, Mirai, and Yuri versus La Fresa de Egoistas, which is Makoto, Mima Shimoda, and Nagisa Nozaki. And don't have any notes on this. Good trios match. There's no storylines here as well, so.
Yeah, I don't really have many detailed notes either. Mima Shimoda at one point just killed people with chairs. That was kind of brutal, but like the chair shot Chanyota took looked crazy brutal, but I guess she's fine.
It's Venny's faction, so they have to use weapons like she does.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Then we had Miura Koga versus Yuri. So the background for this is quite simple. Miura Koga is, her idol is Yuri. Basically, yes. she fucking loves Yuri. That's why she throws so many kicks. Miura is like one of the rookies that she was kind of earmarked to be the standout, especially when it was just her and Honori. That was before Yukifuna and Salim Mizora came around.
Okay.
I think she's kind of tailored off in her development, like, because she just has some bad days, but she also has some good days. Like mostly like when she's dominating like if someone junior to her, I think she looks great doing that. But because she wants to wrestle like Suri and can't really put it off, I feel like there's a lot of matches that don't work. I basically she's very dependent on match structure, and Yukifuna isn't. Like Yukifuna is like way more versatile in that sense. I thought this was good though. This was one of her good days, Miura Koga against Yuri. What do you think?
I agree. I think she looked pretty good. Yeah, I was kind of surprised actually at how much Shuri, how much she got on Shuri, I guess.
Yeah. Like
considering like the near falls she got, like even a German suplex, like a high angle one on Shuri, that was surprising and was fucking cool. Yeah. I just noticed here, like for half of my notes, I wrote Syria, like a mix between Shuri and Miria. So Syria. I'm not even sure who I'm talking about here. I'm talking about both at once for some reason.
The new tag team,
but yeah, that would be it, I guess. I really liked the showcase. I thought it was a really feel good moment for Miria Koga too. I thought you could like feel or tell how much this meant to her. Like, that's a big dream, obviously, for her.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. And Shuri, I really like Shuri's, like, freelance escapades or whatever she's on right now.
Yep. Yeah, she was in Sendai Girls, now SEAdLINNG. Yeah, for sure.
It's awesome. And I also thought the final submission, like, she tied Miri up in a knot, essentially, until she had to tap. That looked fucking cool.
She's got a name for that, right?
Yeah, she.
I don't fucking know it though.
It's like a leg scissor choke, double arm lock.
Yeah, it's like the tiger something, though. Doesn't she call it similar to like
Maybe.
Black Tiger? I know SLK's got a Black Tiger leg killer, but I think Syria has something.
Yeah,
similar.
but it's not. It wasn't really like the Black Tiger leg killer is more like a stretch muffler thing, right?
Yeah, I know. Like, I'm just saying they got similar names.
Yeah,
but
maybe
different moves. Yeah.
Is it the Dragon Sleeper?
No, it's not Dragon Sleep.
No, Dragon Sleep is something different. What am I talking about? I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, good match.
Good match.
So there. All right. I think half my podcast notes for today are this match.
Yeah.
So the semi-main event.
Tequila.
Yes, we drink tequila. Honori Hana's theme song, which is a banger. Honori Hana and Unagi Sayaka, who are the Beyond the Sea tag team champions, defending against Celine, Mizora, and Venny. Oh, all right.
I give you the stage for this one first.
This is literally my favorite feud in wrestling. I mean, nothing gets me more excited than this. This is my number one thing in wrestling right now. The short version of the feud is Honori Hana is the vet of SEAdLINNG, despite the fact that she's only 26 and she debuted in 2020. She loves Arisa Nakajima. She's dumb jock wrestling personified. There is no dumber wrestler in the scene. And by dumb, I just mean she does the most psycho stuff possible. Like, she shoot headbutt Venny in their title match. So that's the background for the feud between Venny and Honori. They've basically been fucking going at each other for a year. Like, whenever they see each other. They might not see each other often, but when they do, they're at it. Celine Mizora is a rookie who debuted in June 2025, without a cage match profile still, by the way.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she's my favorite rookie. Like, she just is. I'm not saying she's the best rookie. She's just my guy.
She has one.
Does she have one now?
Maybe that was the maybe that's why Cage Match was down all day, because they had to implement the Celine.
Yeah, well, if they have one, that happened after this match. So that's cool. So there we go. Yeah, she's not the best rookie, but she's my rookie. She loves Suri. Veni, that type of wrestler. That's who she loves. So I mentioned last episode, but if you didn't listen, the press conference was her wearing Veni's shirt and having her hair done like Veni. And there was some really funny interactions. But she adores Veni. And Celine is Veni's first junior. So Honori doesn't have any senior. So, because she's the vet in the promotion, like I mentioned. So she has a bit of jealousy that Celine has found a senior. So Unagi Sayaka is kind of just like there. Like, she's not really like part of the storyline.
It's so funny.
She's got fucking no part in this. She does her bit, but she's not even part of like the Honori storyline.
Yeah.
Even though technically she's her senior, it's not kind of like played that way in like, yeah, in the storyline in promos.
I mean, it doesn't make sense either, but
yeah. So Honori doesn't like this fucking new person coming in. Like, imagine like you got 2 dogs, right? And like one's been there for a few years, they get all the attention, and then you get a new puppy, right? That's fucking Honori Hada. So she also doesn't like the fact that Celine has become Veni's tag partner, because Honori hates Veni.
Mm-hmm.
So,
obviously.
And she's trying to take her spot in Seed. So on the 10th of February, this is the match that you know, obviously you've seen, and we reviewed it. Honori Hana shoot headbutt Celine and cracked her head open. Okay, we're not exaggerating. That is what happened. And despite having dried up blood all over her face, Celine cut a fucking cold promo that she wanted the tag titles. This was her 10th match, maybe. Celine Mizora.
So crazy.
This is fucking insane. So a few weeks later, they have a singles match, which we reviewed a few episodes ago, maybe 2 episodes ago, and they're just slapping each other around the face. They love beating each other up. And the feud is incredible for me. I try to think about why I love this so much. And what I've landed on is, you never get to see rookies have a feud this intense and heated, because it requires a lot of in real life trust between performers, you know, to do these types of things to each other, so that you're not going to kill each other. So every time they have a match, I'm on the edge of my seat, because I literally don't know if one of them's going to die, because they're sort of inexperienced and they're still doing crazy hard hitting wrestling, and that has me on edge the entire time. I'm like, I hope Honori doesn't just kill Celine here, or I hope Celine doesn't slap Honori too hard, right? Because she's 10 matches into fucking career. So that's the backdrop. Now this match was fucking crazy if you've been following the rivalry. It was insane. I thought it was like a star-making performance for Honori Hana, in particular.
Mm-hmm.
She was the star of the match. She did so fucking well, and I'm so proud of her. I think it's her best ever performance, and I don't know if it's close, but maybe I'm missing an older match. And I don't think I can compare this match to the 10th of February one, which is what I was talking to you about. What do you think about the comparison between 10th? Just broadly, and then we'll go into the spots.
I also think it's hard to compare them. Just the merits of each one. Like the February one was such a surprise in a way.
Yeah.
Like such a blowout surprise, like such a blow away surprise, I think is a better word.
Yeah.
So going into this one, you already came in with the expectations, right? And how are they going to top this?
Exactly.
So it's not even it's kind of not even fair to compare them, but like quality wise, like there's a difference, right? The first one didn't need to be as great because you didn't have
exactly
the expectations going in. This had to be great, and it lived up to the expectations. So it's a better match for sure, I think.
Yeah.
Just judging by like the first one was a lot of like random shit, like brawling on the outside.
It was more
like
brawly, yes,
forever, and like it wasn't as cohesive and like structured of a match, I guess, as this one. So the first one just lived through its like crazy fucking like even unplanned,
like edge of the seat stuff, right? Like who's gonna fucking die? Yeah,
unplanned shit going on and stuff. And this was a more planned out, obviously, match, but made for a better like worked match first of all. And like the first one was just fucking wild and rough and almost uncooperative in stretches.
No, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Benny slapping Celine around the
yeah.
face while she's concussed. I mean,
and this was more like a classic great wrestling match in a more controlled sense, maybe, which it doesn't mean it was less batshit, but I mean, we're just gonna have to get into it. But it's really tough to compare them. You're right.
Yeah,
to fairly compare them in a way. Yeah,
I think you laid it out perfectly. Yeah. So yeah, let's just get into it then. So Celine still kind of had her hair like Benny's hairstyle, which was just awesome. Hinori Hana has new gear, which I thought was cool. She's got the
too. Didn't like her gear. Oh.
Yeah, no, she's got the funkiest gear for someone who's a total fucking psycho.
Yeah, it doesn't really fit her style.
She's got the fucking music, we drink tequila.
Yeah, that's
and then she's got this like green and pink costume, and she's just a fucking sicko. I mean, this is what a lot of people say about Joshi, though, right? It's the juxtaposition, right? The contrast between what they look like and how they wrestle, and that's interesting to me. So immediately, it's Celine and Hinori trading forearms, and Hinori is kicking Celine about, and she looks fucking mean. Okay, she's like mean mugging Celine. She's thrown her into chairs. She's bullying her. Venny just comes along and throws a chair at Hinori's head, which I thought was funny. So now they're brawling on the outside, and Venny sets up Hinori on the chair. So she sits her down on the side of the ring, on the ring side, and she tells Celine, hey, run and do a drop kick. She's like guiding Celine along, right? And that's part of the storyline, right? The press conference ended, with basically Venny saying, so they were talking about, hey, why can't you just crack Honori's head open? And then Celine Mizora was like, yes, you're right. She cracked my head open. It didn't even hurt. And then Venny was like, good, I'll teach you how. There's all sorts of ways, right? That's how the press conference ended. So after guiding her around, Venny puts Hinori up against the ring post, and she literally blasts Honori's head with a chair. Okay, so obviously the chair makes contact with the ring post. You hear the sound. It looked safe, right? She didn't just fucking.
It was very safe.
It was very safe. And then you see Hinori go to the ground, and you see Natsuko, who was a second at ringside, and other staff cover Hinori.
Yes.
And in my notes, I've just got, is Hinori bleeding? And I just got question marks.
Are they gigging Hinori? I have
Yeah, I was like, she's being covered right now.
Yes.
And then they show Hinori Hana's face fucking bleeding. I lost my shit. I have not lost my shit. When was the last time I lost my shit like this? I honestly can't tell you the last time I lost my shit like this.
Damn.
I was DMing Kaze because I couldn't DM you because I didn't want to spoil it for you. And I knew Kaze didn't care about spoilers. I had to tell someone about what I was witnessing. All of my notes here are just capital letters and random combinations of letters. Like, they're not words. I just fucking started sprawling over my keyboard. I was like, they did a fucking blade job. They did a blade job. I repeat it like 10 times in my notes. This promotion's insane. They did a blade job. They did a blade job. More random letters. They did What psycho promotion allows their rookies to do blade jobs?
That's awesome.
Who fucking does that? And this was fucking incredible. It immediately repaid anyone's investment in the storyline. And this is one of the reasons I love the rivalry so much, because they fucking thought about it.
Yeah, it was perfect, right? They had to do that.
Perfect. They were like, this feud needs blood. I don't care how fucking inexperienced you are. This needs blood. And they just fucking did it. And I think it's Hinori Hana's first blade job, because I think every other time she's been bleeding has been hard way. So I think it was her first blade job. And it just worked perfectly. So whoever came up with that spot, Arisa, genius. Amazing.
Was a good one too.
It was a great blade job. Yes, Hinori was bleeding fucking buckets. And they go back in the ring, and Celine Mizora, maybe 15 matches, I don't fucking know, she's like shoving her foot into Hinori's face. And Venny isn't even outside on the apron. Venny is inside the ring, just fucking chilling in the corner of the ring and barking orders to Celine. And like telling her, bite her. And then Celine bites Hinori Hana's wound. It's like fucking incredible. It is incredible. And there's a sick moment where Honori's just like fucking exhausted. She's bleeding. She's been beaten up by this fucking new puppy, and she wants to tag out. She wants to tag Anagi Sayaka in. Venny just runs and fucking boots Anagi off the apron and then slaps Honori around the face. And it's like, that's what you get for trying to escape your punishment. It is amazing. I thought that was a really funny, I guess, again, juxtaposition, because you got this fucking incredible sell of the blade job by Honori Hana, and because Celine Missouri is only, like, again, very early in her career, she could just do crossbodies. So it was so funny to just see Celine do, okay, I'm going to do a crossbody now, and Honori's just fucking bleeding. I just loved that.
I do want to highlight real quick.
Yeah, go for it. No, interrupt me whenever.
How well Honori Hana sold this too. Like, when we say she's a psycho, she really understands as well how to work such a match, right? Because her selling in the ropes, like, they basically had Honori in the ropes and were just torturing her wound, Venny and Celine both, but just going in, digging into her wound basically with teeth and fingers and everything. And like Celine was even biting like the back of her head, but she wasn't even bleeding, but fuck it, it's just like, and then Honori was just screaming her ass off. Like, it was like almost like a horror movie or like a torture movie or whatever. It was like the way Honori was just fucking screaming in there. She sold it so well. It was really great performance by Honori.
Like, star-making performance. Honestly, amazing from Honori. Yeah, I completely agree. One criticism I have for this match is I did not like them tagging Honori out. I just didn't want to see Anagi Sayaka in this match.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Like, she's a fucking, you know, we say it a lot, Texan polar bear in this match. Like, she just needs to stay on the apron. You know, Venny should have just kept her out of the match. But anyway, that's a minor nitpick.
I thought at one point she tried really hard to match the intensity. Unagi it was.
Oh, Venny, yeah. She tried to, like, go up. Because in the press conference, she kind of said that, you know, Venny's, like, you know, she wanted to beat Venny and prove that she can stand on that level, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fun. I'm not saying, like, they were going hard, right? And Nagi was trying to, like, go hard with Venny.
Yes. Like, it wasn't totally unmatched, but she tried really hard to match the intensity.
She did try. Yeah. But Venny looked like a fucking monster. Like, she was all dressed in black, covered in Honori Hana's blood. It was sick. So then Celine and Honori are back in the ring again, and it's just fucking thudding forearms in ground and pound positions, just like their 28th of February singles match. Celine fucking picks Honori's head up and shoves her face into the corner, the corner, and smears Honori's blood on the corner pad. And Honori's like, hey, this isn't fucking my signature spot. And she just starts headbutting the corner pad. I thought that was fucking awesome, because she does normally do that spot. So it was like, oh, you want to wipe my blood in here? I'll do it my fucking self.
That was like the spot of the match almost for me. That
so
was like,
fucking good.
And she went crazy in the corner.
So good. Okay. The next part is, oh my god, I fucking love everything about this. They do a ref bump. And I know you're like, a ref bump in this match? Let me explain. Celine loves Venny. Venny's unit is La Fresa de Egoistas, which we spoke about. They always do ref bumps. They're like the heel unit in SEAdLINNG. So them doing the ref bump here was so Celine could use the La Fresa de Egoistas board. That's their signature weapon. It's like a cardboard. The whole point of this was to show that she's like an adopted member of Venny's unit. That's the whole storyline. That Venny is guiding Celine into like her ways of doing things. So I loved that ref bump, and I loved that spot. I thought it was fucking incredible. So, if in case anyone didn't get that spot,
it's awesome.
Yeah. So, I thought then it
she
just
broke
sort of like,
the wooden board over at properly too. Like, I didn't even expect that.
No, you're totally right. I completely missed that. Yeah, she didn't just like whack Honori Hana over the head with it. Celine Missouri, when it didn't break, she fucking did it 2-3 times until it fucking snapped it off.
She just fucking kept whacking her. It was sick.
This is what I mean. Like, when you're this early in your career, you don't know how hard you can go. So there's like a danger element to watching these two go. Like, Celine doesn't know how fucking much she's whacking Honori with this. So then the match goes to Honori versus Venny. Obviously, we have to do it. There's a fucking clonking headbutt to Venny on the turnbuckle. I'm guessing the orders were, hey, don't headbutt Celine anymore. because she could fucking crack her head open. And obviously, Venny loves take and shoot headbutts, so she was happy to do it. Celine does the roll through pin, which is how she won on the 20th of February. So that was a really good near fall because that was a callback to their previous match. She starts launching forearms. Honori counters into a backdrop. Honori does a double underhook facebuster, and because they're psychos, like I said, I wasn't sure if Honori was going to drop Celine on her head. I did not know that was going to be a facebuster. And then Honori won with the frog splash.
Yeah. I kind of lost how they did that. Sorry, you.
No, finish. No, you interrupt me. Yeah, go.
Sorry. Kind of loved how they did that too, because like after the backdrop suplex, Celine kind of like did a fighting spirit spot almost. Like she got up immediately, but Honori immediately grabbed her for the double underhook, facebuster, whatever you call it. I always call those angel swings. I don't know.
Oh, you're right. I'll just call it angel swing. That's easier. Yeah.
Maybe cringe to use like the Americanized.
No, only with attitude adjustment, because that's we don't do that.
Yeah. But yeah, like I like when they do like a fighting spirit spot and it immediately gets cut off by the next move from the other person. That always kind of pops me. So that's what happened here. Honori immediately followed it up with the angel swings and the frog splash, and it was really, really good finish too.
Incredible match.
Yes.
Especially if you know the background. This was like the most fan-serving match for me. This might be my second favorite match of the year. I just realized.
Oh wow. Okay.
I just realized it is.
I was gonna ask you earlier how high the first one is for you.
So the first one is in my top 10. So it's below Saya Kamitani's SLK, Miyu Suzume. And I think I'm going to put this on the same level as Miyu Suzume and Saya SLK, and probably above it, but around the same tier, I guess. So it's definitely my top 4.
All right. Let's see. I don't think I can say that I'm that high on it.
Yeah, but this is my Sayaka Kurara, right? You have to look at it like that.
For sure. No, I can totally understand how you are so high on it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anything can possibly top Suzume and Miyu Watanabe for me. Just because of the, like, out-of-body experience I had there in Korakuen Hall.
Yeah.
Something like this, like, just watching something on a screen can't replicate that for me, so that's
absolutely
basically impossible. So they got that disadvantage, I guess. But yeah, it's really, really fucking great match. Incredible. Everyone should check it out. The first one first, maybe, if you haven't seen that one yet, and then this one. And maybe even their singles match in between, if you want to. So
yeah. If you need a link to the singles match, then let me know. So
yeah.
All right.
And yeah, after the match, Venny repeatedly fucking killed Unagi with the wooden board too. That was funny.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they had a big scuffle afterwards. Unagi looked like shoot angry. I don't know. But she tried to match the intensity, I guess, the entire way. So
yeah,
she looked pissed after that.
Amazing. Main event, the Beyond the Sea title match between Ayame Sasamura and Hiroyo Matsumoto. I'm just going to go a bit quicker. So basically, this happened because there was a tournament where Matsumoto was defending in every single round, and this was the final of that tournament. And spoiler, Ayame Sasamura won. I'm really happy with that result because I think Ayame Sasamura is awesome. She's been in SEAdLINNG for fucking ages as well, so it's not like she's just like a random freelancer. She basically only works SEAdLINNG and 2AW. Those are her two main promotions. So she's been a tag title champion there, all of that stuff. So I'm happy that she's getting a run with the title. Matsumoto is obviously awesome, but you know, if you're going to drop it to anyone, Sasamura is a good one. So yeah, what do you think about the match? You go through the match. Well, don't need to go through it, but like, what do you think about it?
I thought it was good. I thought it was, obviously it had like the impossible task to follow the tag match like that came before it, but like they did their best to follow it, I guess. They had a couple of spots in there that were like really, really great to get the crowd back too. I think like at one point Ayame Sasamura did a double foot stomp from the top rope to the floor on the outside onto Matsumoto, which was a really sick looking double foot stomp too.
She sold that so
yes,
crazy.
and Matsumoto sold it like she was dead, basically. She barely made it into the ring at 19.
I thought she was hurt, by the way. Like, she sold that so well. Because did you notice that she sandbagged Ayame Sasamura when Ayame was trying to pick her up after that? I was like, oh. And then Ayame even asked the referee to check on her. I was like, fucking hell, that's great selling.
Yeah. Before that, even like Ayame threw Hiroyo over her head, like in the early goings of the match even. And I just didn't expect that I didn't expect Ayame to be able to do that, I guess, essentially. Because Hiroyo Matsumoto is like a huge, like, beast, essentially. And, after she made it back into the ring at 19, like you said, at first it was like unclear if Matsumoto could even continue, but like,
exactly.
Ayame immediately followed it up with like 2 more foot stomps back to back, which Matsumoto kicked out on. And they had a couple of great looking worked headbutts, which are maybe
for sure
preferable to the shoot ones in a way, because if they look as good as they do here, it's really better.
So I think Kento Miyahara does the best worked headbutts. That's like when I'm like, okay, yeah, exactly. You can do those ones because they look amazing. So yeah, if your worked headbutts are good, why not?
Yeah, these were really good, I thought. Yeah. And then they basically already entered like the finishing stretch, which I was like, if I had to criticize like one thing about this match, it's the finish. We had this topic before as well. It was basically Hiroyo got Ayame with a big powerbomb, and Ayame basically immediately reversed the pin into her own pin, which then Hiroyo kicked out of, and Ayame did another pin to then get the win, which basically meant she completely no-sold the powerbomb. That's also Matsumoto's finisher, right?
I think she has finished matches with it, yeah.
Big, weird powerbomb where she picks them up like weirdly by the arms. It's like, it's not a standard powerbomb, it's like her big one. And essentially for this finish, Ayame no-sold that one to get to the pin. I think if you immediately roll over into another pin, it's like explainable because like, I don't know, just how the momentum works for the pinfall, I guess, after powerbomb. But like Hiroyo kicking out of that one and then Ayame immediately doing another one, that's a bridge too far for me, maybe, for no selling the powerbomb.
That's fair enough, yeah.
But other than that, like, it didn't ruin the match for me or anything. I still thought it was a really, really, really good match. And I was happy for Ayame too. When I didn't really expect her to win, honestly. Like, even after the second no-sell of the powerbomb, but what?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I don't think I expected her to win.
Yeah. So that when she actually got the pin on the second attempt after no selling the powerbomb, I really popped for that too. So that's good for her. Really good match. What did you think?
This is like a recommendation match for me. I think like just one of those borderline ones. I thought it was really good. I don't have anything different than what you said. I guess I've maybe just like the match was like two halves almost. It was like the first half was Matsumoto like trying to like hold on from Ayame, like being like doing that all out babyface thing, right? Like you know when they really want to win a title, they just go all out. Yeah. And then the second half was kind of like Matsumoto slowly getting back into it and then trying to kill Ayame with lariats, which I thought was just really sick.
Oh yeah, those short
the short range ones, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Ayame just kept kicking out until she got that flash pin, which you described already. So I did like that the story they told as well. And like I said, Matsumoto selling was the best part of this match for me.
No, I agree. She's a legend, right? In a way,
she's amazing. Yeah, she's incredible. Yeah. Cool. So that's SEAdLINNG. Very, very good Korakuen Hall show. And we move on to Ice Ribbon on the 12th of April. And this was their Kizuna tournament. So that's their tag team tournament. I think this is their fourth one maybe. I think it's fourth one. It's not annual. I think the last one was in like 2022 or something crazy like that. But it's basically a one-day tag team tournament.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I think I've got all the matches here, but not notes for every single one. So let's see. So we kicked off with Hikari Minami and Riko versus Kaori Onyama and Masahiro. You got anything for this?
Well,
so Hikari won with a flash pin on Masahiro.
yes. Well, I was disappointed, first of all.
Yes.
Maybe spoilers for other matches of the first round. Like, so my two favorite teams, maybe two of my three favorite teams, let's say, were immediately eliminated, which made me kind of sad. But like, spoiler alerts, the third team I really rooted for ended up winning the entire thing. So that was false alarm for me, I guess. So anyway, obviously I would have liked Mase and Kaori to have a deep run into this tournament.
For sure.
Because they're awesome. But yeah, it wasn't meant to be. I do think Rico is around Moe's age, right? Or younger?
She's 12. She must be 12 or something.
12.
And Moe is like 14, about to turn 15.
Yeah. So, yeah, nothing against Rico, but I think both hero sisters are better than her at this stage.
Yes. So I guess the one thing to note is Rico is technically a junior to both of them because she debuted later. So she has got like less experience, even though she might be older than Mase.
Yeah, she still looks very hesitant in some
She's very
spots.
green, yeah.
And yeah, green is the
She has improved a lot. She has improved
a
a lot, but she is still definitely.
I mean, she's fucking 12.
Sisters.
It's not even worth like.
Well, your point
you
is
have to give
the
her
hero sisters are
credit.
very good, and yes, they are.
Yeah. And yeah. Well, Hikari pinned Masi, and that was a bad moment.
Yeah.
Big mistake from the booking team. I wrote here in my notes.
Completely agree. Then we had Revolutionary Angels, which is Kararu Okano and Yuka, versus Mizuki Kato from Diana and Totoro Satsuki.
Yes.
So, two big gals.
I was so scared throughout this match.
I thought this match was like... This was like a recommendation match for me, basically. Like, I thought this was fucking great.
Yeah, kind of was.
And I don't care much for Totoro. I've said it before, but...
Yes.
I think what I loved about this match is... This is the best version of Mizuki Kato. This is the version I want to see from her. Like, not the U-isms, right? Just hard hitter.
Although they did them here too.
Yeah, wait, what?
They did the double log roll right at the start, but whatever.
Yeah, I guess maybe it was at the start, so I kind of forgot about it.
Yeah.
Because she does, like, I'm not even joking, she can do like 5 to 10 minutes of U-isms, I guess. So,
okay,
like,
it wasn't that. No, it was just...
No, compared to what I'm used to, she snapped out of it. She was a hard hitter. She was like going forearm to forearm with fucking Yuka, right? Mm-hmm. That was awesome. And Mizuki and Totoro just squishing Karari.
Oh my god, it was so brutal.
So Karari is a small... She's not really a rookie anymore. Like, well, yeah, she is. 2 years.
I looked it up. 2024 she debuted, right?
Yeah, we call them rookie.
She has like
anyone with 3 is rookie.
60 matches or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, rookie. Yeah, she's kind of small. They were just fucking squishing her again and again. Mm-hmm. And I really love that the only way that Karari could win was with a flash pin jackknife. Like, I don't know. I just thought this was sick. I like this.
Yeah, this was cool. I do think, honestly, Kirari Wakana is fucking great.
Yes, preach.
I like her so much. Like, yeah, obviously her match with
Minami, right? Minami Katsu?
Yeah, Minami Katsu. Sorry.
Yeah.
Last year I fucking loved. And yeah, just in this tournament, like she's gotten so smooth with just her like the wrestling stuff, I guess. Like the holds she puts people in and like the reverses and just like all that jazz. She like her arm bars are looking so good. She does like the what do they call it? The disarmer or whatever.
Yeah.
Disarmer? What? I don't know.
The Becky Lynch one?
She has really, really great. What's the Sasha Banks one? Or Mercedes Monet. Did she do it as Mercedes Monet? Was it the Banks statement?
No, the Banks statement is the crossface.
Oh, right. That's the crossface. No, then it is the Becky Lynch one, I guess.
Yeah.
That's cringe. Whatever. Nah, but she has really great ways to get into that and to get that hold on to people. And I think she's also really good at selling. Like, in this match, obviously, she got, like, squished over and over by two, like, big girls. And she was... I thought she was dead, but obviously she wasn't. And they won the match in the end. I thought the finish was kind of funny because like Totoro had. Wait, what was that? Oh yeah, Totoro basically had Kirari on her back, and then Yuka chopped Totoro or dropkicked her or whatever. And Totoro basically accidentally gave Kirari like a pink devil that she had to know so. Because that wasn't supposed to happen, obviously. But she happened to be on her back, and Totoro fell so awkwardly that it ended up looking like a pink devil. Anyway, was really cool.
Yeah.
And I popped for the finish big.
Me too. I like this match a lot. Then we had Arisa Shinose and Akane Fujita versus Misa Kagura and Moe Hero. Passion Ole is their team. So, I don't remember much of this match. You watched this recently, but I don't have any notes. And
was this that long ago? Oh, 12. Okay.
Well, not only that, but also I just felt like it when I was watching it, it felt like it went long.
It did go, yeah. It was a longer match. 13 and
But I think it was only like
minutes.
13 minutes maybe, but it just felt longer, and I don't know why. So I can't explain it. Arisa Shinose won, so knocking out Misa Kagura and Moe Hero, which maybe I was just upset about the result as well.
Same, yeah.
But yeah, maybe you got more stuff on this.
Yeah, I kind of thought, I obviously, Misa Kagura and Moe Hero were probably the team, my favorite team for the tournament. And obviously they got eliminated in round 1, so that was a bad experience for me. How is the, like, Arisa Shinose and Misa Kagura, do they have history? Do you know that?
They're a tag team, yeah. They've got a tag team name. I forgot their name.
Right, that's what I thought. And like at the start,
Chia Puri, I think, is their tag name.
Yeah, because they look very similar too, right? Just their gear.
Yeah.
But Arisa was such a mean heel in this match. And she has an evil face too. Have you ever noticed that?
Arisa or Misa?
Arisa, she knows.
Oh yeah, she does. Yeah,
she has a real grimace she can put on when she's a heel.
She does. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And they refused the handshake at the start, so it was immediately like on between those two. And yeah. And this was like, it was a more basic match compared to the last one, but still a good match, I thought. Like, I didn't think this was bad in any way. But the wrong team won in the end, so that was bad.
Exactly. Then the last of the first round, we had Ayako Sato from Dyna and Tsukino Umino versus Kaho Matsushita and Minami Katsu.
Oh shit, I wanted to ask you one more thing, or mention one more thing. Because like, Arisa Shinose also was a real bitch to Akane Fujita, to her own tag team partner.
So the storyline there is no one wanted to team with Arisa Shinose, so everyone else was getting teams.
Okay.
Everyone was ignoring her, and Akane Fujita is obviously the shoot headbutting machine freelancer. You know, she was previously part of Ice Ribbon, now she's a freelancer. And she was like the only one that would like begrudgingly accept Arisa Shinose and help her out. I think their team name was even called like Alone or Lonely People, like some variation of that. So that's why like they weren't on the same page. Because it was like a makeshift tag team to help Arisa out.
Like, I was sure that was going to cost them the match in the end, but they won anyway. Like, at one point, Arisa dropkicked Akane. Kind of weird. And she like ordered her around and stuff, and it was like she was like a real, I mean, she was a good heel. I really couldn't stand her in this match, so that worked out great.
I don't know if that's the intention.
Well, if nobody wants to tag with her, it's gotta be
yeah, exactly. Right? She's just one of those like annoying happy baby faces, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's kind of
she's supposed to be okay.
Yeah, she's supposed to be babyface. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, Ice Ribbon, their only heels are like bad butts. That's the only heels.
Okay.
In Ice Ribbon. So yeah, Ayako Sato and Tsukino Umino versus Kaho Matsushita and Minami Katsu. So this was obviously one of the matches I would circle on paper, and I thought it was really good. So Minami Katsu immediately refusing Ayako Sato's handshake. And then Kaho just kind of like looks over, because Kaho is basically the junior in this team, because one of the gimmicks of this tournament is a junior pairs with a senior.
Okay.
And Kaho Matsushita is the cutoff. So she is the oldest junior, basically, and Minami Katsu is her senior. So she was just kind of like taking direction from Katsu and also refusing the handshake, even though she's the champion, which I just thought was funny. Yeah, I just thought Katsu was awesome in this match. I just
she
like
was a boss, yeah.
I love Minami Katsu.
She was an boss, yeah.
Like, at one point, Tsukino Umino just kind of ignored Sato. Like, Ayako Sato wants to be tagged in, and Umino, who's, we watched her at Ribbon Mania when she won the title, right, against Akane Fujita, and in that sick match. She's just becoming more and more of a sicko. So she was like, no, I don't need you to tag in. She just went, like, forearm for forearm with, like, Minami Katsu, and Minami Katsu just refused to sell it. It's so good.
That would come into play later too, right?
Yeah, exactly, yes.
The December match.
Yeah. This match just had a really good intensity and heat to it. Like,
yes.
Even Ayako Sato and Katsu were like smashing each other over the head with like the aluminum dish, and it was just really cool. I like this a lot. And Umino won with an upset victory over Kaho. So I don't know if that's going to be a title challenge over like down the line. We'll see.
Yeah, these chops from Umino are sick. Like,
fucking hell. Yeah.
That was one of those things, like Manami Katsu no selling them all the way.
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy. Like, you can't throw much harder chops than that. Like, what are you expecting here, Katsu? What are you expecting?
Because they hurt. That's why it's so sick that Katsu's just no selling them.
It was crazy, man. And she gave it them right back, though. Katsu's chops are like nothing to scoff at either. Like,
yeah.
No, that was just a crazy chop battle in there. Like, randomly, I always think it's so crazy. Like, in a random, like, first round tournament match, these two people are just chopping the shit out of each other.
In front of, like, 40 people in
Yes,
Saitama.
exactly. It's so fucking sick.
That's what I fucking love about this promotion. Like, they just don't go... Same with Diana as well, though. Like, when they're in, like, post the Amistad in front of, like, 30 people, they just go hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Katsu proved me wrong with another thing also. She proved me wrong. Like, last week, I came up with, like, the theory that Saya's elbows aren't good because you can't do thudding elbows to a face, because you would knock your opponent out, probably. Katsu proved me wrong here. You can very well do thudding forearms to a face. Just...
Oh my god.
Man.
I fucking love her so much.
She did that to Ayako Sato, man. She just fucking elbowed her in the face, and it sounded like I don't even know.
And it's funny because Ayako Sato, obviously from Diana, she actually doesn't do a lot of outside Diana dates, like very rarely. So she's like on her day off. She just has to get fucked up by Minami. It's so good. She just wants to chill with the Elizabeth belt in the over 40s division in Diana.
Absolutely. I actually think this was my match of the tournament thus far, for sure.
I think so.
I like this one better than the Totoro match.
Yes, I think that's very fair. This was my match of the tournament as well.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if it was of the entire tournament, maybe. Maybe it was of the entire tournament, even.
If it wasn't for you, then I'm guessing you liked the main event more.
I liked the main event a lot.
Okay, fine.
Don't know if I can say I liked it more than this one. This was a really great match. I also wrote here, like, that's a pity comment, but this was also a match that was better than anything I've seen from WrestleMania. But that's, like, obvious, right? It's not. I don't even know why I write this. Like, any match you talked about today was better than anything from WrestleMania, pretty sure. So
yeah, for sure. Like, it wasn't even close to me, actually.
Yes.
Semi-final number 1. Hikaru Minami and Rico versus Karori Wakana and Yuka. Solid match.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've only got one spot noted down, like when Yuka kicked out 1 for Hikari's beautiful cutie special. I thought that was hilarious, to be honest. I was like, why are you doing that, Yuka? I thought that was funny.
That was fun. I thought the finish was kind of weird because
the diving forearm.
Yeah, it was first like from one corner. Wait, how did they do that? I forgot. So first Kirari does like an assisted foot stomp from one corner, and then they like carry. Who was it? Was that Minami? Wait.
Hikari? Yeah, Hikari Minami.
Hikari Minami. I'm messing up my names right now.
No,
I'm sorry. They like carried her over to the other corner for Yuka to do a splash onto her, but they positioned her like perpendicular to the corner in a way.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah,
which is not great because then Yuka like landed on her legs, which looked like it sucked a lot for Minami.
Yeah.
I hope she's all right because they immediately like she held her knee immediately after it too after she got pinned. So yeah,
she just came back from a 4-year hiatus, so yeah, I hope she's okay.
Yeah, damn.
Yes. So yeah, that was Karari Wakana and Yuka going to the final, and then the other semi-final was Arisa Shinose and Akane Fujita versus Ayako Sato and Tsukino Umino. I've got no notes on this one. Actually, I think this was the one I felt went way too long. Actually, yeah.
Wait, let me look. Yeah, that was also almost 14 minutes.
Yeah, but it felt like 20 to me. This one.
Okay. I kind of like this.
All right.
As well.
Tell us.
I mean, I mainly liked it for Umino's chops because she's a fucking psycho. She chopped the shit out of Arisa Shinose, and
Umino is like shot up my list. She is absolutely excellent. I think she's sort of captured new Ice Ribbon viewers as well. I know that John loves her as well. So
yes, maybe I liked it that much because I disliked Arisa so much in the first match.
Okay,
like, she was my heel of the tournament, and like Umino chopped her so hard, like she was fucking screaming, like Arisa was screaming her head off for those chops.
Yeah.
That kind of amused me probably. There was one sick shoot at but also between Umino and Fujita.
Yeah, that's a callback to the match, right, at Ribbon Mania.
Exactly. And it was a clunker as well. So yeah, I like those callbacks, I guess. I liked how Umino beat the shit out of Arisa. And then they lost in the end, right?
Yeah, so Arisa Shinose and Akane Fujita went to the finals.
Yeah, with kind of a weird spinning Olympic slam or whatever. I don't know what that was.
Yeah,
looked good though.
Finisher, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yes. And then they cut promos on each other.
Oh
Tsukina
yeah, that was
and Ayami
So it's already happened now, but it just got released on Ice. Yeah, this show is available on Ice Ribbon's YouTube channel, by the way. You just need to sign up as a member if you wanted to watch it the proper way. If you can't find it anywhere, I pay £8 a month. It's worth it. I get dojo shows and I get these shows as well, which are at Skip City. So it's included in that membership. And then all the other shows we talk about, like Tokyo Square and all that, those are pay-per-views. But this one wasn't a pay-per-view. Also, why I mentioned that was because there's a dojo show that happened last weekend where it was Tsukino Umino defending her Fantasticed belt in what I call it like a reverse 9. Like, that's the translation, but it could have multiple different names. But it's basically 72 singles matches that are 1 minute each.
Oh, that one you talked about.
Yeah, there's 9 people. There's 9 people in a round robin, basically. And they have to face everyone else. So that means 72 matches. Because they're 1 minute time limits, the match is maximum 72 minutes. So I don't know what happened because I haven't seen it yet because it came out like hours ago. But yeah, Akane Fujita was basically asking to be one of those 9 people. So that's what the promo was about.
Oh, I thought they were building to a rematch from the Ribbon Mania match. I would have.
Well, kind of. Just in with 7
with
people.
1 minute time.
yeah, exactly.
I also like Umino is like so slim.
She's
tiny
like
skin and bones
and hits so hard.
Yes, she hits like a truck. But also she did a frog splash in this match and missed. And I thought she would just break apart when she hit the mat. I was like, oh my god, how is
she dead?
Yeah, I thought she was gonna like crack like a vase falling on the floor or whatever. That's what
she is tiny, yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, she was
in the final. We had Arisa Shinose and Akane Fujita.
Wait, what about? Okay, let's do the final. You didn't watch the tag match?
Oh no, I mean
that was my first time seeing Cosmic. I think.
Was it? Yeah, but was it Wasn't it the Uptown people?
It was the Uptown people with the worst gear in the world. Yeah. I didn't want to talk about it either. I just wanted to mention that they have the worst gear.
Take them back, Ikemen, please. Yeah,
they're so weird.
Shiono is the weird. So Saito, I can kind of get it, right? She's just like she's clearly older, right? And she's just trying wrestling, which look at Himiko and Diana, right? Like I'm all for like older women going into wrestling. That's cool. Shiono is I've not seen a single person that looks like they hate wrestling more than Shiono. It is crazy how out of place she looks.
Yeah.
That is weird to me, yes.
It's just...
And she's... Yeah.
No, sorry.
I was going to say she's in the Catch the Wave tournament. I don't
know.
So I'm going to be seeing her live in Korakuen. Amazing.
I just think, like for anyone who hasn't seen those two, the Uptown Rookies, they just have, like, basically... bathing
Nappies.
Suits, white, completely white bathing suits. It looks so weird, and like nothing else. Like they have like low cut shoes, and no knee pads, no arm, no elbow pads, nothing. And it's not like a cool looking bathing suit like Senka or whatever. She kind of has bathing suit too, but it's just really like bathwear, like grandma bathwear. It looks so bad.
Grandma buffwear, exactly. Yeah.
And I just can't take matches with them seriously because it looks so ridiculous the way they run through the ring in these. Like, at least give them knee pads, right?
Yeah.
Like, they look like Minoru Suzuki, just non-threatening and with white instead of like...
Minoru Suzuki in a buff grandma buff. That is what they look like, yeah.
Anyway. Let's go.
Anyway, final. Arisa Shinose and Akane Fujita versus Kaoru Wakana and Yuka. So, your winners of the tournament are Kaoru Wakana and Yuka.
Hell yeah.
Just so you guys know, there's a picture that Yuka posted on her social media.
Oh, yeah.
On the day of the tournament, and her arm is completely fucking bruised from the bicep to the forearm, literally because of the forearm she froze. Seriously, she was bruised from the forearm she froze. So if you're wondering why we talk about that a lot, like Yuka is fucking mental with those. It was so gross actually how many bruises she had. Yeah, so obviously there was some clonking headbutts in here from Fujita. I think she like clonked Karari like near the start of the match just because, why not? I thought this was a solid match, but yeah, I think you like this more than me, so you can go for it. Maybe because you hated Arisa Shinose and you love Karari.
Maybe, I don't know. Arisa was like caving her chest in with forearms. Like she went hard on Kirari Wakana. It was crazy. But was this a match that had a lot of like brawling on the outside too? With like
I think this was the crazy one.
Weapon spots and they had this trash can lid that they fucking killed each other with and thinking about it now, I'm pretty sure I like the Manami Katsu match better, for sure.
Cool.
Because this one had a lot of gimmicks too. Like I said, a lot of brawling on the outside, a lot of like weapons that just the ref didn't care about at all. But I was like, I was just very happy by the end of it because Yuka and Kirari Wakana won, of course. And they were like, I was rooting for them the entire way. So that was awesome. Yeah, I don't remember like specific spots even from this one.
No, I don't have any noted down. So
Kirari did a really cool Hurricane Rana like octopus hold. She's really good. She's become really smooth at like various different maneuvers she can do now.
We should note
coming
that
along great.
This was their third match of the day. By the way.
That also. Yeah.
So it is fucking insane, like how hard they were working.
Yes.
Despite
they didn't
they
didn't take one off or whatever. They went hard on all three matches, both teams.
Absolutely. Yes. This was like full wrestling. Like there wasn't like a comedy, like flash pin or anything like that. This was just going hard, wrestling as hard they could for 3 matches. So props to everyone basically. So really good show.
Yes.
Anything else?
Enjoyed it a lot. Ice Ribbon is awesome. Kirari Wakana is awesome. And I enjoyed it. Nice little tournament.
Good. Then we had Diana Korakuen Hall on the 19th of April. So the main thing to note about this was the crowd was fucking loud for the show. And I wasn't expecting it because I just don't expect that on the Diana Korakuens. Maybe that I've just because it didn't happen on the 5th of October.
For this show, yeah.
Yeah, they were fucking loud.
Yes.
It did make the undercard matches over-deliver for me. Like, I was expecting not much from the undercard matches, and they were just better than I was expecting, just because of the crowd.
No, I get what you mean, totally.
So, first of all, Moran versus Tabata. My preview for this match was, this was a waste of Moran, and I don't think Tabata changed my mind. So, Moran should be getting, like, the marquee freelancer matches at Korakuen Hall, right? Like, Itsuki, Yamashita, you know, just fucking book Azumi, right, to beat her up or something like that. I don't know. She should be getting the big matches. This match was basically Moran running 100 miles an hour around the ring. Oh my god, I get... And Tabata just standing there, just watching her run around and try to base for her.
Yes.
It was fucking crazy. Moran was like soloing this. It was fucking insane. Like, the first so major spot, Tabata did a suicide dive and her foot got caught on the... Sorry, it's not funny. Got caught on the ropes. And she immediately fell short. Sorry, it's not funny. She immediately fell short and then, like, missed the dive completely. I mean, it was fine. Like, she covered her head with her hands, so she broke the fall. But it was just, like, even the crowd laughed after they saw she was fine, they laughed.
Because it was not as bad looking as the Io Sky bump in the WWE. If you saw that one. But it was similar, like, caught on the bottom rope and, like, landed on...
Yes.
Went straight down.
And the comedy factor was just, like, how insane Moran was. And just Tabata just completely out of place. Yeah, really good Moran performance, to be honest. She was doing all sorts of cool shit. So, I just quickly want to update my Moran comparison, because I started using Mace-Era, because, you know, Redondo, who made that comparison, shout out to him. And then when in the Honoka match, I compared her to Azumi, because of, like, the buzzsaw kicks and stuff like that. And now I think she's, like, a merge of the two. So I'm not saying, like, she's, like, the sum of both. I'm just saying she has bits of Mace-Era and bits of Azumi. And
yeah, that's kind of true.
It's really cool. So she's one of my time travel wrestlers. So, like, I want to see her in 5 years immediately.
Oh,
so,
yeah. She's so crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah. I got basically the exact same notes. I wrote she went 100 kilometers an hour because I'm German.
I just went different unit.
Do you know how old is Tabata?
I actually
because
don't know.
Cage Match doesn't have her age, only, like, the date without the year.
She's Yubia's daughter, right? Yubia.
Right. So I don't think she's too old, right?
No, she's got to be, like, early 20s.
Yeah. I would have thought early to mid 20s. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe she's even younger than that. She looks older, probably, but yeah, because she has tattoos and stuff too. So you always think, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, if you're like Tabata, right, and you're like,
you've seen the 16-year-old,
like in your mid 20s, I guess.
You're like, what the fuck is this shit?
You have to have this match with, like, a fucking 16-year-old who, like, not only, like, makes you look
a prodigy. A literal prodigy, yeah.
And she wrestles, like, circles around you, and then she pins you clean in the middle after from a moonsault. And, like, what does that feel like for someone like Tabata who's just coming in there? It's like, I don't know. This little kid is fucking... I'm gonna be this base, I guess, for this incredible wrestler who's, like, 16-year-old, and then I'm gonna lay down and get pinned and get out of there. And as she's getting all the adoration, like, that's... I was just wondering what Tabata thinks, but
rough day at the office for Tabata.
Yes.
Then we had.
Do you think these suicide dives? Right, I'm not safety policing here or anything, but I've seen this so many times lately that people like these suicide topes that
they get caught.
Yeah, they either are short or they get caught in the ropes. And like
they overshoot or something, yeah.
At best, the end result is like a light shove to the person on the outside. And if they want to, they fly back into the barricade or into the chairs or whatever is behind them. Do you think at some point it's just not the move, like the look versus how often it goes wrong lately? It's just not worth it to do it.
The risk to reward ratio
for some people
is like getting skewed, yeah. Because I just watched Daisuke Sekimoto, you know, that huge motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
He did a suicide dive against Yuma Aoyagi on All Japan, and he overshot, and his face went into the barricade, and he opened up the hard way.
Oh my!
And I'm
God.
like, that was an insane spot, but like, dude, like he almost fucking died.
And he just had like this almost fucking dying.
Yes!
Like, when was that? 2 years ago? Last year?
No, literally like last year, he hurt his neck, and he had to put out of all bookings. Like they suspected it was like a spine issue, right? And he just fucking came back wrestling, and now he's doing shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I heard like Io did it again yesterday on Raw, apparently.
Oh, did she?
I
didn't hear that.
I didn't see it, but I read about it, that she had another botch on the suicide dive as well. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to safety police anyone, but the risk reward, like I said, at best, like the move is not even that fucking impressive anymore. Like at best, you shove the person outside a little bit. That's like what you do with the move, basically. So I just think maybe people who aren't quick enough or can jump, or are too quick, maybe in Daisuke's.
You know what is more safer? It's the tope con hero, right? When you're doing it over the top rope.
Exactly.
That is way
that's
safer.
What I thought as well.
Yeah.
Unless you're like Darby. If you fling yourself at your opponent like Darby, then the reward is obviously fucking sick, because then the move actually
Darby
looks scary. But like, the move just doesn't look impactful if you're not Darby Allin. So I don't like it. People should just do it less, I think.
Yeah. We're approaching 5 hours, by the way.
I'm gonna cut this short. It's
No, it's okay. No, don't do that. Then we had Anna Honoka, Maika Ozaki, and Misa Kagura versus Cosmic, Makoto, Rina Amikura, and Tali. So Cosmic from New York. We said that last time. I think she's from Algeria because she had like green and white gear, and I think she had the Algerian symbol on her gear. So, and then Tali is an Australian gaijin. So 2 gaijins on that team. But I like them. They're decent.
I thought they just liked B. Priestley. Anno 2019 or whatever. That's what they looked like to me. Both.
Yeah. Wow. What a comparison. So
with the green hair and the dark lipstick, I think everyone who saw B. Priestley back then knows what I mean. I don't know.
Oh, okay, fine. I didn't know that. So Anna used to wear like her grandma's knitted jumper, like a green jumper, and she has ditched that with actual wrestling gear, and she looks way better. So very happy about that. This was a captain's full match. So basically, there's a secret captain on each team, and you have to pin the secret captain. So like after you pin someone, eliminate them, the announcer says whether they're a captain or not, and if you pin the captain, then you win. So. The crowd was fucking crazy in this match. And what I mean by that was every move that Tali and Cosmic hit on Anna, they just fucking went crazy. So like Tali was lariating Anna, who's like, the 15-year-old Diana rookie, if you're not sure. And that wasn't for you, that was for the audience, sorry. And then, and the crowd were just fucking going crazy, like, ooh, and they were just like normal lariats. I was like, what's happening? So that was kind of cool, I guess. Anna's like, she was really over, to be honest. I was kind of happy for her, because she's obviously been struggling a lot. Like she failed her protest like 3 times, right? So, she's getting better.
Okay.
But she's you could still see the selling here, right? You know, I always talk about her selling.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it in this match? Like Makoto was.
Yeah, I remember now. You talked about her. Yeah, the one that.
That's the one. And Makoto was like trying to hit her in this match, and then Anna was like no selling it sometimes. but
I liked her though. Otherwise, like,
her offense is.
She's bad.
It's getting so much better. Her offense, the drop kicks, You got any notes?
I really enjoyed this, like just as an entertaining, fun match to watch. I really like just like after someone gets eliminated and everyone just like looks at the announcer to say whether they're the captain, and everyone's reaction when he says it's not the captain. Everyone is like, oh no.
Even the one that was pinned, because they don't. I guess I don't know if they know they're the captain.
I don't think they're supposed to know it themselves. No.
Yeah.
But I think they just play the reactions to it perfectly. On obviously it's known.
Yeah.
Like when they talk about the match before, but and they structure the match, I guess. And like also the reaction when they finally realized it must be Makoto, because Makoto was the only one left.
It was a 1v3
very funny moment in the match.
So
yes,
yeah, it was a 1v3. Makoto was the only one left on her team, and they just all look at her because they know she's the captain.
Yeah. Makoto tried to tell them it's someone on the outside, like a second is actually the captain.
And then
it's just
in classic Makoto fashion, because she is part of Veni's unit.
Yeah.
She won the match. 1v3 handicap. She eliminated Misa Kagura. She then pinned Anna, who was the captain, and then the third one, I don't remember who the third one left was. Rina Amakura. She was just kind of there.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was just hilarious. Then we had Chanyota versus Himiko. I've got no notes on this.
No notes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really have many notes. I don't know. Was Chanyota's lip busted open, or was it just her lipstick that was so?
I think
red
she's
and
just
thick?
got. I think she's just got big fuck off lips.
Maybe, yeah. I wasn't quite sure because, like,
Yeah.
I think she's got a bit of a new look. She got new hair too, and maybe she just got
Yeah.
a very red lipstick for her new. I don't know.
No, I noticed it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I thought it was a fun match. I really liked Chanyota, and I thought it was cool when she won in the end with the jackhammer. Shouldn't spoil every match, but I mean, this one wasn't like God of a way to watch it anyway. So.
It's fucking undercard. Yeah.
Yes, I was rooting for her, and she won, and that was a feel good thing for me. I think like up and down this card, the crowd went crazy for every match, pretty much. Like that was just if you're looking for like a really like entertaining show, a good vibes show where like the crowd is just crazy for the entire 2 hours or whatever it is, 90 minutes more, I think. You should go watch the show. It's like
it was a short show.
Yeah,
you can watch it in an hour if you skip entrances.
Yes,
it was
like
pretty short. Yeah,
we previewed this last weekend where like they didn't put their best foot forward with this card.
Yeah, and
but it ended up such a fun show because the crowd was so rambunctious for it, or whatever you want to say.
Rambunctious, yeah,
really good.
Speaking of,
so yes,
we had Jaguar Yokota, Kyoko Inoue, and Tomoka Watanabe versus Mizuki Kato, Nanami Hatano, and Unagi Sayaka. My preview was waste. And I also laughed because they changed this to a best 2 out of 3 falls. I was like, that is the opposite of what I want to see. Mm-hmm. But this match was, the crowd was so hot for this match.
Oh yeah, it was crazy.
And Jaguar was fucking doing everything. She was taking so many bumps.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you don't need, you're 64 now maybe? You don't need to do that. She was going crazy.
And also the type of like spoilers for the match we're gonna go through now, but at one point they just kind of draped her over the turnbuckle and fucking squished her like one after the other, like full speed. They ran into her, and I was like, this is a 63-year-old woman, can you be fucking careful? What the fuck are you doing?
They don't treat her like a veteran.
No.
Yeah,
that's crazy. And she was fine, of course. Like she's a fucking
she's tough
beast.
as fuck. Yeah,
she's tough.
I know why it was 2 out of 3 falls now.
Me too.
Yeah. You remember we went through Kyoko Inoue's singles record? And like, she never fucking loses. She's got like 29 wins in a row. Yeah. The last time she lost to Diana Contracted Talent was like Suri in 2020 or something. Yeah, well, because this is 2 out of 3 falls and she's a smart worker, she was like, you know what? I'll give Nanami a pin hit. So Nanami like flash pinned Kyoko for the first fall, and I was like, "Oh, I see." That was funny. That was funny in a good way.
Immediately, light bulb went off. Like, oh
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Course.
That popped me. So that I enjoyed this match immediately from that. Mizuki Kato was getting huge pops when she was doing like her running splash onto Kyoko. So that was super fun. We were getting like German suplexes from Kyoko and Tomoka Watanabe onto Mizuki Kato and Nanami. That was super fun. Yeah, I thought this match totally over-delivered. And of course, spoiler, Kyoko, it's not even a spoiler, she had to get her win back from the first fall.
In the same match.
So she pinned Nanami for the third fall and won the match.
Yeah.
Funny shit.
Speaking of Jaguar being awesome, like her reaction to Kyoko getting pinned immediately was the funniest fucking thing. I loved the reaction so much. Because I'm pretty sure Kyoko was a student of Jaguar too,
Yeah, she's
right?
one of her students. Yeah, she is.
So she was her like disappointed face when Kyoko got pinned in like 2 seconds. Oh my god, I lost my shit at that. It was really fun.
Really fun undercard match. Another one.
Yes. You know what she kind of did though? What this reminded me of? This was like the MJF move, right? If I'm gonna take a pinfall, it's gonna be like a pseudo squash.
Because it won't go on the record. Like, yeah, so what? She lost the fall in the 2 or 3
Yeah,
falls.
also, but like if I take a fall, I do it in a really short squash, basically.
Like,
and people say like that makes MJF more giving. No, that's the opposite. They do that because it looks more like a fluke. So, yeah, that's just what I wanted to mention.
Semi-main event was Ayaka Sato and Hanako Nakamori, so that's the team Ayaka, versus Prominence, Hiragi Kurumi and Mochi Natsumi. I'm going to keep this one short. Preview was waste of Ayaka Sato. I kind of still feel like that, except I did think Hiragi Kurumi is probably the best I've seen her. Obviously, I haven't seen a lot. I haven't seen anything before 2025 of hers, but in the past year, it's probably the best I've seen her. She did really good with Ayaka Sato. She was throwing like huge lariats. She was moving well, great cannonball, an awesome side slam, and Ayaka was bumping her ass off for her. So I was kind of interested in her, but yeah, just solid match. I was main event. Debbie Kaito. Okay. Oh, sorry, you want to say something about that?
I was always a high man on Kurumi, actually. I watched parts.
Didn't you say that's when you took a 2-minute nap?
Yeah, I kind of. I watched this after work today. I kind of took a little nap here. I'm sorry, but I watched the start and the finish anyway. And now, just in general, I used to be a high man on Kurumi, actually, when she was more in Stardom, involved in Stardom, when they had the Prominence invasion. I always thought Kurumi was a really solid worker who held the matches together really well. And I feel like she regressed in some way, because I did have to agree with people who shed on her. Since then, in some matches, she didn't look good at all. But in general, I think she can be good. That was always my impression of her in general.
Yeah, I think if that's true, then she definitely showed it here. I thought she was pretty great here. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Debbie Kaito against Haruka Misaki for the Diana World title. So I guess spoilers if you care about that. So Haruka Misaki won the title. And I'm a dumb fuck because I spoiled myself just before the match because I wanted to check the Diana attendance. God. I looked at Shupro, and the first image that popped up was Haruka holding both titles. I was like, oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
Normally, I'm really quick to back out of the page. So, like, I've done this before. I'll look at the attendance, and then I'll back out really quickly before the photo loads. And this time, my brain was just slow. WrestleMania was on at the same time, and I was choosing to watch Diana over it. But on my second screen, it was Dominic Mysterio. So I was just looking at what the fuck is this guy doing, and I was too slow to back out. But anyway,
his slowness, transferred
me
onto
exactly transferred onto me. Yeah, it makes total sense that Umasaki won this. They could have kept the title in Debbie, but it would have been a bit weird that she beats Nanami and Umasaki, like their two main stars. So, and now what they can do is they can have Nanami challenge Umasaki at like a big show, like the July show or Korakuen in October. Backstage, Haruka Umasaki said she was kind of disappointed that they're too far away from having 1,000 people at Korakuen. Yes, another wrestler talking about attendances.
Oh my god.
Yeah. She said that she thinks Diana's momentum isn't what it needs to be, and she wants the Korakuen in October to have 1,000 people. So, fucking build to the Nanami match then. I
will say the vibes are hella good though.
Yeah.
Like their fans are really into it. That I think is the first step. Like I disagree that that's the wrong kind of momentum. I think if fans are this into it, that's the best way to get more fans.
Completely agree. Are you an Umasaki guy?
I like her a lot, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because I was speaking to one of our mutuals, Kaze, and he's not that into Umasaki, and I just disagree on this one. Like, I get the sense that she never has a match of the year contender level match. I've not seen that from her, but her floor is so good, and she can have a good match with pretty much anyone. And I think that's important, and she's good enough to carry an indie promotion, basically.
Is that just because of her time in Stardom, you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen her in Stardom.
You haven't seen her there, but
no.
That's why I'm guessing Kaze, isn't
Okay,
it?
fine.
Because she had a weird gimmick there. She called herself Karma and had like weird face paint.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. The match. Do you have any comments about the match? I thought it was a really good match. I thought it was the best match on the show.
Yes, I really thought it was really good as well. I was thinking about which one I like better between this one and the SEAdLINNG title match. You know, the main event, not the tag match.
Oh yeah. That's a good comparison. Yeah.
And I think I might have liked the Umasaki match better, actually. Not
That's
sure.
completely fair.
It's fresher in my mind, of course. And I think Keitel is just... I think I've been low on her in the past. In some spots, I thought she looked a bit wonky in the Nanami match, for example. But in this one, I really like Keitel. I think she worked really well here, and she was really good. And they had a lot of... Like, they had this typical classic epic match, you know, with a big finishing stretch, a lot of kickouts, a lot of kickouts. If you're into that is really a match. I like it a lot. I'm not anti having this type of match. Definitely not. I know a bunch of people who don't like this very much, like this many kickouts, I guess, to like big finishes, because I think the Angel Wings again, or the double underdog face buster or whatever, is kind of
Midnight Espresso. Right? Yeah.
Well, Midnight Espresso. Okay. Isn't that also her tag team name? No, that was like Espresso.
Caffeine and Crash.
Yeah. Crash,
yeah.
Right.
But coffee's her thing.
Coffee's her thing. Okay. Because I think Umisaki kicked out of 2 of them in this match, even, right? She kicked draping one, even, like that's like super.
The first one,
Espresso.
she reversed the pin.
Yes.
And she did sell it after, though. Like, she sold after the pin got kicked out. I remember that. That was very good. And then Debbie did her running knee strike, which she has won matches with. So that was kind of... I thought that was
a really good knee, too. Like,
yeah, and I've seen her finish matches with it. So I was like, oh, that might be the finish. But obviously I was spoiled on it. But if I wasn't spoiled on it, I would have built on that. So Umasaki kicked out again. I was like, okay, damn. And then a middle rope Midnight Espresso. I was like, okay, that's for sure it. She kicked out again. And what I wrote down is, if I wasn't spoiled, I would have known Umasaki was winning at this point.
Absolutely. That was when I knew as well. Like, I firmly expected the draping espresso to be the finish. When she kicked out of that was like, okay.
Yeah.
It can only mean one thing. But like, yeah. She basically, Keitel threw everything at her that she had. Like super finishes and stuff. And Umasaki survived everything. And then... did like this first they did like a weird German, like kind of a sideways German. I think that wasn't supposed to happen like that.
Yeah, she bumped weird on that one. Yeah,
she then caught Keitel with like a cracking elbow and did another like German suplex hold, which led to another kick out. I thought that was the finish as well, but Keitel kicked out one more time, and then she did this like, I don't even know what to call it, this like mix between like a fisherman, half Nelson, backdrop suplex thing.
Wait, isn't it Hanan's one? Is it got like a Nelson as well?
She does like a half Nelson with one hand in a weird way, and then she does like a Hanan backdrop one. Yeah, kind of.
So it's like a more It's even more.
It's like even more modified, like, but it's basically also a backdrop suplex. Yeah, and
it's called the Blast, and that's like her super finisher. So when she hits that, awesome. She wins. Yeah,
yeah, that's cool. And yeah, just a lot of crazy kickouts in the end, and a lot of great action early. So, They brawled into the Korakuen crowd at the start.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Up the orange seats. And Umasaki climbed onto the big stairway thing. Yeah. She took a couple of steps down before she jumped, but it was still pretty impressive. And of course, really, really fun match overall, I think.
I was so confused about Umasaki's comments about 1,000 because it looked like a legit like 800 to 900 at least. So I was like, you're not that far off.
No, it looked way fuller than the SEAdLINNG show, for example.
Yeah,
So-
easily double.
Yes.
So over 800. So I was surprised she made those comments.
Did they not have the number in the Shupro?
No, they for some reason they didn't. Well, when I looked, they didn't have this number.
Cage Match doesn't have it either, so that usually means they didn't have it. Yeah.
Yeah, which I was surprised because I think this is their best number in a while, to be honest. Like
Yes,
they normally do around 800, but this one looked like 900 plus, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Because the floor was like totally packed. Anyway, what did I want to say about this? No, I actually don't. No, I think. Oh yes, sorry, I just remembered. What I wanted to say is, I think this is like the hottest a Diana match has been in a long time. Like we were talking about hot matches the whole show. This was like even hotter than that. It was.
Absolutely.
I have not seen a hotter Dyna match in the past year, at least.
Mm-hmm. This
So,
crowd
pretty
was
good.
loud. It was
Yeah.
crazy. It was incredible. Also, did Umisaki always have this entrance gear? Or was that a new gown? That looked fancy as fuck. I don't remember seeing her.
I think she might always have that gown for like, maybe it's a big match thing. I actually wasn't paying attention. but
Maybe. Okay. It looked fancy as fuck.
All right, yeah. So that caps off a good Diana show, and we weren't expecting it to be good. If you heard our preview,
Yes.
last
That
week.
over delivered like hell, for sure.
Absolutely. So
And the crowd was a big part of it, I think.
it absolutely was. So we've just spent a lot of time on 3 major indie promotions and their big
Yes.
shows, and they were all good. So
And really, really underreported in these two.
yes,
You should all
Yeah,
check them out. Give them some love. Diana, Ice Ribbon, SEAdLINNG.
I think these are the biggest underreported indies. These 3: SEAdLINNG,
Yeah.
Ice Ribbon, and Diana.
I would say so.
Diana gets nothing. Ice Ribbon gets a little tiny bit
Mm-hmm.
in some on like Twitter. I think I've seen it. Some people do watch that.
But John from
obviously-
Omakase started covering them too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
So
good.
that one has more. And then SEAdLINNG is also picking up. People are catching on to the Honori Hana and Selena
Yes.
Zora stuff.
People are seeing the bloody gifts and
Yeah, exactly.
watching
So,
those matches at least. So that's something, I guess.
So give these promotions some love. There we go. Previews. Where the fuck am I? Let me speed through some of these. So we got
Yes.
2 shows of Sendai Girls coming up in the next week. So Anita Vaughn and Sapphire Reed are in the promotion.
Oh yeah,
And so they got matches against Miyuki Takase and Urika Oka on the 19th, VOD release on the 23rd, and on the 25th show in Shinkiba, they're against Dash Chisako and Hiroyu Matsumoto in the main event. So we've also got Chihiro Hashimoto and Yurika Oka, which was the match they were supposed to have on like the 22nd of March or whatever, and then Yurika Oka got injured, so they're having that singles match on the 25th at Shinkiba. And that card is just good. Mika,
Are you
that's a
there
Red Energy.
now, right?
I will. Yeah, I'm going to that show. Yeah.
Oh, sick. Okay.
So Red Energy versus Miku and Veni. That's like that's second on the card.
That's sick.
Yeah. So very interesting card. Universes Zones is the other match, and Minami and Ryo Mizunami versus Spike and Stephanie Mays. So just really good
Awesome.
card. Marvelous.
Is it going to be your first time in Shinkiba? No.
Yeah, actually, it will be. You're right.
Oh,
It's my first time in Shikiba and my first Sendai Girl show.
okay. That's cool.
So I look forward to that. 26th of April, Marvelous Shinkiba. No card so far. This is their last show before the Buntai show, the big Buntai show. No idea what's going to happen.
Previews, right?
Yeah,
Random
I'm
shit.
not going to be at that one because I'll be
Okay.
at Ice Ribbon. So speaking of Ice Ribbon, they were at Kitazawa Town Hall on the 26th of April, just before the Stardom show. And I guess the main thing I wanted to pick out is, so Madeline's on the card, which maybe some of you will know. I did not know who she was, but Kaze explained that she was like some ex-MMA person or whatever, that only works in Osaka. So if you know her, well done. She's going to be on this card. The Hero Sisters match, because everyone's always interested in those. Hikari Minami and Moe Hero versus Masai Hero and Nanami. So Diana's Nanami.
Oh, that sounds
so that's
sick, though.
That sounds super fun. Then we got Shiono versus Yappy and Rika versus Saito, whatever. The Madeline match versus Totoro Satsuki. Akane and Kahu Matsushita versus Arisa Shinose and Tsukino Umino. That should be fun to see Tsukino and Akane on opposite sides again, right? They're gonna slap. And the main event, the International Ribbon Tag Team title, Karari and Yuka versus Makoto and Sumika Yanagawa. So, You know, this is Yuka's first title challenge that's coming back. Well, sorry, except the fucking Ribbon Mania main event, second one. But she's going to go hard. She is going to go balls to the wall. Oz Academy have a Korakuen on the 26th. I only have 4 matches, I think, right now. Wait, 3 matches? Sarah Ino versus Unagi Sayaka. If Unagi loses, she joins Sekigun again. Okay. The Oz Academy Pioneer title, which is their 3-way title. It's Rin versus Rina Yamashita versus Ryu Mizunami. And then the open weight title, so their top title, is Akino versus the champion Hiroyu Matsumoto versus Miyuma Ozaki, obviously. And then versus Momoka Hanazono. So.
Okay.
What else do I want to talk about? I don't want to... Oh, I guess I just want to say a quick Actress Girls note. I mentioned last week that there might be a debut at Korakuen on the 30th of April, and that is confirmed. They announced that, so that's happening. And then lastly, 01 is launching Rose. So they've had pre-launch shows, 3 of them. This is the actual launch of the promotion, or the sub-promotion, whatever you want to call it, on the 25th of April at Tokyo Square. And this is the other show on the 25th I'll be at. Saki versus Sumika Yanagawa, okay. Konomi Hori, the rookie, versus Megumi Yabushita, whatever. Kahaku and Honoka versus Koko and Kaho Kobayashi. That's a good match.
Damn.
Semi-main event is Hiroyu Matsumoto and Veni versus Rina Amakura and Ryu Mizunami.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if I've seen Veni against Ryu Mizunami that much. It must have happened in Sendai Girls, but I just don't remember it. But that'd be fun. Main event, Magenta, Maria and Rico versus Miku Kanai and Yuki Mashiro. That sounds fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds cool.
Match of the week.
Match of the week?
I mean, yeah, we kind of know this. I mean,
yes, it is
the SEAdLINNG match. So
the Ellie catch against Effie. Can we decide maybe it's a CM Punk match though?
Oh my god.
Well, it's SEAdLINNG.
What would you rate that on a star rating? We don't do that, but I'm just curious.
The Punk one?
Yeah.
I'd probably give it a 3 maybe?
That's literally exactly what I gave it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I gave it a 3. It's like it's solid, right? It's a solid
I think
match.
it's actually solid action. I think they did some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
It's just Punk is doing so many things that take me out of it, like his inability to...
It's funny because Roman is the one that took me out. I can't stand him.
Okay. I liked Roman a lot better in this match than Punk, honestly.
Wow, yeah. I just feel like he's such a nothing wrestler. Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
He is.
Yeah,
they did a very well-structured match, which kind of like... what's it called? It kind of masked their weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Which both of them have, but like... Yeah.
Runners up.
Runners up. Yeah, obviously. I mean, we talked about all these matches we loved, right? It was on one hand, it was Debbie and Umisaki. And it was also Sasamura and Matsumoto. Would I name anything else from this week? I don't know.
I should link that Hashimoto Seri Yamaoka tag match to you, actually.
Yeah, maybe that sounded fun.
But maybe not if you're spoiled for it. Sorry, I didn't give you a heads up. I'd literally sprung that on you. Sorry.
No, it's all right. No, off the top of my head, like nothing from WrestleMania week was better than any of those 3 matches for sure. So I don't, and other than that, I didn't watch anything. I don't think so. Yeah.
So my runners up, I've obviously got the Sasamura Matsumoto and Kaito Imasaki. Got the Hashimoto tag that I spoke about at the start of the episode. Well, near the start. Well, I don't know how long. I don't know how long.
3 hours in, probably.
Yeah, whatever. But from WrestleMania, I did like the Despe Invitational's main event. I think it was the main event.
Oh, I didn't watch that one. Okay.
Despe and Jun Kasai versus Matt Tremont and Nick Gage versus Masashi Takeda and Rini Yamashita. I thought that was really fun.
I only saw the first hour of that show for some reason. Maybe I should catch up on that. I won't.
You won't. Blue Panther versus Ultimo Guerrero. I did really like that match. That just worked for me. And then finally, Kento Miyahara versus Yuma Anzai from the third night of Champions Carnival. That was really good. Yeah. I thought it was better than their December match. So,
right.
What the fuck are we doing with this episode?
Yeah, I'm After I cut out all the pauses, it's like 2 hours, I think. So that's all right. Probably.
I feel like you should just release it as a separate episode now, to be honest.
The WrestleMania week bit. Nah, we already like talked so much.
We referenced it a lot, but
I don't know. Nah,
this is a 5+. So welcome to the end of the 5+ hour episode, I guess. Thank you all for listening.
If you made it this far, thank you.
Good job. Social Suplex, Strong Style, Trish, Sarah, One Nation Radio, Tunnel Talk, All Things Elite, Imps, AEW Venture, Chris Things, AEW Match Guide, Newsletter, out
Newsletter,
now.
Check out the new newsletter.
Oh yeah, if you don't know what newsletter is, because maybe I'm pretty sure I explained it. I write about all of these Joshi indies in a lot of detail if you don't like listening, even though you made it to the end of a 5-hour episode.
And if you haven't explored my full thoughts on the Cosmic Angels
Cindy,
split yet, I wrote a big thing about that too in the Stardom section. So.
Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Give us a good rating.